IB Nation, welcome to the Irish Breakdown Podcast. It is Friday, free-for-all mailbag as we inch closer and closer to the 2023 season officially kicking off. We're only a couple weeks away, folks, and it is moving by fast, but dragging in certain spots as well. But we're moving forward here, and this is our favorite day of the week. Brian Driscoll, Ryan Roberts here. Love the mailbags because this is where we give communities a big aspect of Irish Breakdown world, right? Whether it's on the message board, it's in the chat. We love you guys to steer the conversation. We literally had not even started the show, and we already had upwards of 30 plus questions, 36 questions starred. The show hasn't even begun. So shout out to you all for getting those questions in. If it's your first time on the mailbag, MB in front of the question is always very much appreciated. It helps us distinguish what is a question and what is just general chat that's happening in the chat box. So make sure that you hit up in the chat right now. Also, we had a nice little practice report that Brian dropped earlier today because he was at practice this morning. If you all want to talk about anything Brian saw during practice, ask in the chat today and we'll be able to bring it up. We're not gonna put any major amount of time as far as just designing it into the show because Brian dropped the piece on the message board already today. You should go to boards.
We want to get the questions.
We want to get to the questions. Yeah. But if you want to check out the latest practice report, if you don't want to talk about it today, you can go to boards.irishbreakdown.com where it's always available before it is published at irishbreakdown.com. So make sure you go sign up at the site. A lot to talk about though, Brian. I'm excited for it, man.
Yeah, man.
Another Friday free for all, brother. And it's going to be a good one, I think.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we got a couple, we got a super sticker from Rob Osgood to start off with. Rob, thank you. Thank you very much. And then we're going to start off here with Raymond Horton with the super chat.
Raymond, thank you so much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. At what point would you like to see the O-line starters set? Thanks for all the great content. Can't wait for this year to kick off. Go Irish.
Well, I mean, Ryan, I think that you'd like, if we're talking, at what point would I like to see it set with no context at all? I would like for my offensive line to be set day one, because I've got a lot of starters coming back and I kind of, guys have really seized that job in the spring and you've got all camp to kind of work your five. That's the ideal scenario. And for the most part, they've kind of done that, right? I mean, it pretty quickly into camp, Pat Coogan was working with the ones and we haven't seen Billy Schrouth work with the ones in a couple of weeks. Yeah. And so it would seem like they have set starting offensive line. I can't say that I agree with it. I understand why they're doing it. I don't, at least I think I understand why they're doing it based on what we've seen. I can't say that I agree with it. I can't say that it makes sense. I think they've kind of gone in reverse, Ryan. Like to me, it seems like they went with the older, more assignment correct, steady veteran player that doesn't really move the needle, doesn't move people. He just kind of does his job from what we've seen.
Yep.
And they're going with him as opposed to the younger, more talented guy that when he's right, he moves people. He does the job at a high level. Personally, I would have gone the other way around. I would have gone the first, 2.5, 3 weeks of camp with Billy Schrouth working with the ones. And then if Billy's not getting the job done, it doesn't get better. Then you can move Pat Coogan into the ones and he would make a more seamless transition where now it's kind of like, well, what if Pat Coogan does a good job, then hey, we don't nothing to worry about. Right. And that's also an option. Well, I'm just talking kind of what I've seen.
And he's a junior, right? Pat,
he's a junior,
to cut you off, but
right?
He's a junior.
Yep, he's a junior. And, look, he's going to probably be fine first few games. They don't really play anybody that's going to challenge him or first couple games anyway. But it's kind of one of those things. If he's not able to kind of handle it athletically, and because that's my big concern with Pat Coogan is he's not the most fleet of foot guy, right? And neither's Rocco. So you're going to have two guards that aren't necessarily really quick guys. At least Rocco can move people because he's clearly, from what we can tell, he's won the starting right guard battle at this point in time. And that happened within the first week of camp as well. with Pat Coogan, it's like if he can't handle athletically, what are you going to do? Finally turn to Billy Schrauth for the Ohio State game?
Right.
Where you've missed how many hundreds, if not thousands of reps where you could have had Billy Schrauth working with the ones. So I can't say that I agree with it from what I see.
Yeah.
But that's where they're going with it. And I hope that they're correct. I hope that this move is correct. So I don't quite get it, but I hope Pat kills it. I mean, that's the big thing, Ryan, is I don't really care who starts if it's the guy that's going to give them the best chance to have a dominant offensive line. But because of this decision, I'll be honest, I'm not as confident in the offensive line right now as I was coming into camp.
Fair.
Because
that's fair.
You don't have the most fleet of foot guards, and you have a guy whose ceiling is incredibly lower than a lot of the other guys that are in this conversation.
It's been a very interesting thing to watch, Brian, because it wasn't too long ago. Like, I think back to like spring practice where we were like making predictions for the guard battle. And I feel like I'm 0 for 2 right now. Like I thought it would probably be Kristofik and Billy Schrauth to start the season. Like that's
Right.
kind of how I pictured it. So it's been very interesting to see. I also think that there's something, and I know that this isn't a perfect ideology all the time, but if you're Notre Dame and you're 3 out of your first 4 games are against teams that you should beat relatively handily or
Yes.
very handily in most cases, wouldn't that make more sense to get the young guy that opportunity and to really take? I mean, because if it was like last year, right, where you're going against Ohio State the first week, you maybe need the guy that's a little bit more assignment correct, the guy that's a little bit more mature. Like maybe that would be the way to go, in my opinion. But it's just kind of weird.
There's another scenario, Ryan, where you could say, well, look, Navy brings a lot of those zero pressures. They throw it out a lot at you. So maybe it's for that. And then I've heard, well, maybe they're going to do a rotation of guard. And I said, well, yeah, that could be true. But if that was going to be the case, you'd think Billy Schrauth would get some reps with the ones.
Right.
We've seen him take 0. I mean, when we were at the scrimmage the other night, it was literally the same starting 5 the entire time until Zeke Correll got just like, I don't know if he might have had an equipment issue. It might have been just like a little minor thing. He was back there moving fine. Somebody had his helmet. I don't know if it was a trainer or if it was an equipment person. I couldn't tell you, but he looked fine. And he's been back out there the last 2 practices since. That's the only other time they didn't have those 5 together. When we're watching them take combo drills during practice, it's the same guard and tackle beside each other. So there's no way you're doing a rotation where the younger guy is getting 0 reps with the first team.
Exactly.
So,
I mean, because like you even think back to like when Robert Hainsey and Tommy Kramer were doing their split duty. I imagine, because you covered the team, I imagine that Kramer and Hainsey were getting like almost even reps in first team opportunities in camp. Like I imagine that that's kind of the format that you saw. Raymond, to your question, I think a lot of Notre Dame fans are just kind of hoping that something will turn around quickly. And it's like now you find your starting 5. But Raymond, I don't want to say unfortunately, but like, if Pat's the best player, Pat's the best player at the end of the day in the eyes of the coaches, right?
Right.
But in your question, Raymond, I think that there has been clarity on the offensive line.
Sure.
It appears that we have found out who the starting 5 are going to be at Notre Dame in the fall, more than likely. And it looks like it's going to be Joe Alt, Pat Coogan, C. Correll, Rocco Spindler, and Blake Fisher. That appears to be the starting 5 up front. And
barring something changing, barring something
changing
changing the next couple weeks. But I think you're correct. Got a few more super chats down here, Ryan. So thanks everybody.
The next one's from Christopher Crosby. Thank you so much, Christopher. He said, "Welcome back, Ryan. We missed you. Thank you, sir. Who do you have for your offensive and defensive rookies of the year? I got my favorite 2 picks, Zay Flowers and Devin Witherspoon."
That's for you, Ryan. That's an NFL question, so that's for you. Well, it's apparently not going to be CJ Stroud because in the first preseason game of his life, he threw an interception. Yeah. So clearly he's going to suck the rest of his career.
Without his starting center, right tackle, and left tackle all playing in the game.
Ryan, he could have had all those guys there and done the same exact thing, and it would still be like, are we seriously overreacting? It's comical. It really is comical, but yeah.
Offensive rookie of the year is usually driven by quarterbacks. So my first impulse, Christopher, is honestly go to Bryce Young. That's kind of my initial impulse. But I'm actually going to go with Bijan Robinson with the Atlanta Falcons. I think that Bijan is going to have, they drafted him a running back top 10, right? Bijan's going to get the rock this year, folks. Right. You're seeing a lot of plays in camp where they're splitting him out wide. They're putting him in the slot. They're using him in the passing game a ton. I think that he's going to touch the ball a whole lot for the Atlanta Falcons. And if you've watched that system, because Arthur Smith's the coach, Arthur Smith, of course, was with the Tennessee Titans beforehand. Arthur Smith is a brilliant designer of offense, especially in the run game. So I think Bijan's going to get a lot of carries. I think he's going to be very productive. I think he's going to be the offensive rookie of the year. Defensive rookie of the year, I hope it's actually Devin Witherspoon, because I was stupid high on Devin Witherspoon. Like, I love that kid. So Seattle seems that they drafted Tariq Woolen last year, who had a really good rookie season. I imagine that Devin Witherspoon is just going to be the starting corner opposite of him. So there's going to be, because a lot of, Brian, this is like going to be that Cam Hart effect on the Seattle Seahawks this year, because they're going to look at Tariq Woolen and be like, that kid's 6'4" and runs a 4.26. We're not throwing at that guy, right? I'm going to throw at the rookie corner on the other side, even though he went in the top 10. So I think Devin Witherspoon's going to get a lot of opportunities. So sure, I'll roll with Devin Witherspoon, Christopher, and give me Bijan Robinson for the offensive rookie of the year.
Okay, Ryan, I'm going to do something a little different. I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to ask a question here in the mailbag. And my question is this: I'm actually contemplating, I talked to my wife about this. I'm actually contemplating about maybe watching some Broncos games this year and maybe starting to watch the NFL a little bit more. We'll see.
Yep.
Have you heard anything out of Raiders or Saints camp about how Mayer or Foskey are doing, or anybody else, any of those guys?
So the Raiders actually released one of their veteran tight ends, because it appears that Mayer is making some noise. So I expect Mayer, I forget who the other veteran tight end that's still on the roster for the Raiders. It's somebody that's, I think it might be, is it Hayden Hurst? No, it's not Hayden Hurst. I think it's Austin Hooper. I think Austin Hooper's on the roster still. But I think the plan right now is, I think that Mayer's kind of taken hold of that starting tight end role. And I would be surprised if he wasn't a big time player as a rookie for the Las Vegas Raiders. Like,
still sounds weird to say,
yes,
man.
Sounds very really strange. But I think that Mayer has done a great job from what it sounds. I've heard that he kind of brings a mature swagger to him. It's kind of like the reports out there.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Dennis Allen just actually had a clip I saw on Twitter I saw on X either yesterday or this morning, where he was speaking praises of Isaiah Foskey. So
good.
They have a vacant defensive end spot opposite of Cam Jordan, because Marcus Davenport's no longer in the building. So I expect that Foskey is going to get a lot of reps this year. How well he does, we shall see. It depends obviously on the development, but it seems like both those guys are going to play a lot of football this year.
Sounds good.
We had another super chat from Raymond Harton. Raymond, thank you so much. As a coach, would you consider yourself assignment correct guy plays, or extremely talented guy? Who would you play?
Well, number one, it depends on the experience of the assignment correct guy, right? Like if Jarrett Patterson was coming back for a 6th year and he's assignment correct, and the next guard is incredibly talented, I'm still playing Jarrett Patterson because he's an experienced assignment correct guy and he's got a little bit more talent. With Pat Coogan, maybe he's that guy. I hope that he is. Like, look, guys, at the end of the day, I'm not a Billy Schrouth fan or a Charles Jagasol fan or a Rocco Spindler fan or a Pat Coogan fan. I'm a Notre Dame fan, right? So I hope that Pat Coogan is ready to go in there and rock and roll. This isn't an anti-Pat Coogan thing. I can just only tell you what I've seen. And what I saw in the spring game, what we saw at spring practices, what we've seen in fall camp, is he is a smart, fundamentally sound guy that just does his job, but he doesn't move people. He doesn't make the impact block. They may think playing between Zeke Correll and Joe Alt, all I need is a guy to do his job. Maybe that's what they believe, and hopefully it works if that's the case.
Which is sound thinking if that happens, right? It's sound thinking, yeah.
I just feel like the gap in talent is too great to me. And eventually you have, so basically what you're saying is, so is Billy Schrouth just never going to be a guy that can execute his assignments? My whole thing is, and this is just that mentality that I just really get sick of with coaches. And I've had this issue for a long time with a lot of different coaches. At what point in time is it your job to coach the freaking heck out of that kid and get him ready to play?
Right.
You know what I mean? And instead of just kind of taking the easy way out, and that's the way I see it, right? It's get Billy Schrouth ready. I mean, they gave up on a really talented kid like a week and a half into camp, basically. And when I mean give up, I shouldn't say give up. That's not a right way of saying it. That sounds real. What it basically is like, they just determined that this was going to be the case, right?
Relegated to a
relegated.
Role,
that's a better way of saying it. I don't mean give up, because they haven't given up on Billy Schrouth.
Sure, because he still has 4 years of eligibility left.
But I just think this is a sloppy way out. And then to your point, Ryan, you say, well, they're just doing this because it's the first game and they're playing. Okay, that's fine. But you'd still think Billy Schrouth would get some reps with the ones, and he's not.
Right. Right.
And that's the concerning thing for me. But, it is what it
So
is. I'm not the coach.
sometimes I'm curious, Brian, if like people fall for like the safety or coaches
Yes.
fall for the safety
Oh, yes.
because there's also the other side of it. If it fails, you can kind of hold back and be like, well, we just need to get more talented at the position. And it's like,
100%. That's the
what?
easy cop out, Ryan.
Yeah.
As
Yeah.
opposed to a guy makes an assignment mistake or a guy makes a
Right.
technique mistake, and then it's your fault.
It's your fault. Right. Because
And no,
that's
Ryan, that is
coaches.
100% correct.
Yeah.
100% correct. There's absolutely coaches that do that, and I think offensive line coaches tend to be more lean in that direction because of the nature of when a mistake is made. One of your big money guys is getting drilled, and so I kind of understand it.
Yeah.
I just don't like it. I just don't think that's the mentality of winners. Like, to me, it's like, look, we're going to get Billy Strouth out there. We're going to have Pat Coogan ready in case, we need to kind of go in there and sell it down, maybe even rotate a little bit early. But we're going to get Billy Strouth ready because we're going to need him to beat NC State. We're going to need him to beat Ohio State. We're going to need him to beat USC because you are not going to win those games 17-14. And that's my big fear is, Joe Rudolph comes from that Wisconsin mindset of grind it out and win 20-17 games, and you're not winning a national championship in Notre Dame that way.
No.
And that's kind of one of my concerns, to be completely honest with you.
Fair. It's very fair. We had a super chat from Marky Stewart. Thank you so much, Mark. Typically, how long would a coaching staff wait before putting freshman receivers in the starting lineup ahead of veterans? It seems like Freeman are pushing hard to play.
Freshman.
The freshman. Wow. Well, Mark, I'm sorry. I can't read,
Yeah.
brother. My bad.
A couple things. I think way too much is being made of this. This is just how the media is, right? We see this every year. The shiny new toy makes a play, and we ignore the mistakes that they make and hype up the plays that they make, ignore the plays that the guys that we know about have made, and ignore those, but then hype up the mistakes they make so we can say things and do things that get people talking and clicking on our articles. That's what I think is going on. Like, I have people saying, like, so some of the questions we're going to see here are going to point that out, Mark. Number one, the freshmen are absolutely going to play. That's always been the case. They're absolutely
because they're
going to
very
play.
good. Right.
Yes, they're very good. I don't understand why we have to turn. And Mark, I'm not saying you're doing this. This is more of a response because, Mark, your question is very fair. This is more of a response to just kind of other things that I'm seeing out there. You don't have to tear down Chris Tyree or Tobias Merriweather, Jaden Thomas to love Jaden Greathouse and think he's going to play. I don't understand why some fans do this. So I like Jaden Greathouse and think he should play. So let me just nitpick this guy or talk down this guy or whatever. Why? They're all going to play.
Yeah.
There's going to be a rotation, and I love the rotation, but Jaden Greathouse and Chris Tyree have been, to me, the two most impressive players in fall camp. Well, guess what? They play the same position. So maybe they'll have to figure something out where Jaden Greathouse plays somewhere else, but he's going to play. Rico Flores is going to play. But if those guys were that good, again, we would not see Jaden Greathouse, and we would not see, Jaden Thomas, and we would not see Tobias Merriweather out with the ones every single day. Here's another thing. Do you know how many catches I've seen Jaden Greathouse make against Cam Hart and Benjamin Morrison?
0, because he hasn't been outside.
Bingo.
Right?
Bingo. So when you're going against Ramon Henderson and the safeties, DJ Brown, Antonio Carter, guess what? And you're working in the slot in space, you're going to get open more than when you're on the outside and you're going against Cam Hart and Benjamin Morrison. Right. Okay, so these are the things that frustrate me so much about my side of this conversation is there's just so many people that just they just dive onto this is the cool thing to talk about. This is the fun thing to talk about. And it's like zero context. Well, Cam, Tobias Merriweather's not bringing down these throws. Yeah, he needs to do a better job of that. But guess what? I've seen him still make more catches on Benjamin Morrison and Cam Hart than I've seen Jaden Greathouse make. And then it sounds like I'm tearing down Jaden Greathouse. I'm not. I love Jaden Greathouse.
Why do you hate Jaden Greathouse?
Exactly, Ryan. But it's just like I'm trying to give context to this conversation. Sure. Jaden Greathouse has had a great fall camp. By the way, we met his grandpa going up to a practice, by the way. Yeah. So he's listened to our show before. He actually recognized Vince and I. We were walking into practice. We were walking into practice and we had to walk back out because I forgot my credential. And then we saw him when we were walking back out to the car. But I look at it as a great thing is because here's why this is a good thing and why this doesn't need to be bench this guy, bench that guy. Why would I want to put that much pressure on a true freshman to just put him out in the starting lineup right away when I have other talented players? Number one.
Right.
Number
Right.
two, if I'm going to have a rotation, I want to have the freshman be the guy off the bench. Number two. Number three, I still like the notion of Chris Tyree being the starter and Jaden coming off the bench because I'm giving you different sort of
completely different
style of plays.
Yeah.
Number four, Chris Tyree has been their most impactful receiver in most of the situations that I've heard about. Okay, so I don't understand why we're just assuming. Because the outside receivers aren't making plays and Jaden Greathouse is making plays in the slot, then he should start. Those two things have nothing to do with each other right now because the guy in the slot is also making a lot of plays. Right. And so it's like we can be happy about both of them. Now, what I'm curious about, Ryan, is do they get to a point where they start maybe working Jaden outside a little bit? That's what I'm curious about. Because
he could do, I think.
He could, but at some point in time, you've got to give him those reps to kind of work off against the press and things like that. Does he have the offense down enough now to maybe start moving him around a little bit? Or are they just like, hey, look, we're going to go Tobias and Rico here and, Chris and Jaden here and Jaden and Dion over here and Salerno can play all over? I don't know. But I think right now, early in the season, we're going to see a lot of those guys play because honestly, there's just too much talent and depth for them not to play at this point in time. That's kind of how I see it.
Well, the best teams have depth. I mean, that's just where it comes down to, right? Like we talk about Georgia the last couple of years. I think about Alabama in the past. I think about Clemson when they were winning a lot of games from 2015 to 2018, right? Like, or 2020, I should say. I mean, they're still winning games, but they have depth. They can throw waves at you. Like, haven't we wanted this for so long? If you're a Notre Dame fan, it's like, there's been years where it's like one wide receiver gets hurt and like, oh man, we're in a little bit of trouble here, guys. Like this could be a little bit of tough sledding. Mm-hmm. Now Notre Dame, and hats off to Chancey Stuckey, hats off to this coaching staff. Like they have quickly made a lot of depth at this wide receiver room. And is anybody shocked here? Is anybody shocked here if you listen to this show religiously that Jaden Greathouse came in and was ready to play football on the college level? Like, is anyone shocked about that? Honestly. If Jaden Greathouse wasn't running a lot with the ones and the twos, right? Like I would be like, oh man, maybe I misevaluated him a little bit.
So what's happening with him running with the ones is Chris Tyree, for whatever reason, has not been getting reps in this little tempo period we've seen the last 2 days with the ones or the twos. So either A, Chris Tyree is now third team, or B, there's a reason he's not out there. It's either
load management, maybe,
exact that, or there's maybe it's a personnel thing that they're working on 2 minute, and in 2 minute they're going to go something different. Maybe in 2 minutes they want bigger guys.
Right. Well, it's like on defense in your practice reports, right? They're running a nickel the whole time, right? Like, so it's like people could also overreact and be like, oh, Jack Kaiser's not a starter. It's like, no, they're just running a certain type of look, a certain package now. Like that's what's happening.
So. When we got out to the individual stuff and they did their routes on air, Chris Tyree was out there, the number one guy in the slots. And he's also the number one punt returner. And as of right now, the number one kick returner, although there's a chance we could see somebody else as the primary kick returner. But he's having a great camp so far. But the problem is there's not enough context being provided for why Jaden Greathouse is out there. It's not that he's the one and then Chris Tyree worked in, or Chris Tyree went the twos. Chris Tyree took 0 reps during that period of time. And neither did Cam Hart. So, I mean, that's kind of just one of those things to keep in mind. But to your point, I guess we never technically answered Mark's question. But how long will the coaching staff wait before putting fresh receivers in the starting lineup ahead of veterans? To me, it's whenever they prove that they're the best guy at that position. Right. And not most talented, but best, right? And it's kind of the same conversation at left guard. Right now, Notre Dame thinks – I know that Notre Dame doesn't think that Pat Coogan's their most talented left guard. But right now they think he's their best. And, that – it's when the younger guy proves that he's that guy. Look, they have no confidence. They have no problem, no lack of confidence in Jaden Greathouse. It's just that they're going to go with the veterans right now because Chris Tyree as a veteran brings a skill set that they want in their starting lineup right now. And then Jaden can work in. I really would be curious if the next couple of weeks we see him move around a little bit more because just see what he can do. Can he get off the line? Can he get off the press? Because I'll be honest with you, with Jaden Thomas to me is a talented player, but I've still yet to see Jaden Thomas prove to be an impactful guy outside. Everything he did last year that we were excited about, Ryan, was from the slot. Almost
Sure.
everything, I should say.
Sure.
And so, what if you say, okay, well, we're going to play Jaden Greathouse more outside too, and at times you can get Jaden Thomas inside in the slot where he's most comfortable. That's a big part of the conversation that I'd like to see in the next couple of weeks.
That isn't a big boy wide receiver group. That is a thick boy wide receiver group, man. That is a lot of mass.
Yes, it is.
That's 220 pounds in the slot, and then Jaden Greathouse, who's your small guy outside.
At 6'1.5", 209, 210.
Yeah,
right.
And that's after losing some weight this offseason.
Exactly.
So, yeah,
exactly. Not a tight end.
No. Paul Conley, thank you so much for the super chat, Paul. I am a brand new subscriber. Welcome. Don't see tackle drills in practice. Are they doing many tackle drills? Rockney always emphasized tackling drills. Just a different era now, man. Just a different era.
But no, they do a lot of tackling drills. They just don't do it the way that we did it when I was playing or even coaching. Right. You
lot of form tackle circuits, that type
tackle
of thing.
angle. They work on angles, and when they do work on driving through and tackling and taking a guy to the ground, it's more on bags and things along those lines. And so, I think it's that kind of stuff. Now, that always makes me a little nervous. I think we see a lot of bad tackling early in the season. We saw that last year in college football. We'll see it again this year, not just Notre Dame, but a lot of people, because you're just not tackling. But I'll say this, at the scrimmage we were at the other day, it was a non-tackling scrimmage.
Tell that to Drake Bowen.
Right. Yeah. Throw that to him and Jalen Sneed and a lot of other guys, Jason Onye and a lot of other guys on the defense, because they were tackling. Yes. But and I didn't hear the typical "you'll stay off the ground." I didn't really hear that either. It was like, so I was kind of happy because I think when you just really get on them and get pissed at them, it kind of gets in there. They start to kind of get ingrained in your head, like, oh, I'm not supposed to take this guy to the ground. I'm not supposed to drill this guy.
Right.
And so no, Paul, we're seeing it a lot, and thank you, obviously, as a new subscriber. We really appreciate you, man. Glad that you signed up. They do a lot of tackling drills. It's just different now. It's just like they'll do a thing with the defensive backs where they've got this big donut, and so they'll work on, and then they've got like a safety, a mat where you land on, right? Because Notre Dame plays on turf, and so they'll come through and they'll drive through it a route knee angle and really explode through and wrap up that donut and then land on the mat. And you say, well, you can't land on that in games. Well, I get that, and that's true. Sure. But let's save a little bit of that wear and tear. Like they're going to have I believe, a big scrimmage this weekend. I believe is what I was told. There will be tackling in that. They will tackle in that. There's no doubt. And they'll have maybe one more kind of like that, where they'll get that live tackling period. But it's just really about just trying to limit some of the wear and tear now, because seasons are much longer now. Yeah. I mean, I think Newt Rockney coached in more than 10 games or more in his career, like a couple times, where he had more than 10 games in a season. Let me just go look at that real quick. So it's just such a completely different area. First 6 games his first year, 9, 9, 11, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 9, 9, 9, 10. Well, now these kids are playing 12 games, 13, 14 games, and at much faster tempo than they did in the past. A lot more plays. So not only more games, but a lot more plays than we saw back in the day too. And so, it's just about trying to limit some of that wear and tear on these players is kind of how I see it. So good question. But they are working on it. Honestly, a lot of that stuff they're going to do when we're not there, wisely. Right.
And all the hype videos and stuff aren't going to include like them tackling the donut, for instance, right? Because it's not like exciting. That's not exciting to most fans. So.
Right. Here's a fun one, Ryan, from an indie football nerd that I want us to have a conversation about.
Well, appreciate the super chat so much. That IB has previously made Notre Dame league with preferred schools. If Notre Dame announced it was creating its own league, who would be the 10 most interested schools? I feel like this is coming off of that article that was written yesterday a little bit.
It's kind of dumb. So Ryan, let's talk about it. Like, it was written in a way where the article is written so it can take a shot at Notre Dame. It was, and he even said in there, this is never going to happen. So what did you write it for? Well, it allows me to take a shot at Notre Dame.
Stupid, man.
It was so lame. It was such a weak attempt at that.
I almost quote tweeted it, or however they phrase it now on X. Just like, like what's like. who approved this? Like, what editor was like, you know
Yeah.
what? This is a great article idea. I guess they got their clicks, so
Yeah.
good for them, I guess. But yeah,
Yeah, I
it was
guess.
weak,
Yeah.
man. It was
I
weak.
just I agree with you. I agree
Yeah.
with you.
I mean, it
There's
got
a
me. I read it, so I guess
yeah.
cool.
No, I
Yeah,
did
sure.
too. I did
Yeah,
too. And he got his intended purpose. So he
he
does
did.
work it on 3 now, and that's pretty much the goal at this point in
Yeah.
time is to get the clicks. So Ryan, I've kind of gone back and forth on what I would like a league to look like. And there's really kind of two ways that I would go about it. Number one is if Notre Dame was just going to create a league and kind of pick from certain conferences, and then you get like, Notre Dame and Penn State and different things. But I kind of look at it as like, let's say the ACC died and Notre Dame had gotten with let's say Fox and said, listen, if the ACC dies, we're going to sign with you guys, but we're going to create a new league. Because I think a new league would generate so much excitement if somebody had the balls to do that. But then now you're taking kind of some of the best from the ACC, right? And you're kind of starting this new league, and then you say, well, what would that kind of look like? Because and if you're going to kind of go to 10 teams, it's like, okay, well, what's really out there? I mean, so a lot of like the teams I would look at, Ryan, would be ACC teams, right? So I mean, I'm kind of looking at this like, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So if you're going to start a 10-team league, and I'm taking basically what I want from the ACC, I'm going to basically take Miami, Pitt, Syracuse, North Carolina, Duke, Virginia, Boston College, Florida State, and Clemson. And I'm just making it, other than Notre Dame and Pitt, it's really just a true Eastern, Atlantic
Mhm.
Coast Conference type of thing, right?
Yeah.
With all due respect to Virginia Tech, I'm kind of leaving them behind. I'm kind of leaving Louisville behind. I'm leaving NC State behind. I'm leaving Georgia Tech behind, although that may be a bit of a mistake, but I don't know that they're going to dominate that market. So I just would kind of make it like, I'm leaving Wake out of the conversation, kind of like I'm leaving Stanford and Cal. The other way of looking at it would be, okay, well, what if you were to try to start, and the reason I went with those schools, Ryan, is it's regional, but also there's a lot of like-minded institutions academically. Miami is that way, North Carolina, Duke, Virginia. There's at least some of those, and that would kind of be, one division, and then the other
Why did you
division would be somebody else.
Why did you leave off Virginia Tech? Just
Because
curious.
the question was 10 most interested schools, basically, along
Oh,
with Notre Dame. So in order to
mhm.
stick within the 10-team league, I had to leave some teams out, and they would be teams I would leave out.
Okay.
I mean, if you were going to start a super conference, like here's the thing. Look, if Notre Dame really wants to save the league, the ACC, then join. And at the end of the day, that's the only way. Because if you know who the teams have voted against, the primarily the teams have voted against adding Cal and Stanford, which by the way, I think is dumb. I don't think they should add those teams for the same reasons. Yes, I want the ACC to survive. I don't want the ACC to die. But I don't think adding 2 teams from the West Coast makes the sense for the same reason I think USC and UCLA joining the Big Ten is stupid. The reason I think Oregon and Washington joining the Big Ten is stupid. I think it's dumb to ask all those teams sports to play a ton of road games 3-4 time zones away. I just think it's silly. So why would I then advocate for Cal and Stanford doing that? Now just for the same reason, just because I want the ACC to survive. Well, that's kind of hypocritical. So it's okay for you to embrace it when it fits your agenda. No, I don't like it. The only way that I would support adding Cal and Stanford, Ryan, is if it was football only. And that's something that I don't know if it's possible contractually, but that's something I would consider is like, look, we're going to add you guys the same way we're going to add Notre Dame, or you know what I mean? Like is kind of, it's the reverse, I should say, of what we did with Notre Dame. Let all your Olympic sports get the WAC or the Mountain West or whatever they can get into, right? But we're going to take your football programs are going to be part of this ACC, because if that's the case, then it's not as bad for football teams,
Right.
because they're going to have one
One
game
game
against
a
each other,
week. Yeah.
right? And
Right.
Cal and Stanford are going to play each other, right? So that's
Right.
one road game every other year that they won't have to travel.
Right.
And then there's what, like they'd have what, 4 conference road games a year. That's it, because the
Yeah.
ACC is an 18. So if you went up to 9, occasionally you'd have a 5th road game. Well, just have that be the years where you're playing, that team on the road. So if Stanford's playing at Cal, then that happens to be a year where maybe Stanford can have a fifth, road game because they've the other four. So it's only 4 trips a year. One of them may be to South Bend, and it's not as big of a trip. Then it's not as bad for football because, again, with football, you're not really missing a lot of classes. You have your Friday classes and then you're back by Sunday. Whereas the issue that we have is, so your soccer team's got to go out for a Tuesday, Thursday, or whatever the thing is against 2 North Carolina schools. So then you miss a whole week of school because you're traveling whatever time zone. And then you're going to be flying back after the Thursday game, getting back at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. And they're not going to let you, hey, you're back now. You need to be in class the next day. Right. It's just so much of this stuff just doesn't make sense. And I just don't think they care about it. But if I was to make like a league that, honestly, Ryan, if it was up to me, I've said this before, just get all the football to be its own entity. Like, stay within the NCAA, but say we're going to go back to the old conferences the way that they used to be, and we're going to start a football only thing, and it's just going to be like a big version of the AFC and the NFC as far as TV. Half of it goes to Fox, or part of it goes to Fox, part of it goes to CBS, part of it goes to NBC, part of it goes to the ESPN. Pool all that money together and just have a football only thing. And then you can kind of go back to the old conferences at that point in time. The problem is that's just not realistic because the SEC is not going to want to share their money. The Big Ten is not going to want to share their money. And because that's right now the law allows them to be greedy and to not give a crap about anybody else except themselves. That's the rules. So until it gets back to it all being, and it would require some sort of congressional action to say, look, can we get rid of this law or, this ruling? Can we create a law that to try to work with that? And then say, we're going to get rid of the fact that these entities can, and then see, this is the thing is that would either A, cause some teams to go back to the old leagues, or B, you might even see some people going back to being independent if that would be the case. Because that's the only reason, like, this is what so annoys me, Ryan, even some Notre Dame fans, especially younger Notre Dame fans, they have this thing where like, well, Notre Dame is trying to be, they think they're special because this, and this. I'm like, hold on a second. Notre Dame has only ever been an independent outside of the 2020 season.
Right.
And I've pointed this out before. The last time that Notre Dame won a national championship in 1988, the number 1, 2, 3, 5, and 13 ranked teams in the country that year were all independents. Notre Dame was 1, Miami was 2, Florida State was 3, Michigan or West Virginia was 5, Syracuse was 13. Here's some other schools that were independents back then: Louisville, South Carolina, Pitt, Rutgers, Penn State, Boston College, Cincinnati, Virginia Tech, along with Navy, East Carolina, Tulsa, Temple, Louisiana Tech, Tulane, Akron, Southwest Louisiana, which is now, I believe, Louisiana Lafayette, Louisiana Lafayette, Memphis, Northern Illinois, and Army and Southern Miss were all independents back in 1988. So Notre Dame hasn't changed at all. They're just doing what they've been doing for 100 years because no one would take them for a time. And this whole Notre Dame's just greedy. If Notre Dame was all about just getting that top dollar, they'd be in the Big Ten already, and they would have joined in the 90s.
Sure.
So, now Notre Dame is looking out for itself, but they're an independent. They have the right to do that because what they choose to do doesn't impact other people. So it'd be nice to see something like that happen, but there's just so much would have to happen. But maybe Notre Dame could either jump in to save the ACC or somehow say, hey, when the ACC folds, we have a new conference ready to go that we pick the best parts of the ACC. That'd be the only other option.
It's such a tough question for me because, my immediate impulse was kind of the same thing, was like, just jump in the ACC. You already have the allegiance with other sports, right? But Brian, I just think that this landscape of the super conferences that we are seeing unfold before our eyes is so volatile, man. I'm just fully on board with keep your independence as long as possible and let the landscape figure itself out. And at the end, you're still going to be incredibly valuable because you're Notre Dame. The market will still dictate that every super conference will want Notre Dame to be a part of it because everyone knows the brand. Even if people want to throw shade or spitfire at Notre Dame, still a massive brand, folks, that will make you a lot of money, right? So people respect that aspect of it, I think, for the most part, from the national perspective. But for me, it's just like these questions are fun. I enjoy them actually very much so because I think it's kind of cool to play commissioner, right? Like that's kind of neat. But if you're asking me for like a real life scenario, it's like I don't think Notre Dame should even be worrying about conferences at this present moment. Like keep your independence as long as possible. You're only going to make yourself more valuable by keeping your independence as long as possible, in my opinion. Like that's just kind of where it is. It's everyone I hear it all the time, every single day now. It's like just join a conference already. You'll make your money. It's just like, well, they make more money if they don't rush that deal, though. Like that.
Right.
So yeah, it's just
right.
Let
the landscape play out a little bit.
I don't think where people think it's going to end. Like everyone just kind of has this assumption that it's eventually just going to be a 2-team format and that's it, right? I'm not sold on that yet. I'm not, because I think that there could be certain things that happen that completely change the format of what this landscape looks like. I don't think we have a real understanding, in-depth understanding of what college football is going to look like in 5 years, 10 years. Like I don't think that we have that yet. So I don't think Notre Dame should be in a rush with it at all.
And we've seen things change so quickly, Ryan. So, I mean, like what happens if
realignment stuff was going to be like over years, not over weeks?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like it's just so strange.
And I don't think enough of these people are taking into account the consequences of their actions. I don't. And what really bothers me is some of the people that are leaders of this are now retiring. So like you guys do this and then you just take off.
Right.
You know, like come on now. What if ESPN has to what if they fold? What if it gets to the point where they can't pay their bills? I mean, there's just so much of this
changes everything.
I just don't think this is stable. I don't
volatile.
think that, yeah, Ryan, I just don't think the dust settles and for the next 30 years we've got these two super conferences. I just don't see it that way. I think that things are going to get blown up in some, whether it be a legislation, whether it be, because eventually when things settle, there's going to be a lot of schools left out. Do they file suit? Do they try to go to court? I mean, what happens here? What do the group of 5 teams do? I just don't think these people are going to sit back and just take this, right? And what does that mean for leagues? I mean, but some of this too, guys, is also there's just some really bad people in positions of leadership. I mean, you're seeing the stuff come out now where a year ago the Pac-12 was offered $30 million per school to stay in. And the president said, no, we want 50. And there's just such an unrealistic understanding of who you are and people that this, you have academics trying to run a college like a business when in reality, they don't know how to run a business. They're academics.
Right. Yeah.
And there's just so many poor decisions that have led to this, and sometimes you wonder, are some of these networks biting off more than they can chew? Is it going to give them the bump in viewership that they think they're going to get? I don't know.
Right.
Like, is Ohio State, USC going to draw a lot of eyes? Yeah. Sure. Is the casual California fan going to give a rip about USC playing Rutgers?
No.
Or Minnesota or Wisconsin or Iowa or Purdue or Northwestern or, you know what I mean? Well, how's that going to be really that much different than, like, I think they'd care more about playing Cal and Stanford and Oregon State than they do about playing the non-big teams in the West. So,
because they're more familiar. Yeah.
I just think a lot of this is going to end up crumbling, and that could just be wishful thinking on my part, Ryan. I just think a lot of this stuff is going to crumble.
Oh, no, I think so too.
If I were to say if I could have it my way and Notre Dame had to join a conference, I honestly would say if I was the king of football and Notre Dame had to join a conference, I would honestly take leagues back to the way they used to be, which means I'm bringing back the Southwest Conference. I'm bringing back the Big 8 Conference. I'm bringing that back, and I'm bringing back the Big East Conference. If I had to put Notre Dame somewhere, I'd take Penn State and Notre Dame and put them in the Big East that had Miami and Virginia Tech and all those teams. That's what I would do, Ryan, is if I was football king and basically there was a rev share. Because if there was ever some sort of big rev share amongst all Power 5 teams, then this desire to be in these big conferences that require all this travel completely evaporates. It's gone. Right. If there's a rev share that gets broken up amongst all 60, 65, 70, however many that final number falls into for whatever the power group is, then we go back to the old conferences because that makes way more sense for every other sport. So, yeah, we'll see. I think that's probably going to be the last of our realignment talk from today. For today, we'll get back to
I
some
reject the question, Notre Dame football nerd.
No,
Stay
no,
independent.
that's
I reject it.
we know who that's an OG, Ryan. It's just an OG with a new name, and
Oh, is it?
yeah, it's I don't know if he wants it out there, but yeah, it's one of our OGs
Okay.
with a new name. So
We had Coleman Smith with a question. Thank you so much, Coleman. We knew this one was coming at some point in the show. It says, any news on Nate Roberts, who's the 2025 tight end out of Washington High School in the state of Oklahoma, and the rumors to the University of Oklahoma potential flip?
So as of right now, they are rumors, but they're rumors that are basically we think there's some legs to. Essentially, we have reached out to the folks on that side of the conversation, and what little feedback we got was sort of like oh, that's interesting. You know, I'm out of the loop. I'm not sure what's going on, but then no denial of this or no. Now he's locked on Notre Dame. I don't want to address too much of it, Ryan, because some of this just could be clickbait people trying to say stuff to create problems for Notre Dame. It could be true. It could be spin. It could be whatever. All that we'll say is the people that we have talked to in the past that have been very, receptive and on this, that's the family side that have always answered our questions, responded to us, do interviews with us, all that aren't responding anymore. And that's always a bad sign.
Yes.
Right. It could just be he's in the middle of camp. He's not thinking about those things. He's taking hey, I'm not engaging with stuff during fall camp. It could be something simple as that. But what we know as
frustrated that he has to answer the questions, maybe I mean,
correct. It could just be something like
to it.
that.
Yeah.
So as of right now, that's why we're not talking about it a whole lot because we're not getting answers. Is it something that we're concerned about? Concerned about from the standpoint of it's going to happen. But Ryan, I'm just at the point now where I'm seeing this from a lot of people. I think people are just kind of checking out on recruiting at this point in time. And these kids are going to end up hurting themselves because this constant just flipping and back and forth and just for whatever reason, it's just kind of like people just don't get the same excitement about commits anymore. You can't blame them. Honestly, at this point in time, it's like, you just committed this summer. We haven't got the season yet.
It's like 2 months ago. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
It is what it is. And eventually people are just going to say, okay, I'm checking out. Let me know when signing day is. Cause it's like, why get excited about a kid committing when now, again, most of the kids do stay in the class, but it's just the perception that it's just like, okay, whatever.
Yeah. It's like 90 something percent stick with their commitment. Right. So it's
right.
Not, well, at least at Notre Dame, not in college football landscape.
Correct.
But yeah.
So that's where we're at. I mean, we're not going to keep talking about this. It is what it is.
When something happens or something changes, we will update.
When there's something to report. Yeah. Otherwise, right now, it's just, people putting clickbait stuff out there. Now, sometimes something is clickbait and there still might be some truth to it, but it's being presented in a way to let's garner some clicks. So we'll see. And if he decides to go somewhere else, then we'll address what that means for Notre Dame at the time. But I'm just not going to continue to allow that to be the dominant conversation at IB because there's nothing we can do to control it. And he's going to do what he's going to do, whether it's stick with Notre Dame or go somewhere else. And when he does, we'll discuss it and we'll talk about what it means for Notre Dame.
That's it. Coleman Smith with another question. He says, any chances that we see Drake Bowen on the field at linebacker in meaningful downs, not garbage time?
I mean, any chance? Yeah, there's definitely a chance. Right now, he's the number 2 Mike. So now what I would say, Ryan, is I would assume that right now what you're going to see is Jeff Heiser kind of play everywhere early on and be the starting rover, but also the next man in at Will and the next man in at Mike, at least for now. I do think, though, that we're going to see some of Jalen Sneed for sure this year and a chance we'll see some of Drake Bowen. I definitely think we'll see Drake on special teams, but I just have a feeling Drake is going to be too good not to play. And eventually he's going to be that guy that comes in at Mike. Now, what Notre Dame may do is they may say, hey, look, he's going to play, but he's only going to play 4 games and redshirt him and all that. I'm at the point now where Ryan, when I watch this kid run around and I look how he's just bigger than everybody else and he's fast and explosive, I'm like, the chances of this kid, like the only way Drake Bowen's going to be a 5-year guy at Notre Dame is if he gets hurt. So why waste a red shirt when you need to save that red shirt in case there's an injury? That's the only reason why. This is not a 5-year kid. With all due respect, he's just not a 5-year kid. So if he's only playing special teams for 13, 14 games this year, fine. Let him get that opportunity. Let him play. Maybe by November, he's ready to step in and play more. Maybe. I don't know. But he's an impressive looking kid, Ryan. I mean, everything that you talked about that you saw at the practices of the Army game and the stuff you sent me, he's that, but he's more explosive because he's a little bit healthier now than he was then. Because remember, he was still coming back from a leg injury he'd suffered during his football season.
And everybody was freaking out that he was slow and stuff. And I'm just
because
like,
of something that they saw in a game. It's just that kid has got legit special talent, man. He's an impressive kid. Now, does that mean he's going to play a ton at linebacker this year? I don't have an answer for that. I think as of right now, it'd probably be Jack Kaiser next man in, but I'll be shocked if at some point in time we're not seeing Drake Bowen, get some snaps at linebacker outside of just mop-up duty.
Has to be on special teams, though, to your point, man. Like, that kid is too fast, too big, and too athletic not to impact coverage unit somehow. Like,
I kind of feel the same way with Jaden Alsbury because he's actually filled out a lot quicker than I thought, Ryan. It's like he doesn't even really need that year of development like I thought. I just, to me, those two kids, Preston Zinter, I would redshirt because I think Preston has a chance to be a 5-year kid. And be like a J.D. Bertrand, a Jack Kaiser, a Maris Lewis-Fowler, where, he's a senior, 5th-year senior starter, like a 2-year starter at the end of it. I could definitely see that because Preston impresses me as well. But those two kids are just a little bit different, and
different athletes.
I just don't see them being 5-year guys. So if that means they're starting on 2, 3, 4 different special teams, then do it.
Right.
Just use them, right? And then once the light goes on, and then the thing is, like, let's say Drake has to step in a linebacker. Let's say JD goes down and Jack steps in at Mike. Well, now you need Drake to play because he's going to be your rotation Mike. You don't want that to be the first time he's gotten on the field. Now, it may be the first time he gets on the field at linebacker, but let's say that happens against Ohio State. Okay, well, maybe his first playing time at linebacker in a meaningful situation, but he's run down on kickoff. He's been on kick return. He's been on punt coverage. He's been on punt return. He's been on all those things. And it's like, okay, I've had to execute my assignment. I've had to play. I've had pressure on me to do things. And now I'm ready to go. So that's another reason why I would do that, Ryan. But
that freshman class, man, I know we always just talked about the defections, right? The couple guys that left. That is a stupidly athletic freshman defensive class, especially, man. Like, look, I mean, I can make a case that you mentioned 2 guys. I mean, I can make a case that Preston Zinter is good enough to play on special teams if you chose to do that. I mean, Christian Gray could play on special teams. Both the young safeties
could be on the front line of a kick return team.
Yes.
Yeah,
Micah Bell could do some stuff on special teams. Like, there's a lot of defensive players on Notre Dame's freshman group that could legitimately help you big time on special teams if you needed it.
Ryan, I'm going to say this: it's early. We haven't seen them play any games. I'm just talking athletically and how they look. Yeah. This freshman class is as good as advertised athletically, if not maybe a skosh better. It is a legit, like, okay, they got a chance to be special. Like, it's like there's not that guy. I've yet to see that guy that's like, that guy's not as, like, I remember the first time I saw Josh Barajas at practice, like, oh my God, that's not good. That, you just see it, guys are good players. They're just maybe a step slow or whatever. Like, they're just like Braylon James is by far behind the other 2 receivers, but he's also had 2 of the most impressive catches we've seen all of camp. You know what I mean? It's like immense potential. Cooper Flanagan is 260 pounds and smooth. You know what I mean? It's just like Jagasol's already working with the 2s on the offensive line. The only guy that I would say looks a little like, okay, he's going to need some time is Christopher Tarrick, but it's just body reshaping. He's going to have to reshape his body. Not surprised by that. I mean, some of these kids are raw. Micah Bell's raw, but Joe Wadding. The speed flashes. Joe Wadding's undersized, but man, he looks athletic, right? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, not all these guys are ready to play, but you just look at this class and you're just like, there's not a kid. Adon Schuler looks even better, smoother to me than he did on film. He looks real fluid at Notre Dame. I mean, I love this class. And if it wasn't for the fact that Notre Dame is absolutely loaded at corner right now, I'll put it to you like this. If you flipped Benjamin Morrison and Christian Gray in classes and Christian came in last year and Benjamin came in this year, Christian Gray would be doing what Benjamin Morrison did. He's looked that good in the practices I've seen. So it's exciting. It's an exciting class.
It even goes down to the freshmen, man. I mean, like we can talk about Luke Tolich all day. You can talk
about
the
walk-ons, Jordan Faison.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, the walk-ons. Kenny Minchie needs time, but you just watch him throw and you're like, that guy can sling it, man. He's got tools.
Yeah.
Speaking of, we have a question that kind of goes along with that, right?
Matt Sokolowski, excuse me. Do you think the freshman, sophomore receivers could have more yards combined than the junior seniors this season?
So basically, he was like Jordan, Greathouse, Rico, and Tobias against Dion, Tyree, and Jaden Thomas. It's possible. Could have more yards combined than it's possible.
Yeah.
And just receiving, it's possible. Because if Tobias breaks out, I mean, Tobias is a starter. You're going to see Jaden Greathouse. If I was betting on it right now, Matt, I would not bet on it. But I'm also not going to dismiss it as a possibility either. Because, there's things that could factor in injuries and stuff like that. And, what do those young guys do when the lights are bright? We don't know the answer to that yet. Look, with where Rico and Jaden Greathouse played, I don't think playing in a big stadium is going to be like, oh, no, I don't know how to, you know what I mean? Like, they're going to be fine. They've played in those. Right. That's one of the good things about coming from where they came from and in the spotlights they've played in.
Could you imagine how many people showed up to a state high school 6A Texas championship game?
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'm sure that he's played in front of like 40, 50,000 at this point.
Exactly. Yeah. So I don't think that's going to be an issue, but I mean, it's still an unknown until we see it, right?
Sure.
But I bet on the veterans, but it's not like it's going to be like they're going to get 80% of the production. I don't see that either at all.
I think it's going to be a close conversation. I would also defer to the juniors and seniors in this conversation, though, and with the knowledge that Chris Tyree has been so good so far, with the knowledge that you still have Jaden Thomas, who is a starting player for you, and you still have Deion Colsey, who's a very talented player who is going to play, I would still defer to the juniors and seniors as well.
Agree.
Our next question is from Andrew Sokolowski. We got brothers in the
chat. They are related.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Yes. What is Notre Dame's record if receiver play is the same as last year? In other words, how much better does Sam Hartman alone make the team if receivers are not any better?
Well, I think, Ryan, you and I don't think the receivers are as bad as I think Andrew thinks in his conversation. So I would have to say this, Andrew. Are we talking about the receivers that we saw the first 3 weeks? Or are we seeing the receivers we saw the second half of the season? Because if it's the second half of the season, then my expectations don't change at all for this team. If Jaden Thomas is the same guy that he was second half of the year, if Deion Colsey is the same guy he was second half of the year, if Tobias Merriweather, plays like he did against Stanford and what we saw in the spring, I'm good. I mean, we saw what happened when they got into a game plan where they were featured and the quarterback was throwing the ball down the field against South Carolina. They made a bunch of big plays. So, to me, Ryan, my opinion of this team doesn't change. The only thing that could change my opinion of this team is if the offensive line's not as good as we think it's going to be.
Right.
Outside of big injuries, that's the only thing that could change my opinion of how good this team is going to be.
As long as the offensive line plays well, I think that it's a significant upgrade to have Sam Hartman at quarterback. Like, I think even if it's just as good as it was last year, I think that you are going to take a much step up because Sam Hartman has shown that he can make good wide receivers into very good wide receivers. Like, he has shown that he can make players around him better. The only thing that I think can derail that progress is if the offensive line is not as good as we think it's going to be potentially, because then Sam's going to have to manage chaos a lot more. He's going to get hit a lot more. He's going to get pressured. He's going to have to make things out of structure a little bit too much. And because Sam Hartman is a pretty good athlete, right? Like, he can extend the ball at times, but he still wants to work, and you still want him to work in the structure of an offense and make decisive reads. Like, that's what Sam Hartman does well. So as long as the offensive line plays well, I think it's going to be significantly better. But I think that offensive line is more of a key than wide receiver play, in my opinion.
Agree.
Right now.
Agree. Mark Bowman says, "Hey fellas, first time post, long time listener. You get me through mowing every week, and message board stalker. Keep up the great work." Thank you, Mark, and we will do our best. I thought there was an issue. I saw Raymond Harton call Mark a stalker, and I was like, "Well, that's not nice. Raymond's usually a lot nicer than that." Then I saw, I get it now, because I was scrolling back up the chat, not down the chat, so that's why I saw it that way. So yeah, thanks for that.
We had a question from David Lowe. What's up, David? Do you think recruits are use universities and commit in order to receive more offers?
Some do, sure.
And, some leverage wrong with that. Some leverage it, yeah.
And here's the thing, right? As long as you're being honest, I have no problem with that. None. Hey, if you really want me, look, guys, here's the deal. If you want me to come play, I'm just going to use two schools as an example. Hey, if you want me to come play Kentucky and turn down Ohio State or turn down Notre Dame or turn down LSU, then you better make it worth my while. Because if it's just about football, I'm going there. Right. So if you want me to come there, then you need to make it worth my while. You know what? As long as the kid is up front with the school about that, okay. I mean, that's the world we live in. Look, kids taking money deals doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
It doesn't, right? Exactly. Yeah. Like what was
Colin
the one
Simmons yesterday?
Yes. The kid that committed to Texas.
Right. I think retweeted it, man. Yes. And I'm just like, I respect the honesty.
Respected the heck out of it. He's like, look, I made this move because this sets my family up. And and I was like, dude, you know what? Major respect. I'm rooting for that kid now, basically. Major. Because he's like, look, I was down to LSU in Texas, and I didn't take that as he had no desire to go to Texas. He wanted to go to LSU, but it was just like, look, I was kind of torn between the two schools, and this school offered me a better fight. And you know what? If that's the case, and you're genuinely torn between a couple schools, and one school's offers you more money, and you want to use that as a determining factor, that's no different than looking who's got the better record, who does a better job of producing NFL players, who's got the better academics. It should be part of the criteria. Now, if you definitely want to go to this school and you don't have a lot of interest in this school, but this school also offers you a crap load of money, that's a bad reason to make a decision.
Sure.
Right? It is. Like Nico taking the Tennessee money. He already liked Tennessee. That was a thing that kind of finalized it for him. Like, you know what I mean? It's not like, oh God, I didn't want to go there. I wanted to go to Oregon, but I just couldn't turn down this money. That's bad. That's not good. That's Jaden Rashada type decision making. And that turns out exactly how it turned out for Jaden Rashada. Right. So I got no problem with the kid doing that. As long as here's all I ask, Ryan, is honesty. Yep. But it is also hard to criticize players and parents for it when so many coaches lie and so many coaches are hypocrites. I have come to despise. I used to, like 2 years ago, I really liked Brent Venables. I did as a defensive coordinator.
I feel like it was a defensive mind
as a head coach. Yeah. He'll say, he'll talk about commitment, and it's like, dude, you're constantly trying to flip committed kids, which is okay. That's the business. But then don't come out and say the things that you say.
Practice what you preach.
Yeah.
Practice what you preach. That's it.
Can't stand that. He just comes across as a joke, like taking shots at Miami for getting blown out by Florida State. Like, bro, you lost 49-0 to Texas. How about you shut your pie hole a little bit and try not to get beat by West Virginia and Baylor this year? How about that?
He's just,
you know what I mean?
I just don't think he's that guy, man. I just don't think he's that guy as a head coach. I
agree.
We'll see
that guy's talked more trash in 1 year at Oklahoma than I saw Lincoln Riley do in 5 years. And Lincoln Riley was in the playoff every year but one.
Yeah,
I mean, am I wrong?
Went 6-7.
You went 6-7. You lost to Baylor. You lost to Texas Tech. You lost to West Virginia. You got blown out by Texas and TCU. Come on, dude.
Brian, you didn't do it well enough, man.
Yeah,
you lost to a terrible West Virginia team. Terrible West Virginia team.
Yes.
Not just a West Virginia team, a Baylor team that was coming off of losing everyone from the year before and was not nearly as good of a Baylor team either. So man,
correct.
Not a good first year for Oklahoma.
Yeah, you didn't lose to Rich Rod's, Pat White, Noel Devine, Steve Slayton, West Virginia, Tavon Austin, and Gary Jennings, and who was the other kid they had a receiver with Gary Jennings with
David Sills.
And they had the quarterback from, where was that kid from? They had a quarterback there last year together. Oh my
Was it Will
gosh.
Greer? Will Greer,
Yes,
David
Will
Sills, those
Greer.
guys? Yeah.
You didn't lose to that team that Oklahoma beat,
Right.
like, was it like 59-56 one year? Remember that? That was a
Yeah.
great,
That was a that was Baker
great
Mayfield
game.
versus Will Greer, right? That was a
Yes,
really
that
good
was a
game.
no, it
Really
was
good game.
Kyler Murray
Oh,
versus
Kyler
Will
Murray versus
Greer.
Will Greer.
Yeah.
Man, Will
I
Greer was
mean,
a baller for West Virginia, man. He was
oh
real
my
good.
gosh, Ryan. Because I think I'm trying to remember. That was 2018, right?
Yeah,
I believe.
sounds
And
good.
so I was in LA that weekend. I
Yeah.
believe it was like the last weekend of the season because I remember sitting in a hotel. I'm pretty sure it was, yeah, it was November 23rd. I'm sitting in a hotel out there in LA because Notre Dame was playing Stanford, or I mean USC that
Mhm.
next day because I think this was a Friday night game, if I remember
Okay.
correctly.
Okay.
And just watching that game in a hotel, and I'm like, man, this is such a fun game to watch. Like it
Yeah.
just, I mean, Kyler threw for 364 and ran for a buck 14. Will Greer threw for 539. And for those of you that think I'm just pulling that out of my head, I'm not. I got the box score right in front of me. Okay. I'm not that good with stats. But like you didn't, Gary Jennings went 7 for 225. Gary Stills went 8 for 131. That's not the team you lost to.
Right. Right.
Not
No.
no. That was the number 13 ranked West Virginia team that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Right?
No, you
You
lost to
lost,
maybe
yes.
JT Daniels. Maybe JT Daniels played that
Yes.
game. I don't even know if he played that
Yes.
game. Yeah.
Yeah. You right.
Right. Starting quarterback
He
at
didn't.
Rice. You lost to the starting quarterback at
You didn't
Rice. Oh
lose to
no.
him though. He was hurt.
Oh.
They lost to
Oh.
Garrett. He got knocked out of that game. JT went 7 for 12 for 65 yards and a pick. Garrett Green stepped into the starting lineup and led them to victory. Rushed for
Who's
119 yards against them. Yeah.
who's like 6 foot. Yeah.
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 I mean,
Yeah.
so I just have a very deep despise. I mean, just how about you shut up and not suck? Like when you stop sucking as a team, then you can run your mouth a little bit,
Right.
right? I mean, Lincoln Riley took his first team. Lincoln Riley's first team at Oklahoma. Was it
Yep.
was it the 17 team? Was that his first year at Oklahoma? Was 17? It was 16 or 17. It was 17
Probably.
as the head coach.
Probably.
15
Yeah.
was his first year as the OC.
Yeah.
That 17 team, to me, if they could have just made one stop in overtime, they win a championship that year. I have no doubt that 17 Oklahoma team would have smacked Alabama in the championship game. I have no doubt because that was just an okay Alabama team. That was the year that you had all those great receivers were freshmen. You had Tua come off the bench to save that game in overtime. I thought Georgia kind of gave that game away. I think Alabama was still in their head a little bit. But they would not have – that Bama team would not have stopped that Georgia team or Oklahoma team. Would not have.
Yeah, Oklahoma team was
But
good.
you went 6-7 in your first year. Oh, they lost a lot of players. Okay. You still didn't have a better roster than Baylor? You still didn't have a better roster than West Virginia? You still didn't have a better roster than Texas Tech? Really, we going to play that game? You had worse rosters than those teams? Come on, bro.
That's my main issue, man, is that, like, I don't mind people being outspoken and putting their opinion out there, but, like, there is, like, there's a certain level that you need to get to in order to get to that, right?
To
As
take
far as,
shots
like
at other people,
Exactly.
right? When you're
Yeah.
talking about committed kids and all that, you're kind of taking shots at people. When you start talking about why are you taking shots at Miami?
It
Oh,
just makes you
they
sound
got beat by
salty.
Florida
Like,
State
it's
45-3. Bro, you
Right.
lost okay. Miami's embarrassing loss to Florida State was 45-3. Florida State was a top 10 team last year, won 10 games. You lost 49-0 to an 8-5 Texas team.
Right.
Shut up. Seriously. Just shut
Not
up.
a Venables guy, man. Not a Venables guy.
I really can't stand it. I really can't stand it. Like if Lincoln Riley wants to go run his mouth about teams, I don't like when head coaches run their mouths about other teams. Talk about your team, number one.
Yep.
But if Lincoln Riley wanted to do that, Ryan, he's been in the playoff, 3 times? He's won how many conference championships? He took a 4-8 USC team and turned them to 11-3. Okay, you know what? I don't like it. If you don't like it, if you want him to stop, then shut him up, beat him, shut him up. But he's kind of earned that, right? If Kirby Smart wants to run his mouth, okay. I don't like it. I don't think head coaches should do that. He's earned that. Brent Venables doesn't earn jack as a head coach.
Yeah. Your record is below 500 as a head coach. So
you lost to West Virginia.
Yeah.
You lost to Baylor at home. Come on, dude. Shut your pie hole and, try to be good in your league before you go to the SEC and start getting curb stomped.
Yeah. Yeah, and a question from David Lowe, back to back. I heard this morning on a podcast that Amon-Ra St. Brown said if his brother had not left for the NFL, he would have ended up at Notre Dame. He loved Notre Dame. Thoughts on what that would have looked like? Of course,
He
he's
would
talking about
not have.
Equanimous
He
St.
would
Brown.
not. I don't know how well he would have fit in at Notre Dame, but let's just say he
Yeah.
did. I mean, as a true freshman at US, he would have been a true freshman in 2018.
Yes.
So your receiving core in 2018 would have been Miles Boykin, Chase Claypool, Equanimous St. Brown, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Chris Fink. I'll take that.
Amon-Ra's really good, man.
Yeah.
He's really good. He was really good at USC too. He
Yeah.
just got banged up a little bit, and that's kind of been the early thing in his Lions career. Like he had like 90 something catches for like 1,000 yards this year, but he missed like 2 or 3 games, I think. Like
Right.
he's
He's
a
not a real
really
big
good
guy. Yeah.
really good player. Yeah.
His freshman year at USC, Ryan, he had 60 catches for 750 yards as a true freshman on
Very
that
good
team.
year.
With
Yep.
Michael Pittman on that team, with Tyler Vaughn's on that team, with Velus Jones on the team. So it's not like he was like the guy.
That wide receiver core was nuts, man. That was
Yes.
a really good wide receiver core. That we don't talk about that often.
The
but it was
receiving
very
core
good.
in 2018, because what he said is if Amon-Ra was at Notre Dame, it would have meant Equanimous was at Notre Dame as well,
Sure.
which meant Boykin, Claypool, Fink, who are a pretty darn good receiving core by themselves.
Yes.
You add Equanimous and Amon-Ra to that lineup with Dexter
And
Williams
Equanimous
at
almost
running
had
back,
1,000 yards the year before. So I mean,
2 years
yeah.
before. 2 years
Yeah.
before.
Oh yeah.
Because nobody got close to 1,000 yards the year that Brandon Wimbush was the starting quarterback.
Yeah.
But yes, as a redshirt freshman, Ryan, to your point, when they had an NFL type of, a more of a passing oriented offense in 16, he was almost 1,000-yard receiver. They went to a more run oriented offense the next year. He didn't produce as much. If he'd have come back that next year with once Ian Book took over, I'll tell you what, I think they would have made the transition to Ian Book a little faster had those two St. Browns been there, because they would have known, guys, we're a pro style team. Like we've got to be able to throw the ball.
Yeah,
I think they would have done it a little bit quicker.
Amon-Ra, great name, by the way.
Osiris, Amon-Ra, and Equanimous.
You have to rank those names from coolest to least coolest. Amon-Ra, Osiris, Equanimous for me.
Yeah, but I believe Equanimous has a really cool middle name, I believe. Yeah, Imhotep. Equanimous Tristan Imhotep J. St. Brown. And his dad's name, John Brown.
John Brown. Yeah.
John Brown.
Yeah. Mr. Olympian, right? Or whatever.
He was a bodybuilder. Yeah. I got a chance to know him a little bit while Equanimous is here. So we had some fun conversations, me and his dad. So
John Brown, man. John Brown.
Yep.
Paul Hamilton with the question. Mailbag, would you consider the 2012 team to be a bit overrated? I think 2015, 17, 18, and 20 were all better. Thanks for what you do.
Well, I can't say the 15, 17, and 20 teams were better because they didn't go undefeated.
Yeah.
They were more talented, but they weren't better. Because the key to being better, Ryan, is you win, right? So the only team that has a beef, the best team of the Brian Kelly tenure was the 18 team. When you combine talent plus results, you get, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you could say, well, if this team would have played this other year, if this team would have had this, if this team would have had that, well, they didn't. They lost. They lost those games. If the 2015 team had a better defensive coordinator and strength coach, they would have been Brian Kelly's best team. True, but they weren't.
Yeah.
Because they didn't have those things and they lost 3 games. The reason I respect the 2012 team is because they won, and they didn't do so against a weak schedule. Like it wasn't like the 2012 team, Ryan, had like that 2021 schedule or that 2020 schedule where like if you'd have beat North Carolina and Clemson, that's the only ranked teams you played like they did in 20. Of those 5 teams talked about, 12, 15, 17, 18, and 20, 20 was easily the worst of those teams, in my opinion. They got by because they had to play one good team really all year, 1.5 good teams. North Carolina, talented, but not really a great team. Clemson was the only really good team they played that year in the regular season, and they played a shorthanded Clemson team and needed double overtime to beat a non-Trevor Lawrence having Clemson team.
Yeah.
Okay. That was not a very good Notre Dame team. Great coaching job by Kelly to keep that team together. I mean, that might have been Kelly's best coaching job when you consider all the stuff they had to deal with that year, Ryan. I mean, you play 2 games and then boom, your team is shut down for 2 weeks because of COVID stuff, and then you get back at it like a month later against Florida State. your Wake Forest game gets pushed back like 2 times and eventually canceled. You don't even know, like in March, you don't even know if you're going to have a season.
Sure.
Like that was a great coaching job by Kelly and that staff to keep that team together, and great leadership by the veterans on that team. But that wasn't a very good team. It just result. I mean, they barely beat a bad Louisville team that year. They just you know what they did, Ryan? They just went out talented everybody. That's really what it comes down to, is they just went out talented everybody. The 18 team to me was the best combination of they beat good teams, they had really good talent, and they won all their games. But you look at the 2012 team, they beat number 10 Michigan on the road, Michigan State on the road. They beat number 18 Michigan at home. They beat Miami 41-3. They beat number 17 Stanford, who finished in the top 10 in overtime. They beat BYU without their starting quarterback, and that was a quality BYU team. If you remember, Everett got knocked out the week before. And they went out and beat that 8-5 the team that finished 8-5, but that was a quality BYU team that Notre Dame went out there and beat that week.
Was that Tanner Mangum at quarterback?
I believe so. Yeah. Yeah. And that year, BYU lost by 3 points at Utah, 1 point at Boise State. They lost to Oregon State, an Oregon State team that was ranked 10th that year. And then they lost at San Jose State late. They beat Georgia Tech 41-17, beat Washington State 30-6. That was a good BYU team. And Notre Dame went out and beat them that year without their starting quarterback, because Everett Golson got knocked out the week before.
Those fucking Mendenhall teams were tough, man.
They were. Yeah. They beat a number 8 Oklahoma on the road, and then, of course, beat Pitt, BC, Wake, and USC down the stretch. So they got the job done, Ryan. It's simple as that. I mean, they went out and played a tough schedule and got the job done. I would say if you wanted to say that was the least talented of those teams, I would say you're wrong there, but it's a better argument because I think every one of those teams is more talented than the 2020 team. The 2020 team was by far the worst of those 5 teams, just talent-wise. Yeah, I'm sorry, you were. The 2012 team was very talented on defense, not quite as much on offense, but you still had Tyler Eifert and Zach Martin and Chris Watt and Everett Golson and Sierra Wood and Theo Riddick. There's a lot of NFL players on that offensive team. TJ Jones, was a junior on that team. There's a lot of NFL guys on that offense. I don't think the 2012 team from Notre Dame fans gets as much credit as this should because of how the season ended.
Yeah, right.
That was a really good Notre Dame football team. It's the second best Notre Dame team that Brian Kelly had, in my opinion, behind the 18 team. Because what I liked about the 18 team, Ryan, is you had big wins. You beat a number 14 Michigan, who did not lose another game until the end of the year against Ohio State. You beat number 7 Stanford at the time, 38-17. You went on the road and beat a ranked Virginia Tech team. You went on the road and beat a ranked Northwestern team. You went to Yankee Stadium and beat a really good 10-plus wins or 10-win Syracuse team that was ranked 12th. You blew them out and handled your business all year. And then, you went and you battled Clemson. That game was far more competitive than the Alabama Notre Dame game in 2012. So 18 to me was Brian Kelly's best team. 2012 was his second best team, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't think it's overrated.
I think, Paul, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he was trying to come at this from a overall talent perspective, not as much from a team perspective.
But even then, I still don't think that team gets enough credit. Ryan, there was a lot of NFL kids on that 2012 team. I mean, Bennett Jackson spent a lot of time on that team. Matthias Farley was a starting in the NFL, and Matthias only started that year after Jim Morris got hurt.
Right.
You had Zeke Mata, plays in the NFL a lot longer if he doesn't have that neck injury he had as a rookie. You had Kavari Russell was a 3rd-round draft pick on that team. Stephon Tuitt, Lewis Nix, Manti Te'o, Brent Shimbo, Tyler Eifert, Zach Martin, Sierra Wood, Theo Riddick, TJ Jones. I mean, you had Chris Watt. You had a lot of NFL players in that football. I think it's a very underrated, talented team from a talent standpoint. They just had a really bad day against a really talented Alabama team.
Oh, that Alabama team is loaded, guys. Like, if we go back and look at that roster for Alabama. Like, that was a silly talented Alabama team that year in 2012. I'm about to look that up, man.
Here, I'll give you a little taste of what they had, Ryan. They're Eddie Lacy and TJ Yeldon and Kenyon Drake were their top 3 running backs, all NFL players.
Yes.
Amari Cooper was their leading receiver. They weren't as loaded. Michael Williams, I think, did he get drafted, Ryan?
The tight end, big dude. Yeah, he did. Like 7th round or 6th
Their
round,
offensive line, if I remember correctly, Ryan, had like 3 or 4 guys get drafted. You had DJ Fluker, Barrett Jones. The other guard got drafted. What was that kid's? I think no, Carpenter, right? Wasn't he on that team?
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
Carpenter
Carpenter, yeah.
wasn't on that
James
team.
Carpenter?
No,
No?
he wasn't on that team.
Hmm.
I'm looking at their roster now. You had DJ Fluker. Let me type in OL here real quick. So you had DJ Fluker was a first round pick. You had Barrett Jones was drafted. Ryan Kelly was a freshman. He didn't even play on that team.
Ryan Kelly was a really good player.
Cyrus
Yeah.
Kajando was a starter on that team. That's who I was
Cyrus
thinking of.
Got it.
He was a starter on that team. So, yeah, that team had a lot of – Anthony Steen was, I believe, started on that team. Chance Warmack, that's who I was thinking of, not James Carpenter. Chance
Who
Warmack.
went in the first round. Warmack went in the first round, yeah.
So, that was a really loaded team, you know, and Notre Dame had a bad day. And we come to find out that they had already kind of known what was going on with Manti, and I think that was a distraction. Yeah. And they had a bad day. Like, does anybody think that USC – plays Oklahoma a week later in 2004 and beats them 50-something to 3 or whatever it was again? Those are just kind of that day, that team was way better. You know, sometimes like Miami would have dominated Nebraska the next week and the next week after that and the next week after that. If you're talking about that 2001 Miami, Nebraska, they'd have dominated Nebraska every single Saturday.
Right.
Nebraska doesn't necessarily beat 2000 or 1994 Florida that badly every single time they play. They just like Ohio State and Florida in 2006. That was Florida's day. If they play a week later, I think Ohio State could beat Florida in 2006. Right. I do. They just had a bad day, bad night.
Well, it's like Georgia TCU last year. It's like TCU would have kept it closer on some other days, but Georgia would have won every day. I mean,
but not 65-7 to your point. That was a bad day plus a better team. Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. Good question, Paul.
I still can't believe we saw a 65-7 national championship game.
I know,
it's
so
wild.
Bad. I mean, we're sitting there doing like a live show. It's like, well, by halftime, like, well, now what are we going to talk about the rest of the show?
Jeez, man.
Bad.
Scott L with the question: who'd be the one offensive assistant you would pick to do the best job? Who will be the commanding at the end of the season for a job well done, or commending at the end of the season for a job well done? Please pick one defensive assistant too. Max Bulla is included.
Well, so this I'm going to take this question from Scott Ryan as sort of a, what are we wishing for? Who's the coach that we're wishing for? If you're going to, I'm going to leave coordinators out because I think you need the coordinators to do a good job, some position coach. I'm going to go Joe Rudolph on offense because they need him to do a good job. I mean, he needs to do a good job. And defensively, I'm going out Washington because it goes back to what we've talked about all offseason, Ryan. If Notre Dame can be really good in the trenches, they're going to be a really good football team. I mean, it's as simple as that. So to me, it's those two guys. Yes, I want to see Max Bulla do a good job. And honestly, I think he is. But it doesn't matter how good of a coach he is or Mike Mickens is or Chris O'Leary is if how Washington's group is not balling. If those other guys are just solid assistants, but Al Washington's D-line is just dominant, then guess what? The other assistants are going to look better. I believe this to be true, Ryan, even in today's era of football, especially in college. If you can dominate the trenches, you still have a chance to be a great championship caliber team. It's no longer a requirement as much as it used to be, but name me the team in college football in the last 10 years that was a champion without a dominant trenches, at least on an elite line, at least on one side. I think there's only one exception. And
LSU, maybe.
But they were still good, really good on both sides. They had like 3 or 4 of their offensive linemen got drafted. They were solid players.
I think they may have gotten overdrafted because of the
I would agree with that. But Lloyd Cushenberry's going into year 2 as a starter for the Broncos, and he may not be that good of a one, but like the point is they weren't bad. That's what I'm saying.
They definitely weren't bad.
They were good on both sides of the ball. They just weren't elite. Like Clemson 18 and 16, especially 18, was not elite on the offensive line. They were good, but they were elite on the defensive side of the ball. Sure. To me, you have to be either great on both sides or truly elite on one and good on the other to be a championship team. The only exception is a team that scored about 50 points a game. Right. That's the exception. I mean, and actually averaged 50 points in the postseason because didn't LSU score like 42 against Clemson and then like 60-something against Oklahoma?
Yeah, in the semis. They called off the dogs against Oklahoma.
Oh my
gosh.
That
game could have been way worse. Yeah,
way worse.
7 total touchdowns from Burrow in the first half, and then
I'm done.
Exactly.
Exactly.
I think they
Well,
played up like one series in in the second half. They're like, all right, you're good, buddy. Go put it on
yeah,
ice.
they scored 105 points in the two playoff games, Ryan.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need an elite defensive line to do that, sure, but they were still good. So I still think
Yeah.
that would be my Ryan. Who would be what would your pick be?
It's the same. I know it's boring. I like to, kind of give different outlooks, but I mean, offensive line, because I think that right now, if we're not including coordinators, I think that that's the one position, coach, that there are some question marks, right? Because we've seen wide receiver get better under Coach Stuckey. Does anybody have any concerns about Dylan McCullough as a running back coach, right? I think it's how good is Joe Rudolph as an offensive line coach? That's something that I need to see. And some of the decisions that have been made, like, starting to get a little worried, to be honest. Like, I'm
Yeah.
starting to get a little tiny bit worried. And then defensive wise, Max Bull is an interesting one. I like that you included him in this, Scott, because I think the linebackers definitely need to take a step forward comparative to a full perspective than last season. But the defensive line, I think, is the biggest one. I mean, I expect the corners to be really good. I expect the safeties to at least be solid, if not good. But again, like, you can win games with solid safety play, right? That isn't great. It's very hard, to your point, Brian, and I agree, to win with solid
Yeah.
defensive line play and not really, at least good to
Right.
really good defensive line play. So I would agree both
If you're
sides of
going
the
to
ball.
win with that, Ryan, you better have
Yeah.
Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson. You know
Right.
what I mean? Terrace Marshall is
You
your
better, yeah. And your safeties
right.
better be like Ed
Right.
Reed and
Because
like those
otherwise
types of
you're
dudes.
Oklahoma, right?
Yeah.
I mean that, right?
Yeah.
I mean that's kind of what I would say. And the thing is, like, you're talking to Ryan, like Ryan is to linebacker like I am to quarterback, right? Like there's always that when the game is being played, that tends to be the position we gravitate to because it's what he
Sure.
played. It's what I mean, that's his baby, like quarterback is mine. Doesn't mean we don't watch others, but it's just kind of like the standard is there. But what Ryan will also tell you is I don't care how good you are a linebacker. If you don't
Yeah.
have guys occupying blocks in front of you, then you're not going to be as effective. And you want a perfect example? Go back to 2012 and watch the first half of the Pitt game when Notre Dame was trying to hold Lewis Nix out. Lewis was banged up. They were holding him out of that Pitt game, hoping they could get through the Pitt game without playing him. And Manti's just getting chopped just left and right because they're just getting free runs to the second level. As good as Manti was, second half, they put Lewis in the game, and Manti doesn't get touched basically the rest of the second half, and Notre Dame shuts Pitt down. Right? It's not a coincidence.
Everyone looks at linebackers like they're these big meatheads that just are like these like tough dudes. I'm just like, man, I never want to get touched when I play
Yeah.
linebacker. Like, don't
Yeah,
touch
and
me. Let me just
you wanted to
fun.
do the touching. Yeah, you
Yes,
wanted to be the
exactly.
one initiated contact, right? Exactly.
Exactly.
Exactly. So now let me ask you this question a little bit, Ryan. I'll kind of take a spin on it from Scott's point. If at the end of the year we are heaping praise on one of the two coordinators, who would you rather that praise be heaped upon? So Jared,
Which
of the two,
coordinator?
yeah. So like if only one coordinator is just getting all this love after the year for the great job he did, who would you want it to be,
Right.
Jared Parker or Al Golden?
Jared Parker for me.
Okay.
And the reason I say that is because Al Golden was fine in year one, but wasn't great.
Bingo.
But it was still a solid defense, right? Last year, Notre Dame only averaged 31 points per game on offense. Like, it was not a good offense for Notre Dame last year. And you have Sam Hartman, you have offensive linemen coming back that were good football players last year to great football players last year. You have weapons coming back. If the offense is like the main talking point this year, then I feel pretty good about Notre Dame's chances. Because if Notre Dame's offense is significantly better than it was last year, and their defense is just the same as it was last year, they're probably making a playoff potentially. Like, it's very close if in that conversation at least. So Jared Parker would be my pick out of the coordinators. Yeah.
I think you nailed it, Ryan, because my whole thought is if Notre Dame simply is just we have more experience in this defense version of what they were last year, but Jared Parker is getting all this praise for how great the offense is, Notre Dame's going to be really flipping good. Because for all the complaining about Al Golden last year, let's not forget that in the first three losses that they had, he gave up, I'm doing the math now here, 18 points a game. Not one team scored more than 21 points against them. Because remember, Marshall scored 26. I'm not blaming Al Golden for Tyler Buckner throwing an interception to the other team. That's not Al Golden's fault, right? That's, you know. So you gave up 21 points to Ohio State. I'll say it again. If I would have told all of you before the season they're going to hold Ohio State to 21 points and they're going to have under 400 yards of offense, they're going to hold Marshall to 19 points, and they're going to hold Stanford to 14 points. Or no, I'm sorry. They gave up
3-0.
a little bit more. They gave up 16 to Stanford. Excuse me. Let me do the math again. I said I went 14. So they gave up, 18.7 points per game. If I'd have said 21 points minus 400 yards of offense for Ohio State, 19 points to Marshall, and 16 points to Stanford, what would you have predicted their record would have been in those games? I would have said 3-0, 100%.
Yeah.
So if he just repeats that, and Jared Parker gets the offense to be what we want Notre Dame's offense to eventually be, this is a hard team to beat. So I'm with you on that, Ryan. I think that's a great way of putting it. A great way of putting it.
Good question, though, Scott. Coleman Smith with another question. How do you feel of replacing the Stanford rivalry with home and homes, alternating every 2 years with Oregon and UCLA?
Coleman, we've talked, Ryan, you and I talked about this, I believe, last summer. How I want to get rid of Stanford and just replace them with some sort of revolving West Coast thing. So I'm not opposed to this. I just wouldn't have it as those two schools only.
Specifically, I would more of a rotation.
Yeah, like I would have UCLA, I would have Washington, I would have Arizona. I would mix it up a little bit. Yeah. I
so you're touching different markets.
Yeah.
And
I don't really care about playing Oregon, to be completely honest with you. I think you do more for them than they do for you, in my opinion. And that's true of the other teams, but they're close enough to you to where you helping them hurts you. It doesn't when you're playing Washington as much. And because Washington's is already kind of a reputable program kind of thing. So I like the idea, Coleman, obviously. I just would do it a little bit. I would just broaden my West Coast appeal. I'd play Colorado 2 years. I'd just go from the Rockies west and say, hey, we're going to have a home and home with at least one of those teams. So we're getting to the Big 12 market. We're getting to the market formerly known as the Pac-12 market. So, Washington, Colorado, Utah, UCLA, Arizona State. Like that's what I would. And then I would occasionally have Stanford on there too. I just wouldn't have Stanford as an every year thing. I'd probably maybe rotate Stanford in every 4 or 5 turns. I'd get Stanford back on there and do it that way.
Yeah.
That's what I would do.
That's fair.
So, I like the premise.
I heard Troy Taylor said something stupid the other day, but I don't remember what he said. Someone was talking about it, but it was some
I didn't hear it.
Historical reference that he made that he said completely incorrectly or something. I don't know. I need to look it up. But
doesn't shock me.
Apparently, there were a couple of blunders at the Pac-12 Media Day as far as guys making historical references that were very incorrect. Which is absolutely hysterical.
Shocker. Yeah. It's like, y'all can't even get that right.
Scott Al, in my opinion, Tobias will be a 20 to 30 catch weapon with many explosive plays and a high yard per catch. I predict Greathouse will catch more passes than Tobias and Tyree combined. Agree or disagree? Please explain why.
If everyone's healthy, I strongly disagree. I mean, guys, look, let's not do to Jaden Greathouse what we've done to other freshmen, where before the kid's ever played a game, we start hyping him up to a degree where he literally has no way he can live up to that expectation.
He's going to catch 11 passes a game, man. We saw him in the Blue Bowl game, 11 catches a game.
I mean,
let's go.
It's absurd, Ryan.
Jaden, it really I'm like his biggest fan. Yeah.
But you're his biggest fan, but you're also a realist that says if we're going to sit here and hype this kid up to the degree that if he goes out there and has 35 catches, some people are going to be disappointed by that because of how much we're hyping him up right now. The only way he has more catches than Tobias and Tyree combined is if there's major injuries. Yeah. That's it. Now,
also, I'm curious, Scott. Like, why is there like a pessimistic thing about Tobias to only have 20 to 30 catches?
Yes,
that's a very low number.
Because he's not dominating in practice against the best arguably the best cornerback tandem in college football. Gotcha. And so now, the talk becomes, oh, he's not this, he's not that, he's this, he's
overrated.
That. Right, exactly. What would Tobias be looking like in practice if he was going against Navy's corners every day in practice, or Tennessee State's, or NC State's, or Central Michigan's, or Duke's, or Louisville's, or USC's, or Pitt's, you guys want me to go down the schedule and keep doing this? There is not a better cornerback group that Tobias Merriweather is, or Jaden Thomas, or Deion Colsey, or anybody else is going to face all year than that duo. And I'm going to remind you again, in all the practices we've been at, all the people in attendance have seen Jaden Thomas or Jaden Greathouse, as much as we love him, catch a pass over Benjamin Morrison or Cam Hart. We've seen that a grand total of 0 times. And this is not taking away from Jaden. My whole thing is, can we please not do to him what we did to like Jerry Tillery and some other guys where we hyped him up so much? Because here's what happens. One person writes about a guy, and then everybody else feels like they have to follow suit because they don't want to be left out about not talking about a guy. That's why Jordan Faison's getting talked about all the time. I love what I'm seeing from Jordan Faison. I mean, Ryan, who were the people that had Jordan Faison on their signing day show because of how much we liked his film? Us, right? Yep. But let's not now turn this into, oh, he's going to play more than Chris Tyree now in this kind of nonsense, right?
I also wrote a couple pieces about Faison before we had him on the show because I liked him.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
He's a good football player, but it's like, well, one site talks about him, and now everybody feels the need they have to talk about Jordan Faison. I'm a bit hyperbolic because not everybody does that, but a lot of people do. And so that's what's happening to Jaden right now is like we're now taking him to a freshman that you and I were excited about that we said was going to play, was going to help Notre Dame out, who I'm excited to see, to now we're turning him into like, oh, he's going to be their best receiver this year. I mean, if he is, great, that's fine. But let's not put that kind of pressure on him to say, well, this is what he's going to do, because then if he doesn't live up, like let's just say he has 20 catches this year for 350 yards. It's a pretty darn good freshman season, especially with how much talent Notre Dame has a receiver. But it's going to be looked at as, well, maybe he wasn't as good as we thought. No, he's a freshman on a pretty deep receiving core. And anything he does beyond that is gravy to me, barring injury. Now, if there's an injury, you're going to need Jaden to produce like a starter, in my opinion. But as of right now, that hasn't happened.
And during the course of his career, Jaden Greathouse is going to be a great player for Notre Dame.
Oh, gosh,
it's
yes.
But
my point is, right, let's not just think he's going to be 90 catch guy as a freshman.
Sure.
Now, if Scott, if you were to say, is there a chance that Jaden could have more catches than Tobias and Chris Tyree individually, I'd actually say that's possible. Because the thing about Tyree and Tobias is they're going to be those guys, to his point, big plays. Because I don't think Scott's question is necessarily from a negative about those two guys. I think he's looking at it as like they're going to have 20 catches and average 20 yards a catch. So, where Jaden's going to be more of the volume guy that catches
50 catches.
Right. That's kind of how I'm taking Scott's question also. I'm as I read through it, I think that's actually where he's coming from. And I see where you're coming from, but even then, the combined thing is where I have a problem. If you were to say to me, however, Ryan, that Jaden will have more catches than Tobias and he'll have more catches than Chris Tyree, I'd say I think that might actually happen because Chris Tyree could get to 100 yards on 3 catches, where Jaden would probably need 6 or 7 or maybe 8. Tobias could get to 100 yards on 4 catches. Okay, that's fair. I think that would be fair. But when you say combined, that's where I disagree. That's where I have a disagreement with you, Scott. Right. Is that part right there?
Yeah. Christopher Crosby says, once Kirk Ferentz retires, do you think that will be Phil Parker's job, or do you think they will have a national search? I wouldn't want to lose that guy if I was them. Phil Parker, how old is Phil Parker? He's older, isn't he?
Yeah, he's 60.
Okay. So actually not as old as I thought he was. I thought he was more like mid-60s. But
I mean, Ryan,
would he want that job? I don't know. He's been a lifelong defensive coordinator, right?
Yeah, he's been at Iowa since 1999. Yeah. I think it would kind of be one of those things where you would want to say to whoever the new head coach is, if you're coming, you're keeping this guy, and he's, and any coach is worth his salt.
Bud Foster treatment his last couple years of Virginia.
But any coach worth his salt, and it will almost be like a litmus test for me. Like, what do you think about having Phil Parker stay as a defensive coordinator? If a coach is like, well, I like what coach did, but we got some own ideas. Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Run along. Right. But if guys like, are you kidding me? Like, why would I not want to have Phil Parker? Like, look, I mean, that guy check, box checked, that kind of thing. But if Iowa was smart, if Kirk Ferentz retires, to me, if Iowa's smart, they're going to go out there and find an offensive-oriented head coach, and maybe even a guy from the FCS level, some guy whose offense has put up points that are a little bit more modern, and say, if you can give me just some of this, what you're doing with Phil Parker's defense, we got a chance to be really freaking good. Now, the other thing too is Phil Parker's defense also benefits from the fact that their offense is kind of a ball control offense. So I don't want some like up tempo, 100 plays a game. The defense is always on the field because then you take away from what makes Iowa's defense good. But some kind of happy medium, Ryan, right? Like if you could take David Shaw's 2011, 2012, 2015 version of Stanford and put that on this Iowa defense.
Yep.
Okay.
Sure.
Now we're doing something. Now we're doing something. Would I hire an air raid coach? No. Yeah. Could it work with a spread coach? Yeah, it could, for sure. For sure. So that's kind of my thoughts on that. But I don't know at 60, because like if you hire a 60-year-old as a head coach, the reality is you're going to be looking for a new head coach somewhat soon again.
Yeah. And then you get into the recruiting negative pitches of like, is he even going to be there when you are graduated?
Right. Because Kirk Ferentz is 68. They're not that far apart. You know who I would honestly look at, and this may sound crazy to some of you all, but you know who I would honestly,
Ryan Ferentz. I'm just kidding.
No. I'm being, I would honestly look at considering elevating to the head coach is LeVar Woods. Seriously, if you're going to hire from within, I'd promote LeVar Woods. He's their special teams coordinator right now.
Yeah.
He played at Iowa. He's been at Iowa since 2008, played in the NFL for a few years, Ryan. I believe he played linebacker at Iowa. Let me go, huh?
He did. I believe he did.
Okay. Yeah, he played linebacker. He's been there forever. He was the guy that was kind of like, of course, I had my number one targeted special teams coordinator because it's a friend of mine, and it would always be good to have a friend of mine on the staff here. But then you take that away, there was no better candidate for that job than LeVar Woods. Well, if I'm LeVar Woods, I'm thinking, well, I'm not taking that job because I think I might have a shot to be the head coach at Iowa next. Like, I have a thing about special teams coaches being head coaches, and not enough people do it. But I think a good special teams coach, if he's not one of those quirky special teams coaches, and LeVar Woods doesn't seem like that, I think those are good just like catchers are great managers. Those guys are thinking situational football all the time.
Yeah.
They're disciplined guys. They're fundamentals guys. You've got to do your job and do it well, or the whole thing doesn't work, right? Like on offense, Ryan, one receiver could run the wrong route, but if everybody else does their job, you're good to go. If one guy screws up on your kick return, on your kick coverage team, guess what? That sucker's going back, right?
Sure.
And I just look at what he does. That to me would make a lot of sense for Iowa as a football program. So and then now it's going to be even easier to keep Phil Parker because he coached Phil Parker. Phil Parker coached LeVar Woods at Iowa. So he let me see when his playing career at Iowa was. He played, so he would have been done in 2000 was his last year, which means Phil Parker coached him his last 2 years at Iowa. So, and then of course they've coached together since 2008. They've coached together. And so I think that would be a really, really smart move. If you're going to hire from within, it would be to hire LeVar Woods. That's the direction I would go. If Iowa wanted to hire from within, that's where I would go. Christopher Crosby says, given the lack of depth at the safety position, how many snaps do you see the freshman getting? I would imagine one or both will play at some point this season. Christopher, I don't necessarily accept the premise about there being a lack of depth at safety. You've got Xavier Watts, you've got Ramon Henderson, you've got DJ Brown, you've got Antonio Carter, and you've got Thomas Harper, all capable of playing safety before you have to get to a freshman. So I think you'd have to have an injury there before you'd have to get to a freshman. And so how many do I see the freshman getting? I don't know that it's a given because Ben Minnick was on pace to do that because he had a really good spring. But he's been banged up most of fall camp, and he missed half the spring with an injury. So I don't know that the freshmen are going to play a ton this year at safety. And I don't think they have to play a ton at safety this year because you do have the five. Because we often forget about Thomas Harper. He's the nickel. You don't want to have to move him. But if it came down to it, you may feel more comfortable putting him at safety than just putting Clarence Lewis in at the slot in the nickel than you would putting a freshman in there who's maybe not ready. So I don't know that we're there yet from a depth standpoint. Now, listen, next year we could be in a situation where freshmen have to play because you could lose Xavier. You're going to lose DJ Brown. You're going to lose Thomas Harper, I believe. You could lose Xavier Watts, and you could lose Ramon Henderson, depending on whether or not those guys want to come back for their fifth season. So next year we may be in a situation where the freshmen have to play. I'm not talking the freshman, aka the current freshman. I'm talking about next year's freshman because there's a a chance, and I don't know if it's a great chance, but there's a chance that the only 3 returners you could have at safety next year are Antonio Carter, Ben Minnick, and Adon Schuler. That's it. So, Ryan, what I had said while you're out is I don't know that there's necessarily a lack of depth right now where freshmen have to play, because you do have Xavier, Ramon, DJ Brown, Antonio Carter, and Thomas Harper that can all play safety. So I don't know that you're in a situation where you have to play the freshmen as of right now. So I don't know if you agree, if you want to add to that, or if you're on the same page with that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think as long as Antonio Carter and a couple of guys you're depending on hold their end of the bargain, I think it's more if Adon Schuler had been Minnick or guys this year play a significant amount of snaps, because they were too good to keep off the field, right? At some point this season.
They earned it.
So I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Next question is from NH. Thank you for the question. Do you have any lucky rituals for watching a game, lucky socks, etc.? No, I'm not playing in the game, so I don't have any rituals in that sense.
I didn't have any rituals when I played or coached either. I had habits. So it wasn't like if I didn't wear this or if I didn't do this, we were going to lose because I felt we'd have bad luck. But there were things I did where it's like, this was part of my routine. This is part of my getting ready for a game routine. I would say the closest thing that I had to a ritual was when I was coaching at Christopher Newport. During one of the camps, one of the trainers, I think her name was Rachel, she gave me this caramel and green apple sucker, and I loved it. And she gave it to me before a game one time. So it's just kind of like, it became sort of like it wasn't like a ritual. Like if I didn't get it, I thought we were going to lose. But again, it becomes a habit. Football players and coaches, Ryan, are creatures of habit. You get into routines. And so it's more of a routine.
You're like Sean Payton with his juicy fruit. That's the only type of gum that he can eat.
But it's a routine. It's not so much if I didn't have this before a game, we were going to lose. Right. It wasn't that kind of thing. It's more routine. So it's not so much lucky socks or anything like that. It's more, it's just more routine for me.
Right.
But
I don't have anything, especially when I watch. I don't watch the same. I don't wear the same thing every week. I don't eat the same thing. Like, just watch the game, man. What happens, happens.
Right. I would say if I wasn't working Notre Dame and I was watching every game from home, I'd probably have the same food all the time, because Ryan, that's just how I am. I like certain things, and I like it. It wouldn't be because, oh crap, we had nachos last week, we got to have nachos this week, or Notre Dame. We're eating nachos until Notre Dame loses. It's not. It's just I like nachos, right? It would be more about that than anything else.
Yeah.
Good question though.
Another one from NH who says, what is the non-Notre Dame game you're most looking forward to seeing? LSU Florida State's one that pops up immediately, obviously in the beginning of the season.
Why that? But it's because it's early, Ryan, for me.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I can't think about Michigan, Ohio State, because it's like, it's so far down the road.
Right.
Like, I like those early season games. We're going to learn something about people, right? So I think of, Utah, Florida last year. I look at LSU, Florida State last year, and LSU, Florida State this year. It's those early season games that I kind of tend to look forward to the most. There's always the rivalry games. I'm looking forward to seeing, LSU, Alabama. I'm looking forward to seeing Michigan, Ohio State. I'm looking forward to, Texas, Oklahoma, just because they're rivalry games. But man, I really am curious to see, because I think those two teams, we're going to learn so much about them in that game, in my opinion, and in the narrative. And then here's another interesting angle. The ACC, Ryan, has a chance this year with some of the games that they play to really make some noise as a football conference. Because I think the best thing for the ACC to do is if the ACC can start being really good again. You've already got Notre Dame as part of your apparatus. And this is what you guys can say, well, they're not part of the league. Yes, they are. Go look at the numbers go look at Duke's numbers and different teams in that league and see what their numbers look like when they're playing each other compared to where they're playing Notre Dame, right? But you have that. If Clemson can stay good, if Miami starts getting good again, if Florida State starts getting good again, if North Carolina can be good, if the league can really thrive, then all of a sudden they have more value. That's just the reality of it, because more fans start paying attention. The common fan starts paying more attention. And so to me, that's kind of where I look at it as well, Ryan, is you want to start seeing some of these teams, start winning some of those games, start having some of that success. And that for the ACC, that's what that Florida State LSU game can be, Ryan. It really can. It can be that game where you can say, hey, look, we are not messing around. So like if North Carolina, and it's the same weekend, let's just say hypothetically that North Carolina beats South Carolina in Charlotte and Florida State beats LSU.
Yeah.
You don't think that kind of starts having people talking about, what those teams, what the ACC is doing, and the ACC is not that conference that everybody thinks about. Let's say then Virginia Tech beats Purdue. Okay, those are two bottom feeder type of programs, but hey, your bottom feeders are better than the other bottom feeders. And then this is week 2 now, mind you. And then let's say that same weekend, you look at some other things. Miami beats Texas A&M. Pittsburgh beats Cincinnati. You know what I mean? Like you start getting in some of these big game opportunities, and if you're looking at it from the ACC standpoint, you've got some chances to go up against the big boy conferences and come away with some big wins early. North Carolina plays Minnesota. Georgia, let's just say hypothetically, Georgia Tech goes on the road and upsets Ole Miss. So there's a lot of those Pitt, West Virginia. There's a lot of those matchups where the ACC can really handle their business. The narrative around that conference changes. How does that impact how this whole thing is viewed? Does that mean more revenue starts coming into these teams? We'll see. But I think that's also why that game matters a lot to me, Ryan, because Notre Dame does have a vested interest in the ACC surviving, in my opinion. If the ACC goes away, I think that's just one step closer to maybe the chance that there is Notre Dame being forced into a league, although I don't think that's really a thing right now. That would increase the odds that it happens. If the ACC survives, then there's no chance that Notre Dame is forced into a league. They would then join because they want to. And that's the thing for me is if Notre Dame wants to get into a league, get into a league. I'm at the point now where it's like, okay, I want to be independent, but if you decide you need to do this, whatever, it is what it is. I don't want them to be forced into a league because if they're forced into a league, they will have no say. They will have no power, no authority. If they go into a league on their own terms, part of the terms will be, hey, we have a big say in this. We're going to be treated with the respect we deserve. And that's kind of why I would say I would go against that. So the ACC survival is good for Notre Dame. And so if the ACC can come out this year and say, hey, we can play with them, beat those teams, I think that's good. And that's just kind of why I've had my eye on a lot of these early season ACC versus SEC, ACC versus Big Ten matchups. Say if the ACC can really not just hold their own, but maybe thrive in those matchups, especially the marquee ones, South Carolina, North Carolina, Miami, Texas A&M, and then, of course, Florida State, LSU, the narrative could start changing a little bit about the ACC, which then impacts Notre Dame's narrative because Notre Dame dominates the ACC. You know what I mean? So that's another reason I'm looking at it that way as well, Ryan.
It's fair. We had Rob Osgood who says, do you have a favorite coach you played for, coached with, or watched as a fan? If so, who? I think I already talked about this, Rob. I mean, obviously I didn't play for him, but I always had a admiration for Gary Patterson as a coach. I always did. I don't know if it's just the defensive minded side of me, I guess, but I always just thought he was kind of revolutionary. I mean, you look at from college football to NFL and even a lot of high schools now. I mean, the 4-2-5 has become a staple of how people do things, right? And kind of the spread out era. And that was because of Gary Patterson. Like he was the first guy that really utilized that on a snap to snap base defense perspective. Like that was his thing, right? Umbrella coverage and 4-2-5 and transforming the nickel position into maybe a little bit of a different spot than you would typically think of, right? It wasn't just a nickel corner that he would throw out there. He would have a big nickel. He'd have some different type of rover type bodies. And so I think for me, it would be 4-2-5, Gary Patterson. That was the guy that I gravitated towards. I mean, when I was coming out of high school, that was the defense that I studied the most. Like that was the one, 4-2-5, Gary Patterson. He was an exceptional coach when he was in his early mid years at TCU before everything fell apart at the end.
Especially, Ryan, I felt when he was in the Mountain West because I really liked watching those TCU teams. And then they'd go to postseason games and hold their own or win games. And yeah, I agree. That's a guy that I had a lot of respect for. I'm just going to kind of talk about, for me, the question was, coached or played for. I coached with a guy named Mike Donnelly, who was the head coach at Muhlenberg College. And I learned more about football in my year and a half with Coach Donnelly than I did anyone else, like every other coach I've worked with combined. And it wasn't about X's and O's and scheme and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I learned a lot about that. It was just more about what does it mean to be a coach, and he passed away somewhat recently. but and then just how to treat people. And he was a real kind of gruff guy. Or he was like, not to say gruff. He was really smart, and so I think a tad socially awkward a little bit, Ryan. Like he was one of those kind of guys that that kind of that mad genius defensive coordinator type of guy. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
But he would just, I've said this before, he would do little things like he'd give me like a $50 bill or $100 bill and say, hey, go get us lunch, keep the change. Lunch was costing like $15. You know what I mean? And that's just the kind of things he would do because he knew I was making $3,000 a year. You know what I mean? And so he just was that kind of guy. And I had a great deal of respect for him and learned a lot about him. And of course, as a coach, I mean, as a Notre Dame fan, obviously Lou Holtz is obviously someone I loved watching his teams play back in the day because he one thing Lou always understood, whatever you thought about his offense or defense, Lou understood this is a physical game and we're going to play it physically. And I'm going to have an article about this weekend about this, Ryan, but that's something we're not talking enough about from practices.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, skill and all this, but the intensity and the physicality that we've seen at practices has been something like, okay, is this going to carry into the season? Because I like what I'm seeing. This team gets after it. They get after it. And I'm looking forward to seeing how it's going to play out.
Next question is from Gideon Rosso, who says, rank these three as edge rushers: Jared Verse, JT Tuimoloau, and Harold Perkins. Harold Perkins isn't really an edge rusher. They put him at like inside linebacker and just rushing through A and B gaps all the time. Like, I don't even know if I consider him an edge rusher.
He will rush off the edge at times, but I wouldn't call him an edge rusher.
He's 6'2", 220 pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a movable chess piece in the second level is how I would call him.
I think that's perfect. He's who will rush off the edge, but not like Jalen Sneed will rush off the edge this year. I promise you that. But he's not an edge rusher. He's 220 pounds, to your point.
Can we just rank these as defensive players then? Can we do that?
Well, if we're going to do it as edge rushers, it's exactly how he has the list, right? I mean, that's
sure. Yeah.
If we're going to do it as defensive players, then I would flip Harold and JT.
Agree. Yep, I would have the same. Yep, Jared Verse would be number one. Harold Perkins would be the second best defensive player, and then JT, who was a good player, but not quite into that stratosphere yet, in my opinion.
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me if Harold Perkins is the best of those guys this year, but it's like you said, Ryan. It's he would kind of need that jump. I also think that Ryan, I'll get your opinion on this because I know you've studied this film a lot more than me. I don't think we saw the best version of Jared Verse either. I think there's still room for him to get used to playing at this level and playing against that type of competition where, maybe there's some moves he's going to win with this year that he didn't use last year. He could get away with certain things at Albany that he couldn't get away with last year. He was also a little banged up a couple times during the season too. And if he can be healthy, then so I think we could see an even more dominant version of it. May not show statistically because the statistics were already pretty flipping good last year, but just a more consistently every snap, just dominant player. I think we could even see a better version of Jared Verse this year because he's now in year two, kind of like what you talked about with Cameron Ward, a quarterback, year two at this level, you could see some improvement. I don't know that it'll be a statistical one, but when you break down the film, like this guy just completely changes the game even more than what we saw from him in year one.
Well, I think it actually could show production wise because I think if he doesn't get banged up, he probably has 12 sacks and 20 tackles for loss last year. I think it was very possible. And I actually think that Florida State's defense is going to be a little bit better than they were last year as well. So even though I think that teams are going to try to key on Jared Verse early, I think they're going to be like, that Patrick Payton guy on the other side's pretty good, man. Like, he's not a bad player. They had the one defensive tackle that decided to come back, Fabian Lovett. Like, there's some other guys on that defense I think are pretty good. So I actually think that the production could take a step forward this year.
And he was the guy who went 17-9 last year, Ryan, in 12 games. Yeah. Yes. And they also got Braden Fisk, obviously, as an inside guy as well to help him out. So you can't really key on him. You really can't. Yeah. I just think there's still room for him to be an even better foot. But even if he just repeats what he did last year, he's still number one on this list.
His game against LSU was one of the best defensive games anybody had last year. Yeah. He was dominant against that team.
And he had 4 games last season with 2+ tackles for loss.
Yeah.
And there was only one game all season he didn't have a tackle for loss, and that's the game that he got hurt in against Louisville. That's it.
Yep.
So, I mean, he made at least a half a tackle for loss or in one game against Florida. He had at least one in every other game. And then he had 2.5 in 4 different games. last season. And that's what I look for, Ryan. It's that consistency of production. It's not where, like, remember when Jerron Jones had like 11 tackles for loss that one year and like 6 of them came against Miami? There was a lot of games that year where Jerron didn't have any production, right? I mean, tackle for loss production. That's not to take away from Jerron. It's just pointing out that give me the guy that's getting me something every single week over the guy that has a couple. Like Jerry Tillery had 8 sacks that one year. Didn't like 4 of them come against Stanford? That means in the other 11 games, he had 4 sacks, or other 12 games, he had 4 sacks, right? That doesn't make you a great pass rusher. It means you had a great game. You know what I mean? Right. And that's the thing I like about Jared Verse, Ryan, is he didn't have that one big game. He had 2 sacks against LSU. He never had another game with more than a sack until the Oklahoma bowl game. He had 1.5. So, I mean, it's not like he racked it all up in one big game. He's really good. If y'all haven't watched Jared Verse play, key on him in the LSU Florida State game. It's going to be fun to watch.
Recruiting ranking people won't like Jared Verse, though, because he was a 0-star recruit that started at Albany.
That's right. So he can't be good. He can't be that good.
Can't be good. NH, what are the biggest differences in team culture atmosphere you've noticed between this year and last year?
Well, it's hard for us to really answer that, NH, because Ryan was at last year's camp and not this year's. And I've been at this year's camp and not last year's. I will put it to you this way, because I don't want to ignore your question. Based on the conversations we've had that Ryan and I had about last year's camp, and Sean Davis and I had with other people that cover the team, this year's team is a lot more physical than last year's team was. Mark, I've had a couple of people ask me this. It's like, Marcus Freeman seemed like a little bit edgier to you this year. And I'm like, yes, he absolutely is. Like, he's just like last year, Ryan, you'd see Coach Freeman kind of by the linebackers, but like back, right? Is that kind of what you saw? He kind of lingered. Like today, they're doing a linebacker drill, and he's just like right there, just like watching every step. Like, he's super detailed. He's definitely a little edgier, I think is a good way of putting it, because it's not like he's angry or just short-circuited or short-tempered, I should say. It's an intensity. And guess what?
Maybe as well, to a degree.
100%. Because his team is that way.
Yep.
Right. And when they were taking guys to the ground the other day, you didn't hear coaches yelling, "Stay up, stay off the ground." You didn't hear that like you have in the past. Because I think it's one of those things where it's like, hey, be smart, but I don't want to pull that back. I want this team to just be like just rabid dogs. Maybe just want to turn them loose, right? You don't just do that on Saturday. That's got to be developed. And I think that is the biggest difference from what I see this year to compared to what I saw, or what I was told we saw last year. But keep in mind, that's with me not having been at fall camp last year. But that's, I mean, did you think this was an overly physical, just feisty, just get after it team in the practices that you saw last year, Ryan?
No, I would just call it energetic. I wouldn't necessarily go that far, though. Yeah.
This team has that same energy, but it is a physicality about this team that I really like, that I haven't seen really since 2017, to be completely honest with you.
Interesting. Paul Hamilton, can we get your outlook on Kyle McCord for the 2023 season?
I like Kyle McCord, Ryan, for a college quarterback. I think he's a good system quarterback. He's got a decent arm. I think he's a quality athlete. He can move around the pocket. He's a kid that's got a little bit of experience. He's not a guy that's going to have this big monster arm that's going to throw a bunch of deep balls. But at the same time, that's not really what Ohio State's offense is all about. I think he can execute that offensive effectively and efficiently. He's a guy that went 16 of 20 last year for 80% completion rate. Started a game the year before against Akron, went 13 of 18 for 319 yards with C.J. Stroud out after the Tulsa game. Yeah. So he's a quality quarterback. Is he a guy that's gonna put a team on his shoulders? And he's more Dwayne Haskins than he is Justin Fields or C.J. Stroud, right? You know what I mean? Like, Dwayne Haskins was good in that offense, but his numbers he was pocket quarterback that fit that system and was just going to put up numbers, but not necessarily a guy that I felt was going to put a team on his shoulders and will them to victory.
An elevator. Yeah.
Yeah. And Kyle McCord to me is more like that. And that's not an insult. I mean, Dwayne Haskins was a good quarterback, and that was a really good Ohio State team.
He went in the first round as well.
Right. And they were 13-1 that year, Ryan? And beat a pretty decent Washington team in a bowl game. Yep. It's just more about it's just a different style of play is what I'm referring to. And so he'll put a team on he'll put up numbers this year. Is he a guy that's gonna, like you said, Ryan? I think that's a great way of saying, is he an elevator? That I don't know.
Sure.
And I don't know that he has that, but can he run that offense? Sure. I think Devin Brown is a little bit more of the playmaker type of guy, but I don't know that Devin Brown has the other tools you want to execute that offense, in my opinion.
I've been talking about this like slightly through this offseason. I think Devin Brown's gonna be the starter, guys. Like I just do. We'll see if I'm right or I'm wrong about that. There's just a weird vibe out there. And I know Ohio State, I have this in good authority, is very high on Devin Brown.
Yeah.
Very, very
I'm
high.
not as high on him.
Yeah.
I think he'll make more mistakes. I think he'll make more plays. He'll make more highlight plays. Part of me wonders if they're looking at Devin Brown as a panic reaction to Michigan with J.J. McCarthy.
It's possible. It's possible. Yeah.
But
I just look at this situation of all I heard was Kyle McCord was a lot better in the spring, and Devin Brown didn't finish the spring with the injury. So you would think a year older, a guy that's been in the system multiple years, rides the offseason, and then quickly kind of asserts his will on the job, right? It doesn't feel like it, man. It sounds like it's an even split. And if it is an even split, and I said this on Twitter earlier, and I truly believe this, if this plays out long, right? And we get to maybe 2 weeks before the season, a week before the season, and then an announcement makes, I think it's going to be Devin Brown at that point.
It wouldn't shock me. So you're saying the longer it goes, the more chance
likely
Devin
it
Brown.
is. It's Devin Brown.
That's fair.
Yeah. I think if it's that close, I think they'll defer to Devin Brown 100%. I think if Kyle McCord had to kill every part of this offseason, and if it's like tightly neck and neck right now after the lead he had out of spring, I think that's a little bit telling in my opinion. I think this is going to be Devin Brown in the end. Which I don't have opinion one way or the other. Yeah. I've never seen Devin Brown play. It's just vibe I'm getting. So we shall see.
Yeah. Here's an interesting non-football question, Ryan, from Irish for Life.
Irish for Life. What other time period could you imagine yourself being born in? Huh. Never thought about this one. That's an interesting question, though.
I don't know. I guess the only thing I would say is I would have liked to have been a little older in the 80s than I was.
Okay.
And I was 12 when the 80s ended. Maybe if I could have been 20, but then that would have meant I'd have been a little older in the 70s, and I don't know how much I would have liked that. But that's probably it. I mean, it's kind of funny, right? Like I got some old school tendencies and all that kind of stuff, but it's like, but I wouldn't want to go back to this time. Yeah, this part of that time was cool, but I like the fact that I have 100 channels to choose from and not 3.
Right. Sure.
I like the fact that we have running toilets and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like there are aspects of past eras that we could maybe do, like making my own bread. You used to have to do that if you wanted to have bread, right? Okay, well, I can still do that, but I like the option of if I'm busy, I can just go buy it from somewhere, But I mean, I could get really, give you like I'd like to have been born in the time of Jesus. Like, no, not really. Like it'd have been cool to like see him, but like, no, not really. I'm good. I kind of like the era I was born in. Maybe I could say if I could have just been born 5 to 10 years earlier, that'd be about it.
My impulse was the 70s at first because I feel like I actually love the genre of music a lot in the 70s and 80s due to my parents. But then I'm also thinking I may actually want to go forward if I could. Can I go into the future? I mean, I don't know. I kind of want to see what it looks like, It's the unknown. It's like Pandora's box. I just want to open Pandora's box and see what's inside. Like,
all I know is every time a movie is made about opening Pandora's box, bad things happen. That's all I know.
It always ends really well. Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's funny though, Ryan. I just thought about this. If I was born in the late 60s or 1970, where I could have been older in the 80s, that would mean that there would likely be some really pictures of me with 80s hair that I would have regretted. Yeah. So that is the one good thing that I could say about when I was born is by the time I got old enough to where I might have even considered having one of those crazy hairdos, I would have been, it would have been out of style. Thank God.
Yeah. I think I'm going to go to the 2070s and I'm going to meet Robot Ryan and just see how he's doing. I think that's what we're going to do.
And you're going to go visit your own head, which is cryogenically frozen at the time and controlling Robot Ryan.
They took my brain out, they put it in a robot, and this is what we're doing. Lives forever. Yeah.
Yikes.
Let's go with that.
All right, here we go.
Question from
I'm
Irish
sorry.
Blooded.
I'm sorry. I want to go meet Robot Ryan. I can't get over that comment. That was awesome. I want to go
It's gonna
Florida
happen
meet
at some
Robot
point, right?
Ryan.
Like there's no way
Oh
that it
my
doesn't happen
gosh.
at some point.
That was too funny.
Irish Blooded. More room for potential growth from last year to this year based on results and talent. Defensive line or linebacker group?
Well, the D line relative to where these specific players were,
Yeah.
like I think if we're going to look at results of this year's linebacker group compared to last year's D line group, I think the result jump could be even bigger. Linebacker, Ryan, because I don't think last year's linebacking core was overly productive, especially outside of
Right.
JD Bertrand. But if you look at the specific players within the D line, then I think the jump there will be a lot bigger because, we didn't see as much of Patel. Riley didn't play it. You know what I mean? But as far as just comparing this year's D line to last year's D line and this year's linebackers to last year's linebackers, I'd go linebacker as units. Because I think the D line will produce, but last year's D line actually had pretty decent production as a unit. It was one of the more productive D lines Notre Dame has had. There needs to be more improvement, and I would say it's not the production as much as needs to be better, Ryan. It's a consistency of that production. Like we'd see the flashy games, like racking up a bunch of tackles for loss and sacks against Cal, but not against USC, right? But I think at linebacker there needs to be a big jump in production, which results in production and that type of thing. Where I think we're going to see the biggest growth in talent is going to be on the D line, because I think there's going to be some really young, talented guys being thrown out there. Instead of Chris Smith, we're going to see Jason Onye. Chris Smith did a great job in his role last year, but Jason Onye is more talented, right? I mean, we saw Isaiah Foskey and Jordan Patel who were really talented last year, but so is Jordan Patel and Josh Burnham and Junior Tuihalamaka. I think the talent at big end for that position is going to be a little better. I think Javonte Jean-Baptiste has more talent at that end position than that Notre Dame wants, as opposed to Riley Mills, who's more like the Clark Lee type of big end, the bigger, edge setter, that type of guy. So I think the talent jump is going to be bigger on the D line. I hope that the production jump is bigger on the linebacker, because also if the D line is really disruptive and productive, a lot of times they're not necessarily the ones that always reap the benefits of that from a production standpoint. Sometimes it's the 3 technique just blows up the offensive lineman, forces the running back to cut, and the linebacker's the one there clean it up. It was really the D tackle or the nose tackle that made the play, but the linebacker gets the number. And that's where I look at it.
My mind kind of went to like individual players on both of those units. So like I think of it as linebackers, you have all 3 starting linebackers back, and like, they can take a jump in production, but they're all seniors, right? Like they all are kind of what they are at this point for the most part. I still think there's improvements that could be made, but I think of like Jordan Patelho last year was a part-time player. I mean, he could make a tremendous jump this year, like based upon what he was last year. Riley Mills is playing a old but new position now, right? And you could see a big jump from him. I think you could see a big jump from what Gabriel Rubio was in 2022 compared to what he could be in 2023. None of us had any expectations for Jason Onye in 2022. Now 2023, he's now on the radar for everyone to be a potential impact player at some point this season. So I would actually lean defensive line, just because I'm kind of comparing where the individual players were from last year. Like Marist can make a huge jump in production, but we also know Marist at this point. Like we just know him a little bit more. I think the unknown is making me gravitate more towards the defensive line. I feel like that group is it's very, I don't want to say volatile. Volatile is not the right word, but there is a lot of potential for that group and a lot of unknown potential in that group. Like that group could be really good, or it could still be a year away from being.
How about saying it this way, Ryan? Am I reading you correctly? There's a bigger difference between the floor and the ceiling to the D line, specifically as players compared to linebacker, because we already kind of know the floor with the linebackers, right? We don't know what the floor is with those guys. 100%. Just to your point, if this is kind of where I was coming from too, is if Jordan Patel breaks out and has 14 tackles for loss and 11 sacks, that's a huge jump in production for him. It's identical to what that position produced a year ago. Right. So it depends on how you're looking at it. Are you looking at it as the individual players or what the unit produced? So it just kind of depends on the way that you look at it. But I think it's hopefully it's both. Right. Both make a pretty big jump. That'd be ideal. Yeah,
ideally.
be the
Yeah.
ideal.
Hopefully, safety is also hopefully in that conversation of like
Yeah,
taking a legitimate production jump. Like
that's right.
yeah.
Ryan, I'm going to bring up a super chat from one of our OGs that we have not seen in a long time in
Okay.
the chat. So very happy to see him back in the chat. David Knight.
David, thank you so much. Appreciate it. If Notre Dame were to have a good year and just miss the college football playoff, but make a New Year's Six bowl game, would Sam Hartman opt out? If he did, would you pick or be Kenny Minchie or Steve Angeli?
That's a great question. I don't know Sam Hartman well enough to know how he would view wanting to finish his career. I don't
He
know.
strikes me as a guy
Yeah.
who would just want to play, but
Yeah.
and also, I mean, guys, we've talked about this a ton. Even if Sam Hartman has just a crazy year, I don't envision him being a first round NFL draft pick. Like, I
Right.
just don't see that, right? So
Right.
I think that makes it more likely as well. Like, yeah, he's a 6-year senior. It'll be his last college game. You want to preserve your health and all that good stuff. But
Right.
I just don't know if his stock is going to be to the level where you're just like, nope, shut it down. Like, that won't,
Right.
And I also think that, I mean, a New Year's Six bowl game has been something that's eluded Notre Dame for a long time, right? Like, I
Right.
think that you look at that, and you would just be like, maybe they would lean towards playing in that
Right.
game. But that's just my assumption. That's speculation on my part.
Right.
So I'm
I
not
would
sure.
hope that I would hope so, Ryan.
Yeah.
I would hope that he has that mentality.
Yeah.
But nowadays, man, I don't chalk anything up. I don't assume anything about how young people are going to think and feel. But yeah,
Sure.
I would hope he'd be that way. Now, let's just say he did opt out.
Yeah.
Kenny or Steve, I would hope that it was Kenny
Kenny.
Minchie, just
Yeah.
because I think he has the higher ceiling. But if Steve Angeli holds him back all year and Steve earns that right, then he should play.
It's fair.
And it's just
Kind
of how it is.
selfishly, for hopefully the future of Notre Dame
Yeah.
football, we'd like to see Kenny Minchie in that situation, but you
Yeah.
never know.
Yep. Let's get to this next one. Here we go.
Gideon Rosa, thank you for the question. Based on high school film, I thought that JJ McCarthy looked better than Tyler Buckner, even when he wasn't at IMG. So can you explain why Notre Dame passed on him?
Because they don't agree with you. Neither did I.
Right.
So,
guys, I watched Tyler Buckner's high school stuff. I've never seen JJ McCarthy's high school stuff.
Here's the reality of it, Ryan. We do this all the time. We look back and this guy's doing this, that, and the other thing. JJ McCarthy, Ryan, you nailed it brilliantly. And not only did you nail it with a fact, but you triggered a bunch of Michigan fans on top of it, which is always a fun thing. There's all this hype about JJ McCarthy, and Ryan's tweet was simply, JJ McCarthy threw as many touchdown passes as Drew Pine last year.
And they made at me. Like, I made a statement of my
it's
opinion.
a fact.
I didn't even say anything.
Right. It's a fact. We're hyping this kid up. So Gideon, you can have that opinion. You're more entitled to that. To me, if Tyler Buckner does not miss his senior season, I think we're having a very different conversation about Tyler Buckner. And I don't think it was his fault that he missed his senior season because it was COVID. The state shut down football.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's supposed to do about that. I just think the lack of development really hurt Tyler. And the fact that during that year off, he worked with a quarterback coach who funked up his throwing motion. That's what I think happened. But Tyler Buckner, to me, my opinion, was a much better player on film than JJ McCarthy. And with JJ, people fall in love with he's got a cannon for an arm and he's athletic. People fall in love with that. But to this day, he's still not an overly accurate quarterback. Like my buddy was trying to tell me how great he was against Ohio State. And I was like, dude, he went 12 of 24 and his 2 big touchdown passes were to wide open players on broken plays. Like
I literally just watched that game in all 22. He was not very good against
Cade
honest.
McNamara was better against Ohio State. I'm going to make a statement. You agree or disagree, Ryan? Cade McNamara was better against Ohio State in 2021 than JJ McCarthy was in 2022. He had to make more money throws in 2021.
I agree.
I'm just talking that game, just that particular game, right?
Yep.
So can we just? It's almost like with JJ McCarthy, it's kind of like Michigan fans are setting him up if he does not become like a Heisman contender this season, he's going to be considered a disappointment, and I think that's unfair to him. I just don't know that he's that guy, and he's going into his second year as a starter, and he doesn't have really great pass game weapons around. He's got okay pass game weapons around him, but he doesn't have great pass. You're trying to build your receiving core around Cornelius Johnson. He's a nice player. You want to talk about having some problems in the pass game, that's what kind of, it's not even that I have an issue with JJ McCarthy. It's the hype about JJ McCarthy to where he's not going to even be able to live up to the expectations, in my opinion.
He was
And
also
you
like,
know,
I think in like late October or November, he was like he was completing like 78% of his passes, and then his completion percentage went
yeah,
like into
yeah,
December and into January. So
right.
yeah,
You
I
mean
think
when the schedule got
got
tougher?
harder.
Yeah,
Yeah. I look, man, like I think that we should look at it like this, and this is just my opinion. He was a sophomore who hadn't started the year before that took a team to a college football playoff. It's
right,
awesome, dude. Great step. Can we let him play a
right,
junior year and see if he progresses? Like,
right,
man,
right. To your
I
point,
have to sit here and listen how great he is and that he's a legitimate NFL draft prospect. Like,
it's
no, man.
insane.
Like, let's see how this
Last
works out.
last 4 games of the regular season, Ryan, he
Yeah,
48.1% completion, 47.1,
yeah,
52.9, 50.0.
yeah.
Now did he play bad in those games? No, he didn't. But he needs a lot of work, and they're just putting so much hype on him. It's just like, you guys are setting this kid up to fail.
Yeah, you are.
And
You are.
there's this hindsight 2020 thing that I'm not saying Gideon's feeling this way, but there's this hindsight 2020 thing. Well, they should have taken JJ McCarthy. Okay. Like, it's easy to say that now, but
Right.
I didn't agree with that at the time. And let's not act like Tyler Buckner's story's been just the final chapter has been written for Tyler Buckner. We don't know that it
Right.
has. So I just don't agree with that.
Christopher Crosby, your player practice reports have been outstanding, so thank you. Curious how have Coach Gino Gaduli and Coach Jared Parker looked so far? What have they been doing differently this season?
I mean,
Well, completely
it's
different from last season because they're in different positions
yeah.
entirely. But yeah,
For me, I think it meant more of like different than what Notre Dame was doing in different seasons. Honestly, Ryan, we've seen 2 full practices, and one of them was the first day of fall camp. What I would say is we're seeing some different drills, but nothing earth shattering. The quarterbacks are doing a lot of pocket manipulation, but they did so last year. Just some different drills than what they did in the past. I don't see a whole lot of things different from a style standpoint. The practice structure is the same, but that's determined by Marcus Freeman, not the
right,
offensive coordinator. This is how Marcus Freeman wants practices to be structured, and that's how that's every head coach. The practice is set up how the head coach wants the practice to be set up, right? So I don't know that we have seen huge differences on how they go about their business. It's going to be about the differences that I see this year is it seems to be a little bit more emphasis on the fundamental parts of the game as opposed to scheme, right?
right.
I think that's probably the thing I would notice differently. But if you were there and you wouldn't necessarily, because again, we only see 5 periods, right? They've had 14 practices. We've seen 2 full practices. We're not going to see any more. They got 11 practices left. We're not going to see any more of them, any more full practices. So there's a lot we're not seeing, and I'm just trying to avoid making sweeping conclusions about things that if I was on the team, I'd say you guys saw very little of what we did in practice this day,
Exactly. Yeah.
and that's just what I'm trying to avoid.
And there's a reason that I mean teams show what they want people to see
Right. To a
sometimes too,
degree, yeah,
right? Like
absolutely. Like
yeah,
there was a play today, they were like, "Hey, don't talk about that." I'm like, "All right, cool, no problem."
right.
But most of that stuff they hold on until we're done.
Irish Blooded says, "What do you think is harder to achieve, a college national championship or a Super Bowl win?"
Now, I would say college national championship is where I would
Same.
go. I think you could buy a championship to a degree in Super Bowl. I mean, look what the Rams did the other year, right? They had a good foundation, and they were
Yeah.
able to just kind of go out and buy some players, make some trades to get their roster where they could win. You can't make trades like that in college. You can't.
Not
Like
yet.
I know, right? Didn't they add Von Miller during the season that year?
Yep. Yep.
So
They
like you made that
dumped a couple
trade. So
draft
like
picks for him.
you're halfway through a college football season. You can't make a trade for a Von Miller, right?
Yeah.
So it's a different animal. I would say this. Here's the better question. It's easier to win a Super Bowl. It's harder to sustain great success in the NFL.
Because there's so much turnover on a year-to-year
Correct.
basis.
Where
Yeah. Yeah. I'm with
salary,
that.
like Alabama can go get every single best player in the country and
Man.
keep them all.
Yeah.
Can't do
Yeah.
that in the NFL because once a guy's contract is up, he now needs to get paid this amount and you have a
There's
salary
a
cap.
salary
And
cap. Yeah.
right,
Exactly.
exactly.
Yep.
So it's
Yep.
harder to maintain that, in my opinion, over a period of time.
Sure.
That's how I
Yeah.
look at it.
Yeah, I agree. I also think college football, there's a larger pool of teams, right? So that there's a odds thing there as
Yeah.
well.
Now,
And I mean,
here's the other way to look at it, Ryan. There are some
yeah,
teams that have zero chance of ever winning a college championship. There's
100%.
no NFL team that has no chance to win a Super Bowl,
Yeah.
in my
And
opinion.
for the most part, I mean, Tom Brady did what he did, but for the most part, like it's kind of evenly spread out as far as like there's a bunch of teams that have won Super Bowls,
Right,
right? Like in college football, it's
right,
like Alabama, Clemson, Georgia. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's
right,
kind of how it's been. So
right,
it's hard. Like if you're telling me it's a team outside of those top couple teams, it's like it's very hard to win a Super Bowl.
right.
I mean, win a college football national championship. Very hard right now.
Yep. Actually, we
And
already had
then
it. Yeah, we got the. There we go.
gotcha. Tristan Martz asks, does Benjamin Morrison starting last season, and if both true freshmen Jaden Greathouse and Jaden Osbury start this season, does that speed up national championship timeline?
Um, it would depend on why they started.
Yeah.
I mean, if they started because they just like if Jaden
Or
Osbury starts
guys.
this year
Yeah.
because he beats out Jack Kaiser, that
Right.
means he's even better than I thought he was. And he was my number one ranked player in the defensive class, Ryan. I mean, that's
Yeah.
pretty good. Does it? But it still comes down to for me, quarterback,
Yep.
offensive line, defensive line. I mean, if you wanted to say what guys step up that speeds up the championship timeline, it'd be Kenny Minchie beats out Sam Hartman, Boubacar Traore starts. It'd be stuff like
Yeah.
that more so than Jaden Greathouse or Jaden Osbury.
What if the question's being asked from an ideology perspective of the more willingness to play freshmen earlier on to
Yeah,
develop quicker? I don't know. Just my
I
thought.
don't think that changes my stance either, Ryan. That would just simply
Yeah,
be, well, it depends. You still got to recruit better players.
sure.
You still got to bring in those impact kind of players. I just think that the type of positions that move the needle for championships, Ryan, are the lines, quarterback, and cornerback. So, like if you were to say, if let's just say hypothetically, Christian Gray beats out Cam Hart, and it's not going to happen, right?
Right.
This is just a hypothetical. Let's just say he was so good he beats out Cam Hart. I'm like, okay, Notre Dame is going to have a cornerback duo next year that speeds up the championship timeline. So, yes,
It's fair. Yeah.
in that regard. But again, if the defensive line is not really good, it doesn't matter how good your corners are. Ryan, you
Yeah.
and I have seen some teams with elite corner tandems that were on just okay teams because the rest of it wasn't that good. So
Yeah.
we shut everybody down, but our linebackers, safeties, and nickels got ripped up all game. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't matter. But to me, it still comes down to lines and quarterback play is really where it comes down to for me. Good
Fair.
question, Tristan.
Next question is from Robert Matichek. Excuse me if I pronounced that wrong. Coach B, Ryan, per early personal metrics, what 2025 recruits top your rankings overall from a Notre Dame, A overall, B from a Notre Dame need perspective, C from a hopeful Notre Dame commitment lean. Thanks so much for everything.
Ryan, there's still a lot of, for me, I'll say this. There's a lot
Yeah,
of guys in the 25 class I haven't watched yet. So I
sure.
think it would be irresponsible for me to say who the top overall guy is. So
Yeah,
I couldn't tell you that. I'll tell you the best players, the two best players I've probably seen so far, probably Elijah Griffin and Bryce Underwood are the two best
yeah.
I've seen so far.
Elijah
But
Griffin's
there's
really good, man.
pardon?
Elijah Griffin's really good, I said.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes. So I went one offense, one defense. But I I could list looking at rivals rankings. They have a guy named Armando Blunt ranked number 5. I can't tell you if
yeah.
Armando Blunt's better than Elijah Griffin because I've never seen him. Right?
It's not. Yeah,
I can't comment on it because I haven't seen him. There's a lot of guys I haven't seen.
sure.
What I'll say, the top guy on the board from a Notre Dame perspective, this is going to sound because I don't really count David Sanders right now as a legitimate Notre Dame target.
Hmm.
But of the guys that are on the board for Notre Dame right now, I think their top target is from a talent standpoint was Deuce Knight. I don't know that there's a more God-given, talented guy on the board than Deuce Knight right now. There's other guys in the conversation, I'm sure, but that would be it for me. I mean, as far as the guy that I consider a realistic, like is Elijah Griffin on the board? Technically, he's got an offer
Sure.
and he talks to Notre Dame.
Right.
David Sanders, I believe, talks to Notre Dame. I don't count them as realistic targets because I don't think there's any chance in heck that they're going to pick Notre Dame, in
Sure.
my opinion. That's so.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. I mean,
I just think Deuce is a big time talent. Ryan, go ahead.
yeah. Oh no. I mean, yeah. Deuce has elite level talents. There's no doubt about it. I mean, I've said this before, and I truly believe it. Whether he ends up with Notre Dame or Tennessee or somewhere else, like I think Deuce Knight has the most God-given talent of any quarterback in the 2025 class, and that even counts Bryce Underwood. Bryce Underwood is a
Mhm.
much more polished and better quarterback right now. There's no doubt about that. But if both hit their ceilings, I would argue that Deuce Knight is a better player than Bryce Underwood. Again, a lot that goes into that. A lot of projection needs to happen.
Right.
But Deuce Knight's really, really good, man. Like he's really, really talented kid. So yeah, Deuce would be my guy. Trying to think defensively if there's a guy that like pops. I mean, like maybe Nathaniel Wusu Boateng. Like he's
Yeah,
really
maybe.
special. Like that kid's
Yeah.
special. But
Yeah, he'd be in
yeah,
the conversation.
yeah,
There's some really good players on the defensive board this class. I just, Noah McHale's in the conversation for me. I love that kid's film. Love that kid's film. But him and Nathaniel are very different players.
very different. Yeah,
Very different players. Look, they just got to close, right, Ryan? But there's a lot of dudes on the 2025 board, right, that are legitimate options. They
yeah,
just got to close on them. That's going to be
yep,
the key.
no doubt. Had a question from Irish Blood who says, if you could flip one non-postseason loss to a win for Notre Dame in your lifetime, which is it? For me, would be Clemson Hurricane game.
Ryan, this is easy for me. It's 1993, Boston College, and there's two. There's one and two. The reason I go with easy 1993 Boston College is because it would have spread out Notre Dame's championships a little bit. Because the other one I could go with is the 89 Miami game. It's the last game of the regular season. Notre Dame's 11-0. If they beat Miami that year, they're number one. They're playing for a championship, and they would have won the championship that year. That
Yeah,
would have given them back to back. But you could just say, hey, look, they had that great run of 2 years, but they didn't win another one. If you'd have won one in 88 and won one in 93, it would have kind of bookend that era with two titles. I would have rather taken the 93 because it would have come with a different team, completely different team. And I just felt that would have kind of done more for the future of Notre Dame at that time. It just, but it's splitting hairs. But those are the 2 years where one game to me determined whether or not Notre Dame would or would not have won a championship. Like if I went with 05 USC, that's a great win, but Notre Dame doesn't win a championship that year because of that win. They still might not even play. We don't know that they would have even played for the championship. I still think it would have been Texas and Penn State. It's still what I think it would have been. Now, it could be wrong, but that's kind of what I think it would have ended up being because Notre Dame would have had a loss to Michigan State. Penn State beat Michigan State, and that head-to-head for the BCS would have lifted them ahead. And Notre Dame's schedule outside of Michigan and USC that year wasn't strong, so I don't know where the BCS would have had them if they would have played for a title. There's no doubt in my mind because of the way that titles were determined in 88, 90, or 89 and 93 that Notre Dame plays for the title in 89 and 93. And I would have loved to have watched, because here's the thing Notre Dame would have had too, Ryan. If they would have beat Nebraska in 93 for the title, they would have been able to look back and say, those Nebraska teams of the next 2 years, we're the one that kept them from being a three-peat because we beat their butts in 1993. Then they went out and won in 94, 95.
yeah,
Because then Florida State went and beat Nebraska that year. So if Notre Dame would have beat Florida State and then beat Nebraska, they would have had those bragging rights. And I absolutely think that 93 team would have beat Nebraska. No doubt in my mind they would have beat Nebraska that year. Or whoever else they would have played. Or they would have still played Texas A&M and then just won the title because they were ranked number one, and Florida State would have beat Nebraska. But Notre Dame would have been ranked number one and would have won the title. They still might have played A&M in the Cotton Bowl. But, man, that would have been the one for me. Those two games come down to it, but it's 93 for me for those reasons.
Yeah, I mean, in my lifetime, 93 BC is probably the answer. For my recollection, as far as a game that I vividly remember, it would be 05 USC, just because because I was only 14 at that point too, right? So like that was a heartbreaking one for my childhood, like that left a lot of bad memories. It was like, man, we almost wrecked that winning streak and beat the best team in college football at that point. And obviously I'm a Notre Dame fan, so I hate University of Southern California as well. So like that would have all kind of been very, very fun, right? So for my recollection, that probably would have been the pick. But I think for the practicality approach, for the lifetime aspect, it's probably 93 BC. I think that's a good pick as well. Yeah. You're on mute, Brian. Sorry, I was trying to tell you, but you weren't looking up. I'm sorry.
I was looking at the schedule.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Sorry.
you're fine.
I was going to pick a couple games from different eras, just from different coaches to kind of talk about. I've
Yeah,
always felt this: if Notre Dame would not have choked that game away against Michigan in 09, I really wonder how Charlie's career would have been different. If that team could have
right.
learned how to win that game. They lost that game 38-34. They started the season 4-0 or 4-1, excuse me. They jumped up to number 18. If they would have beat that Michigan team, and that wasn't a very good Michigan team, they'd have been 5-0. They'd have lost to number 6 USC. Even if they lost USC the same way by a touchdown in a competitive game, you look back and say, boy, what kind of confidence would that Notre Dame team have had in that USC game? But even coming out of it with a tough loss, they beat BC the next week, killed Washington State, but then they lost to Navy by 2, Pitt by 5, UConn by 3, and Stanford by a touchdown. Would that Michigan game have given them enough confidence to have gone out and completed some of those wins? And what if Charlie Weiss goes 10-2 or 11-1 that year? What does that do for the future Notre Dame football? I don't know the answer to that, right? But that's one. And then the biggest one what would you say is the biggest one of the Brian Kelly era? What would be the biggest
non-playoff?
Yeah, non-postseason playoff games of the Brian Kelly era?
Clemson Hurricanes a good one. Clemson Hurricanes a good one,
yep.
I think. Yeah.
But to me, here's an interesting one to think about. What if they don't lose to South Florida in the opener? I think that 2011 Notre Dame team was loaded.
Yeah.
Absolutely loaded that year, Ryan. You've talked about this. Remember how good Jonas Gray was that year? He was their number 2 running back. You had Sierra Wood, who rushed for 1,100 yards. You had Jonas Gray. I think if he doesn't get hurt, they probably have 2,000-yard rushers that year. You had Michael Floyd. You had Tyler Eifert, Theo Riddick, T.J. Jones. You were absolutely loaded there. You had NFL players in the offensive line. Defensively, you still had Manti, and you still had the guys from 2012, but you also had Robert Blanton, you had Aaron Lynch, you had Darius Fleming, you had a healthy Jamar Slaughter that year. You had Harrison Smith on that football team. That team was so good, like talent-wise, and I feel like they never recovered from that South Florida game. They went out and lost the next week against Michigan in that game where they gave the fourth quarter away. I feel like if that team would have beat South Florida, I think that team struggled to recover from the loss of South Florida. I think if they beat South Florida, they beat Michigan, and that team was ranked like 12th. I think that they crushed number 11 Michigan State the next week. Beat Pitt, beat Purdue, beat Air Force, and then they had that loss to USC. I really would have liked to have seen what that team could have done, because I think if they'd beat South Florida, they'd have beat Michigan. And that team, now, would they have won a championship? No. But I don't know that Brian Kelly's ever had a team that would have won a championship if you could just change one regular season game.
Right.
The only other one that I would consider is 2017 Miami. If Notre Dame beats 2017 Miami, Ryan, they beat Stanford 2 weeks later, and that team is in the playoff. And if they'd have beat Miami, it means Brandon didn't have that late season kind of collapse. And I would have loved to have seen that 2017 Notre Dame team in the playoff. Give them a month to get healthy. And that was just not a great year in college football. That would be the other one. And I'd probably lean towards 2017 Miami because of what I think it would have meant for the rest of the year. But my other one is I still wonder what that 2011 team could have been if they just didn't have that weird – because remember there was like the 2-hour delay at halftime because of the thunder. It was just such a weird game. And I think it just messed up their whole season. That would have been another interesting one of the Kelly era.
Yeah, I don't talk about that 2017 Miami game anymore, so I just kind of bringing that out of the memory banks. So Trajan Bandy is dead to me. I'm done talking about Trajan Bandy.
I get it. What would, if you could change one game from last year, Ryan, what would it be?
One game from last year.
That Notre Dame wins one game last year. That
Ohio State. Yeah. I mean, I was thinking like Marshall because it's embarrassing, but like it'd still be Ohio State. It's still
because then they don't. It's what game would have sent them on the best direction? And I think you're right. If they beat Ohio State, they don't lose to Marshall. They don't lose to Stanford.
Right.
If you could take Ohio State out,
even if they lose to Marshall, I mean, well, if So I was going to say, like, even if they lose to Marshall, I still think that the significance of Stanford losing that game still means a lot to this program moving forward, potentially, right? Because it was kind of like the last nail in the coffin. It's like, all right, we need to make some changes here, guys. Like, this
Yeah.
isn't how we're going to do things
Yeah.
anymore. So it would probably be Marshall would be my second pick after Ohio State, I guess.
Mine would be if I couldn't change Ohio State and I couldn't change USC, the game that I would change is Stanford. The reason I say that is if you beat Marshall but still lose to Stanford, I still think the season is not looked at positively. But I feel like if you lose to Marshall but beat Stanford, we're sitting there talking about this football team won 10 of their last 11 games. Or 9 of their last 10 games, excuse me. It means they would have, from Cal to USC, would have won, 9 straight, finished 9-3, won the Gator Bowl, go 10-3. I think that would have had a bigger, as opposed to losing to Stanford, because then that would have been later in the year. Whereas Marshall, you could chalk up to, well, Marshall wasn't that bad, and it was the second game of Freeman's tenure. But once they got going, they were pretty good. But then you also say, but if they don't lose to Stanford, let's say they'd hit a field goal late, you're still the same team that needed changes, and would that have been the thing that sprungboard you? So that's a good point, Ryan.
Yeah, it's just tough. It's a tough one to predict because things completely change if you change one of those early season outcomes potentially as well. So who knows?
Agree.
Hypotheticals, man. Hypotheticals.
They're fun to talk about in a Friday mailbag.
Irish Blooded said, what teams do you think will come out as biggest winners in the currently announced conference changes? That's a good question.
Oh, biggest winners. I think, and I'm looking at this strictly from a football standpoint, Ryan.
Yeah.
I think the biggest winner of the conference of the currently announced conference changes for me would be Washington. I think Washington, I don't know that this changes anything for Oregon. Oregon recruits nationally anyway. They get kids from Florida, Texas, all over. If a team's going to get exposure that makes them maybe a little bit more attractive, it would be Washington. Because I think Washington's a bit of I don't want to call them a sleeping giant because I don't think they're a giant, but I think they're a program that could and should be better than they are if they're run the correct right way. I think Kalen DeBoer showed that last year. But if being in the Big Ten does have what a lot of these people hope it does, which is opens up a recruiting market, and I still have my doubts that it actually does that. Yeah. But if Washington all of a sudden can get into Texas a little bit more and get into Florida a little bit more and get into the Midwest a little bit more and just get a few kids that they're not getting now, I think that opens up some opportunities for them because they do have there is talent in the state of Washington. They can recruit California pretty well. Sure. I think they're a team that could see a big jump in perception and revenue and those type of things. I think that because I don't know that the only other one that I would say would be Colorado, because I do think going back to my pick. Okay, I'm sorry. See, I shouldn't have explain why, Ryan. Explain why Colorado's your pick, because we're probably on the same page here.
One, it's because they've always felt like a Big 12 team to me. Mm-hmm. So like I just like the fit of the conference better. And also I think that if Dion has some stay power at Colorado and he recruits at a level that I think he's capable of, tipping into the Texas pipeline a little bit consistently would be big for Colorado to really turn that program out over quickly. So I think getting out of the Pac-12 with how it's kind of gone is a big step for Colorado. I think getting into the Big 12 makes a lot more sense just from a perception of the program, I guess, and then kind of dipping into some of those Texas pipelines as far as the recruiting prowess. Like I think that would help really speed up that roster turnover a lot quicker than it is right now.
Agree.
So that's why I was thinking about Colorado.
Agree.
Luke Breeding says, if Andy Ludwig was the offensive coordinator, would Chris Tyree have been moved to wide receiver?
Yes. Yeah, I think so. I don't think that was only a Jared Parker decision. I think that was also a decision that Marcus Freeman had a say in. And I don't think that would have changed.
Yeah. And Andy Ludwig has also utilized like the small shifty slots in his past as well. Like I think of like Britton Covey and such, right? So I mean, he's had those types.
They ran a lot more 11 personnel last year than people think.
Yeah, I would argue the tight end got hurt. Brant Keithy or whatever got hurt.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. And you saw them. I mean, their Jalen Dixon, who's a wide receiver for them, had 10 carries for 118 yards.
Yeah.
Money Parks as a receiver, he had 6 carries. I mean, you watch the film, Ryan. They do a lot of that jet action with their
They
slot.
do.
Well, that doesn't work if you don't have a slot that you're going to hand it off to and that scares people.
Right.
That's exactly what Chris Tyree would be. So to your point, he would fit that system well. But again, I don't think it was only a Jared Parker decision. I think this also had a lot to do with Marcus Freeman saying, we got to find a way to get number 2 or 25 the football, and then he changed number 2. I think that's part of it as well.
I'm very happy he changed to number 2, by the way.
Yeah.
Brian Hockney, do you think that preferred walk-on, Jordan Faison, and Luke Tolich will play on special teams this year?
It's possible. I think right now Faison's probably a little bit ahead of Luke just because he's a little bit more strong and kind of stout, where Luke is really tall and skinny, and
Yeah.
you're going to need a little bit more time, but it's possible. It's possible.
True. I would like to see what Jordan Faison would have been as a recruit if he wasn't a lacrosse kid, right?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, he had offers from Iowa and a couple other schools just to play football.
Mhm.
Like, I'm kind of curious if he would have blown up a little bit on the recruiting trail if he was
Yeah.
just a football kid. But
Yeah, it's a good football player.
had a next question. It's going to be from Irish Blooded. Were you a prankster in college or coaching? Best prank you pulled or just saw on a team you were on? I wasn't a prankster in
Same.
football as much. I was a prankster in like the workplace a lot. So like when I was a teacher, I used to like play tricks on other teachers. You glue the an easy one in an office is that you glue the pen to the desk so that when someone calls or something and they have to write something down, they go to pick up the pen and you can't get it off and they go a little bit crazy. Another good one is you take a little piece of tape, and it's when we used to have just the mice, I guess. I don't know if you would make it plural for a mouse of a computer, but you would put a little piece of tape on the mouse, and that would make the sensor from stop working. So one time I did that to a coworker, a teacher that I worked with, and they were like a little bit old fashioned. So they're trying to move their mouse. Nothing's happening on the screen. And they just start smashing the mouse against the keyboard. I'm like, all right, that went a little too far, I guess. So some fun things that you can do in an office space.
Did you ever watch The Office?
Yes.
The show. Do you remember the time that Jim, I think it was like Jim did something to Andy and he was going to smile, and then Andy just lost it. Just like, punched a hole in the wall, and Jim was like, I didn't do it. It was like okay, sometimes they can go bad. I wasn't a prankster.
I did whoopee cushions as well when I was a teacher as well. So yeah,
I've messed with my parents before with like calling them and telling them stuff, but I'm not really a prankster kind of guy.
John Bertucci with the super chat. Thank you so much, John. Is it hard to get up to 12? Is it hard to get up for 12 games? What is the one game on the schedule this year that Notre Dame struggles, but shouldn't even if the result is a win?
Yes, it's very hard to get up for 12 games. It just is, because there's just some weeks where you're tired. You've got stuff going on. You had a big win, and this team sucks. But where they shouldn't, even if the result is a win, it's going to be funny, Ryan, because like somebody just said Louisville. I can see them struggling against Louisville because Louisville plays well. I mean, Louisville's got some talent. I mean, yeah. Should Notre Dame win that game? Yeah, they should. Should Notre Dame win that game convincingly? Yeah, they should. But if Louisville plays really, really well, Notre Dame doesn't have to play that bad for it to be a ball game. The game I could see is Central Michigan.
Like that's for Ohio State.
Yes, especially if they just beat NC State.
Hopefully not, because I'm going to the Central Michigan game, so I'm hoping you're wrong about that one.
Well, if I'll say this, Ryan, if you go to the Central Michigan game, and Notre Dame doesn't play well, I am going to call Notre Dame and have the security ensure you are not allowed in to the Wallace Wade Stadium. Yeah. Because it would mean that you are the jinx, because you were at the Cincinnati game in 21. You were at the Marshall game last year.
I was at the Syracuse game, though, and Notre Dame dominated Syracuse.
But you were there working. That's the difference. You were there working. The other times you were just sitting in the stands. I'm just saying. I think you might be the jinx.
Put me in the box is what you're saying. Do not,
there you go.
On the in the bleachers.
There you go. Yeah. Yes, and then leave your wife in the stands all by herself. Yeah, that'll go well. Yeah. That'll go real well. But no, I would say Central Michigan could be the one, in all seriousness, that I could see being that, because they're just thinking about that next game, and they'll still win.
Possible.
They'll still win.
Central Michigan lost a lot of players from last year's team, though, man. I think they're going to be a very bad team in 2023, but we shall see.
Who's that?
Central Michigan lost a lot of players from last year's
Yeah, and they
team.
weren't that good
They're
last year.
starting running back, they're
Yeah.
starting quarterback. Like, I don't know, man. We'll see.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. They're going to win that game. So the premise is you struggle but shouldn't, but the
Yeah.
result is still a win. That's because there's a lot of other teams around that if you struggle against Duke, you could lose. If you struggle against State,
Yep.
you could lose. If you struggle against Navy, you could lose. If you struggle against Pitt, you could lose. There's a lot of teams on the schedule. I'd say that the three teams that they have the best shot at struggling against and still not losing are Stanford, Central Michigan, and Tennessee State. Those are, you know what I mean? But again, we just saw them struggle and lose to Stanford last year. I just think the
Yep.
Stanford team's going to even be worse. There's not a lot of talent on this football team.
Yeah, hopefully the new coaching staff breathes some life into them, if nothing else. But yeah, they're not very talented
They're not
at the
working
moment.
with that. Yeah, exactly.
Question from Matt 2011 GT. If the offensive line coach is going with Pat Coogan over Billy Schrauth because of consistency, wouldn't Andrew be a better choice?
No, because I don't think Andrew has necessarily shown himself to be as consistent in a lot of ways. He's been banged up a lot in camp as well.
Yeah.
That's part of it is also.
And that's the definition of inconsistent, is to
right.
not be available.
Got to be healthy. That's right.
Yep. Zach Martin, how do you think the super conferences will change how schools schedule FCS or even non-Power 5 schools, if any? Well, that's a good question.
I think it depends on how they change the conference schedules. If they go to 10, then I think that you're going to see them schedule those teams actually more, because I think they're going to use it as justification. Well, if we have to play 10 conference games, why am I wasting a chance to lose to an SEC team or an ACC team?
I'll just play a couple FCS teams, right?
And MAC teams and Sun Belt teams and stuff like absolutely. I think if it's still an 8-9 team conference, then you still have to at least have one decent out of conference game.
That's fair.
So that'll be the worst result, and it'll happen. That's going to be the worst result of these big conferences, is they're going to start going to 10 games, and it's going to really cheapen the product, in my opinion, because you don't really know how good you are because you don't play anybody out of conference. So how good are you really?
Yeah.
Oh, the Big Ten's this, and then they go to the bowl games and they're just getting smacked in every game. Well, they weren't as good as we thought. Well, but they just occupied 5 playoff spots. You know, and they went 0-5. You know what I mean? But we thought they were good. That's because they didn't play anybody out of their conference. They just kept beating each other up.
Yep.
So I don't think that's good for the game. But at this point in time, Ryan, nobody that is making decisions in college football gives 2 rips about what's best for the game. It's about what's best for their bank accounts, and that is it.
And I really enjoy hypotheticals, Zach. And this is like it's actually just a statement. This is not push at you in any sense. It's just so hard because there's just like so many different realities that could exist. I mean, like you said, like with the 10-team schedule, it's like, yeah, if we could work with that, or maybe they could just do 8, or they could do, like, who knows what it's going to look like, man. I have no idea what college football is going to look like in 5 years. Absolutely no idea.
I don't know what it's going to look like in 2.
True.
I mean, really,
it's being expedited and speeded up a lot faster than I thought it was. To your point, it is.
And that's rarely a good thing.
No, it means a lot of rash decisions have been made.
Oh
in a short amount
not
of time.
thinking through long-term consequences, and
Irish Gordy, now what's up, man? What has been the biggest surprise of fall camp so far?
How
Coogan
good
being the starter, I guess. Would be mine, right? Like,
for me, it's how good the defensive tackles have been every time we've seen them.
Great to hear.
I mean, they are really now. It could be because of how the guards aren't good. It could be that.
Yeah.
But Ryan, it's not even the result, because you know how it is, right? When you're evaluating players, you're not just looking at the result. That's a very shallow way of evaluating. It's just it's looking at how big they are, it's looking at how quick they are, and it's looking at how physical they are, their compete level. Are they missing gaps? Are they? And we haven't seen a lot where we can evaluate that last part. But man, they're long, they're athletic, they're physical, they're intense, they talk a lot of trash, and it's just like, man, this is a different looking group. That's been the biggest surprise to me.
Individual, probably in like a good sense, would be Riley Mills. Like I expected Riley to be good, but it seems like he's been an animal so far this offseason. So hopefully
he's gotten a lot better.
That way.
Onye's gotten better. Rubio's getting a lot better. I told a buddy of mine yesterday, and I want to, and I'll share this analogy, but you have to understand. I'll preface it a little bit more, because he took it as like, oh, so Howard Cross has been struggling. I'm not saying that, but in the past, and you would see this too, at practices, Howard Cross would kind of stand out because of
Yeah.
how quick he was compared to everybody else,
Sure.
right? What I said to him was, Howard Cross doesn't stand out like that anymore. And he's like, so is he having a bad camp? I'm like, no, you're missing the point.
He's having a good camp. That's
He's
the
not
point.
moving at a speed that's different than everybody else like he used to, because Riley's quick, Onye's quick, Donovan Heinisch is just as quick as Howard Cross is off the ball. Every bit as quick off the ball. It's just like the whole unit now almost is just and look, you got to give a lot of credit to Al Washington because his unit is playing in so far. Now, look, we got to continue it into the season, right? But it's played really well so far. And just, I mean, they're quick, they're active, they're using their hands, they're playing with an attitude. You got to give them credit for that. A lot of credit for that. Now we just need to see them do it when the games matter, right? That's going to be the key.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully it tangibly happens because that would also be a very good sign for Al Washington that, like, hey, all right. T-Guns. Where does Jordan Faison rank in terms of speed among the receivers and corners?
He's in the top half of receivers.
Right?
Yeah, he's pretty fast. He's top half of receivers, probably top 4. I mean, Chris Tyree's number 1, right? I mean, he's at the top of the board.
Yeah.
I'd probably put Braylon James number 2. And then, Faison, Tobias, or probably
Cam Hart,
Deion Colsey. No, I'm sort of looking at receivers.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, because if it's receivers and corners, I mean, Chris Tyree and Micah Bell are number 1.
Micah Bell's number 2.
Yeah, Cam Hart's up there. You've got Christian Gray's up there. I mean, there's a lot of guys. But just looking at receiver, I mean, he's quick and fast, Ryan. That's the thing I've noticed about Jordan Faison is he's quick and fast. He's a little faster than we saw on film because he's just getting more. I mean, just the way they're using him. And I mean, because it's an individual
quarterback in high school.
Yeah, but it's in like an individual drills, you're going to get to turn it loose because you're not running against a defense, so you can really see the juice. But like today, he caught like a little slide round, just hit the corner, just took off. It was impressive to see. But yeah, it was good.
Face on. T-Guns again. I like the little picture there, Tommy, by the way. I like that.
It's going back to his high school days. I think that's him playing high school football.
I like it.
He's a Massillon guy, Ryan.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Massillon, Washington in high school in Ohio.
Well, I had no idea. He only mentions it every dang show and every post ever. Any truth that all any truth that all 3 among the other services like to start clickbait rumors in order to draw even more clicks for their websites?
I cannot confirm that that's true as far as but I would just say that if we found out that was a directive, I wouldn't be surprised, but I have no idea. It could just be that it's a company-wide thing. It could just be that the people that run those particular sites care about that because that's what makes them money. But there's a lot of stuff like that happens at there and then their sister network of 247. So, yeah.
Kyle Berry with the super chat. Thank you so much, Kyle. Could the development of defensive line depth and strong performance at fall camp change the season outlook, especially if the offense doesn't gel early?
No, I mean, Ryan, I feel like we talked a lot about how important that unit was to this team achieving their success. So I think what we've seen differently is not so much that it changes the outlook. It's just, to me, it solidifies it defensively. For me, it's like, you and I have said this all along. This defensive line has a chance to be really good because there's a lot of talent, but there's a lot of unknowns. Can Riley Mills take that step? Can Patel do this game after game? So to me, what we've seen in fall camp from the D-line doesn't change a thing for me because we've never thought they lacked talent. Sure. The only thing that changes it for me is when I go see them do that on Saturdays. At the end of the day, that's really all that matters. I mean, it's great that they look good in fall camp. But in fall camp, you really don't necessarily know if it's, okay, are they really that good because they're that good or the offensive line is struggling?
Right.
You'll find that out in September.
Sure.
Right? So it won't be until we see that. So like if you're going into the Ohio State game and I'm like, man, this defensive line is even better than I thought, that might change my outlook for what this team can be. But nothing in fall camp because I already had high expectations for this team going into fall camp.
And I also think that at the end of the day, Notre Dame has 3 of their first 4 games are against not great opponents, right? Teams that you should handily defeat. Talk about Navy, Tennessee State, Central Michigan. You should handily beat those teams. So your offense still has time to gel, right?
Right.
You still have time to gel. And honestly, it's beneficial for the offense long term that they've been challenged in fall camp. It's incredibly beneficial because now they have, if the defensive line is just really good and that they've been challenging the guards and the tackles and, the quarterbacks and getting in their face and doing all that type of stuff on a day-to-day basis, it's going to make the offense better long term because when they play a Clemson defensive line from this past year, for instance, right? Or a Georgia potentially at some point, or a Michigan or Ohio State or whatever, like some of the better teams in college football, it's not going to be a shock to their system of like, dang, these guys are way better than what we've been playing all year, like way better, right? So I think that helps more than it hurts, in my opinion. Tyler Evans with the super chat. Thank you, Tyler. How do you think the LA schools do in the Big Ten in late November when they have to play Ohio State, Penn State, and University of Michigan when have to travel to those schools?
Well, we don't know that they're going to play those teams in November. We have no clue.
We have no idea yet.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, they've said who they're going to play, but for all we know, they're going to put those games earlier in the season. That may be part of the negotiation that they have. Like, hey, we never want to play this. We don't know the answers to that. So I don't know that they're going to play those teams. There's going to be years where USC doesn't even play any of those teams.
Yep.
I mean, probably, right? So I can't tell you how they're going to be until we see them do it. I'll say this. It's not like USC has never played a cold game. I mean, you play Washington State or Washington or Oregon State in November. It isn't exactly, playing in LA, guys, right?
Colorado, some places
exactly.
Yeah.
Is it the same as playing in Northwestern in November? No, it's not. But it's right. Like if you're Miami, if you're Alabama, you don't play games in the cold. I mean, the coldest you get is like going up to Tennessee in November, right? Like it's a different animal. USC has at least some level of understanding because when you play, now they don't do it often, but when you play at Washington, at Oregon State, at Washington State in November. I mean, I've seen Washington State play games in the snow. Washington State recently. There was an Apple Cup game that was played in the snow. So, look, here at the end of the day, guys, if they have the talent, they'll be fine. I'm more worried about UCLA than I am USC because I just don't think they have the same talent level.
Agree.
It's not so much about the cold. They'll get used to that pretty quickly.
Yep.
It's going to be about the other things. You can turn your air conditioner down in your indoor facility and somewhat get
acclimate.
that. Yeah. Like you said, they play at Utah. They play at Colorado. Yep. I mean, yeah.
Utah could get very cold, my friends. Yep. Very cold. Yes.
Yeah, my wife loves skiing in Utah, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, Colorado has more snow than some, northern games that you see.
It's a different, I'll say this, having lived in Denver, it's a different kind of cold. I mean, there was a time where it was like 10 below and I threw a pair of boots on and had shorts and a hoodie on and took my trash out, which was like, 50 yards away. Cause it's such a drier air. It doesn't have that bone chilling. Like if Ryan, it is in Jersey and up north. If it's 5 below, do not go outside if you want to survive. You know what I mean? It's like, it is rough.
Yeah.
It's not like it's not safe to be out in the cold when it's that low. I'm just saying like, it doesn't hit you right away the way it does. Like I walk outside now in the winter and it's like, it hits me. It's like, it takes your breath away. It's not like that in Colorado. And it may snow on Tuesday and it's all melted by Thursday. I mean, it's just a lighter snow, but the point is it gets cold. It's still cold. Right. It wasn't like it was 5 below when I was walking out there with, no shirt on. Right. And I'm totally fine. Like I'm not saying that. It was cold, but I didn't feel the need to like, if I'm walking 50 yards in Ohio, in Indiana, sometimes I'm putting gloves on, a hat on,
your bundle,
sweats. Exactly.
Layers.
Just to take my trash out.
Right.
It's not like that in Colorado.
Sure.
So
Tom Connor with a super chat. Tom, thank you so much. What's your opinion on Pat Coogan's ability to pass block?
If you power rush him, he's okay. He's okay. Yeah. It's handling the speed stuff that's where he's going to have problems. But like playing power, like teams that are going to play with power, he'll be okay with for the most part.
And the good news is that he's a guard, so he has help from both sides for the most part.
Yeah.
And,
I haven't seen Coogan move people, but he also doesn't get moved very easily either, Ryan.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like he's a big kid. It's just you don't want him having to get out in space a whole lot. to me.
Right.
That's
He's not.
that's the
You're not going to
difference.
be asking him to go out on screens a ton, or
No,
work into the second
not if you
level
want
a
them to be
ton, a ton.
successful. Agree.
Right.
Agree. And we had, I think that's it for, we got to Kevin Barry's about the deal. Yeah, we got to his. So we got those super chats out of there. Here we go.
Cool.
Did we get the Tyler Evans? Yeah, we got the LA schools. Just want to make sure we got to all the super chats.
Gotcha. We had another question from Coleman Smith, who said, "What are your thoughts overall on the guard battle, more specifically on Joe Rudolph preferring Pat Coogan over Andrew Kristofic right now?"
Well, I just think he's looking for steadiness. I think that's what he's looking for. And Coogan has been the most steady, and Rocco's been pretty steady. I think that's really what it comes down to, guys. I don't think there's anything beyond that. I don't think Andrew Kristofic has been as steady. He just hasn't.
Yeah, and it's so tough offensive line sometimes, man. It's so tough because there is a need, and I totally get this from an offensive line coach's perspective. There is a need to want a guy that's consistent. Like there
Yeah.
is. It's just when the difference in talent is so vast, it just makes you worried, right? Like that's why it makes you worried. But I don't blame a coach for going, I want the guy that I can count on every single day to be in the right spot. I don't blame a guy for that. But yeah, I mean, you're not getting,
especially if things are close
you're not getting
talent-wise.
your most, yes, you're not getting your most talented player on the field. That's the frustrating part. So
that's right.
We got T Guns again. Rye Rob on a scale of, don't call me Rye Rob, by the way, on a scale of 1 to 10. I'm just kidding, Tommy. I love you, man. How jealous are you that you don't get to be at practice every day? I mean, I'm very jealous, to be honest. I love practice flow, and I love to just kind of be around and just listen. Like I'm a big listener, right? Like I just kind of like being a fly on the wall, because I think that when people kind of just remove themselves from like the practice flow at times and just kind of listen, you learn a lot in very short amount of times. And I'm a football guy, right? So I don't coach anymore. It's fun to be around the camaraderie and see the guys, having a great time and getting after it and competing. And so I was very fortunate last year to be at a couple practices, which was a great opportunity and a great experience. So I'm very jealous, man, to be honest. So 1 to 10, I guess a 10, Tommy. I don't know, man. I'm pretty high.
You could always move here, Ryan. And you can be at every game and every practice. And
I think that might be a tough sell on to Caitlin, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if
get her parents to move too. It's a whole lot cheaper here in Indiana than it is in New Jersey, man.
My parents are much more likely to move down south than they are to move anywhere Midwest or Northern.
I was more referring to Caitlin's parents, since she's the one that you'd have to sell. Your dad would be here all the time. Your dad would move to Florida and then come up here all the time to go to Notre Dame games with you. That's what would be happening.
He probably would. Would. But I don't know. My wife's more of a, Carolina weather type of girl, Virginia weather type of girl. But
I gotcha. I get that. Trust me. Hey, my wife grew up in San Diego. Trust me. I understand. I get it.
We had a question from Arrow 51520. Says, I am not sure if this has been discussed in previous episodes, but have the media and fans been putting enough emphasis on the fact that we finally have the same defensive coordinator 2 years in a row? This is huge.
Ryan, I feel like you and I have talked about this a lot. Yeah. And I know I've talked about the Vince. Like, it's kind of like we went from being understandably critical of Al Golden to like this way overreaction to how the defense was last year to this thing we have to convince people they didn't suck.
They didn't suck,
They didn't suck. They were a good defense last year. They were one of the 25
think that he's like best. Brian Van Gorder, the way that people talk about Al Golden.
Exactly. Like they were a top 25 defense last year, Ryan. They just weren't great. They weren't really good, which they needed to be a playoff team because the offense struggled. But again, they held Ohio State and Clemson to 17.5 points. In the three of the 4 losses, they gave up 21, 16, and 19 points.
Yes.
Right. This was a good defense last year. And the fact that Al Golden returns and so much talent returns means they're going to be better. There is a legitimate question about how good they're going to be. Right. And that's still a legitimate question. But we've said this all along. There's really not a lot of question that they're going to be better. The question is how much better. And the point that I made is even Brian Van Gorder's second defense was better. His second defense was about 4 points less per game than his first defense, with basically the same players. Because as dumb as his defense was, it was still better. They still knew it. I mean, they gave up 29.2 points per game and 5.6 yards per play in 404 yards and 29.2 points per game. And then in 2014 and then 2019, they gave up 24.1 points per play, basically same guys, 5 points fewer per game. And then defensively, they gave up about 30 fewer yards. They went from 404 to 372.7 against what I would argue was a tougher schedule in 2015. In 2014, you had Florida State, it's pretty good. You had Arizona State, Louisville, good USC team, North Carolina, Stanford, Syracuse. 2015, you had Clemson, you had Navy was a good team, Stanford was a good team, you had USC again. So, Texas, they're going to be better. The question, Ryan, is they're going to be good enough to go out and compete for a championship. That's the valid question. But like Arrow's pointing out, they had a new coordinator they had a different coordinator in 2020 than they had in 21 and then what they had in 22. 3 years in a row with a different coordinator. It should not be ignored. And I would say we have definitely not ignored that. We've talked about that quite a bit. The question that is fair to ask is how good will they be? That's the question that we don't know the answer to yet. But I would be shocked if this defense was worse than it was a year ago. Shocked.
It's very fair. Yeah. Charlie Lynch. I don't know why I call him Charlie. It's Charles. I was just thinking about Charles. I don't know. Anyway, let's move on. If you could add one player from another team in college football to this year's Notre Dame team to make the most difference in chances to win the national championship, who would it be?
It'd be Marvin Harrison Jr. for me.
It's a good one.
Yeah. I mean, the only other one would be a guy we've already talked about, Ryan, and that's Jared Verse
at strong end.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty good.
Right. Like, give me one of those two guys, but I still like where they are. I think if you were to take a guy like him and put him in the boundary and say, okay, let's have at it. I mean, could you imagine what it's like it's like Sam Hartman and A.T. Perry on steroids is basically what it would be. Right. I mean, that would be fun to watch.
That's a good one.
That would be really fun to watch.
Marvin Harrison's a really good one. I think that Jared Verse would be very interesting, or Braylon Trice for that matter, as the strong side ends.
Could Braylon Trice be a strong side end in this defense?
He's up to 270 pounds.
Is he really? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a massive kid, man.
I would take that.
He was like a verified this spring, like 6'3" and a quarter and 270 pounds.
I'd take that.
Big guy.
I'd take that. Yeah, I'd take that. That's bigger than the guys they have now. Those are the two that would make the biggest impact for me, Ryan. In my opinion, those would be fun.
Had Erica Seifert said, Brian and Ryan, are you believing all the hype about Michigan? Seems like they are the favorites on social media. Favorite for what, Big Ten?
Yes and no, Erica. Yes, in that in my preseason ranking, I have Michigan number 2 because a lot of where my ranking is looking at what teams have done. And when you look at Michigan, they've gone, 25-3 the last 2 years. They've won the Big Ten championship back-to-back years. They beat Ohio State back-to-back years, and they've been a playoff team in back-to-back years. They beat Penn State back-to-back years. They deserve to be where they are now. Now, when you look at my postseason predictions for when I go to fast forward, Ryan, I did a Big Ten thing last week. I don't know if you had a chance to see it. I have Michigan finishing 3rd in the Big Ten East because I have them tied with Penn State, but I have Penn State winning the head-to-head. So that's why I have Penn State being ahead. So I have Michigan losing. I have basically the way that I have the season playing out, Ryan, for me, is I have Michigan season playing out exactly like it did in 2016. They start off 9-0 because they don't really play anybody this year. There aren't a lot of teams that are capable of beating them. And their last 3 games are at Penn State, at Maryland, home against Ohio State. I have them losing 2 of those 3 games. I have them losing at Penn State, and I think Ohio State gets back on track against Michigan this year. Not doesn't mean that they're going to back on track, meaning they're going to win 14 of the next 15 games. It just means it's going to be back to the way it used to be, where it was just a competitive game every year. Not Ohio State had 2 blowouts, Michigan has 2 blowouts, and now So I think Ohio State's going to win, and what will be my prediction is this is going to be one of the best games we've seen in a long time from these 2 teams against each other. But I think Ohio State wins. And so I have Michigan going 10-2, which is respectable. I think this is going to be a good Michigan team. I just don't think it's this they're going to be a playoff team. And I see a lot of people predict them to be the runners up to Georgia. And I have some people I've seen even predict them to beat Georgia in the championship. I think I just don't see that. I think that Ryan, and it comes down to me is they've lost a lot of talent the last 2 years, and I don't think they're replacing it with equal talent. And I think the fact that they were forced to rely on the portal a little bit more this year than they otherwise would have, I don't know that they're going to be that same team. I really don't. And I could be wrong, but I just have a hard time believing that Ohio State goes out there and just lays an egg 3 years in a row against them. I have a hard time seeing that. I really do.
I don't know, man. There's a lot of stuff I'm hearing from Ohio State that I'm just like, I don't know about this one, man. I don't know. Like, I'm also hearing that Ryan Day hasn't decided who's going to call plays this season still.
Seriously?
Yeah.
I thought that was already decided.
No, I think that I think it's still up in the air whether he's going to let the wide receiver coach call plays this season.
If I was Brian Hartline, I'd be pissed because that's part of the reason he stayed at Ohio State, isn't it?
I do not think that it is a foregone conclusion that Brian Hartline is going to call plays. I think there's still a chance that Ryan Day might call, and that's unsettling to me. Forget about the quarterback thing. Like
I'll be less optimistic about Ohio State this year if that turns out to be true.
Yeah,
because part of my thought on Ohio State, Ryan, is I feel like they're going to be forced to go back to being a more balanced football team because of the quarterback situation and because of the fact of just the nature of what I think, you do have a first time play caller, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I've pointed this out before many, many times, Ryan. I mean, you look at Ohio State when they were really good, like borderline championship football team. You look at that 2019 team, that was a really good Ohio State team. They had a quarterback that year that threw for 41 touchdowns and only 3 interceptions, right? But they also averaged 266.8 rushing yards per game. Yeah. And in 2020, they were 256.9 rushing yards per game. The last 2 years with, arguably the best quarterback receiver combinations in football, right? Arguably, they dropped from 256 down to 180. And then this past year, they were at 192. And the 192 this year, Ryan, to me was a little bit inflated. They rushed for a lot of yards against some not very good teams early. 281 against Toledo, 252 against Rutgers, 237 against Michigan State, 66 against Iowa, 98 against Penn State. They ran for 340 against a really bad Indiana team. But the last 3 games, I thought their offense sputtered a little bit, and especially in some clutch moments. They ran for $160, $143, and the fact that they only ran for 119 yards against Georgia, to me, is why they lost. Because they couldn't grind out the tough yards that they needed. Now, I mean, again, they were injured, banged up. Their running back room was banged up and all that. So I get all that. But they were still relying too much on the pass even before that. And especially what's weird about that is the way that they beat Notre Dame in the fourth quarter. I thought this is going to be a wake-up call to Ryan Day that you need to rely on the run. And he did early. But once they got to the tougher part of the stretch in October, it went back to being what he was before, which is we'll run all over the teams that suck, but in the games that matter, I'm going to get real pass happy. And I don't think that's an ideal place to be for Ohio State.
It's really unfortunate, but I kind of think that Michigan's going to repeat as Big Ten champs. I don't know. Like, I don't like saying that, but I think they're a mentally tough team as far as like Big Ten wise, right? Like they're a mentally tough team. I think you have a quarterback coming back. I think you have 2 dynamic running backs coming back. You have 3 starting offensive linemen and a couple talented transfers coming in, which Sharon Moore has shown that he can develop offensive linemen at a pretty nice rate as far as getting the most out of their abilities. Defensively, Junior Colson comes back. You have the defensive tackles that are both coming back. You have the starting corner, Will Johnson, coming back. You have Sandstrill, the nickel, that's coming back. Just a lot of good players coming back on Michigan, unfortunately.
I think the issue that I have is I don't think they're going to be very good rushing the quarterback in the bigger games. They don't have kind of that guy. I think DJ Turner is a much bigger loss than people think it's going to be. Not that DJ Turner was a great player, but look who's replacing him. That's the thing, Ryan. It's not always about what you lost. It's about who's replacing him. It's a Morian Walker. That's who's replacing him right now, as of right now. I don't know that I love that if I'm them. And just the fact that they've had to rely on transfers more than they needed to, because they had about 3 years of just mediocre recruiting in a row that they're using the transfer portal to recover from. I think the other part of it too, Ryan, is I think that when I look at like Penn State, it's just the talent, the athleticism gap to me is going to grow this year with Penn State, because Penn State had some really young athletic guys. Yeah,
just can't trust them, man.
Yeah,
just can't trust them. I love the talent. But I think if you ask me who's the most talented team in the Big Ten, I would say Penn State this year. But
I would say you
can't
could
trust
argue
them.
their depth of talent at multiple positions is better.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, because like I think their athleticism at linebacker or talent at linebacker is better than Ohio State's. I think corner, I would say the same thing. What I like about Penn State this year, Ryan, is I think they're going to be able to run the football really well.
sure.
And they haven't been able to impose their will in past years. Their schedule works out pretty well because they get Michigan at home. And if you go back and look at Penn State has given Michigan problems at home. Even 2 years ago when Penn State was 7-6 and Michigan was a playoff team, that was a 21-17 game. It was a hard-fought game. And I just look at that team and I think Penn State's going to be able to line up and say, we can play big boy football again. And I watched them the way that they played against Utah. Because remember last year, I beat the drum about Penn State being overrated all year last year. And I believe it to be true. They were not overly competitive against Ohio State and Michigan. When the games were close, it was more about those teams not playing well than it was about Penn State playing well.
Mm-hmm.
But I like the way that their offensive line played late, but they lined up against Utah and took punches and gave punches. And that's just something I hadn't seen from Penn State in a while.
Sure.
And with the talent they have coming back, they don't need Drew Allar to be a stud, but he's going to be able to do some things that Sean Clifford just couldn't do, in my opinion. And I love their defense, their talent they have come. I mean, Abdul Carter is a sophomore now.
Crazy talent. Yeah.
Oh, they're going to have a lot of talent. And I just think that they're going to win. Now, I still have Penn State losing 2 games. Don't get it twisted. They're going to lose to Ohio State at Ohio State. And I actually have them losing to either Illinois or Iowa in September because they have a back-to-back stretch of at Illinois and then home against Iowa. I think they'll drop one of those 2 games because Penn State always drops a game they shouldn't drop. I think it'll be one of those 2 games, but I think they beat Michigan. And then I think they lose to Ohio State. But that's where I'm at with them.
I hope you're right. I mean, I've been waiting for Penn State to take that step. I don't know if I could trust James.
I agree, but if you look at James's history at home against Michigan, even some of Michigan's good teams, now where they've got their butts kicked, and it's been a weird series. Like Penn State blows Michigan out at home, and then Michigan blows Penn State out at home. It's a really weird dynamic. But yeah,
I guess just on paper, I look at it and I say, like, there's no reason Penn State can't win the Big Ten this year from just on pure talents. But I just don't think that's going to happen.
Would you say this?
Yeah.
If you flipped head coaches, Michigan and Penn State, is Penn State your pick to win the Big Ten?
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
Harbaugh's a weird dude.
Tough. Yeah,
Harbaugh's a weird dude, but you even just said it. His teams are especially recently, his teams are physically tough.
Yeah,
they are disciplined, and I think that was the big reason he got rid of Don Brown. It was hard for him to have the kind of defense he wanted to have with Don Brown. Not that Don Brown's not a very good coach, but Jim Harbaugh is let's line up, let's do things, and then we can be aggressive, but there's going to be some sanity to our aggressiveness. Sure. And Don Brown was a risk taker, and I think the Josh Gaddis OC experiment was also a problem. And I know he went to the playoff and all that, but I think that was more about Harbaugh than anything else. I think his teams they're back to being what they were early in his tenure, where they were physical, like you said, Ryan, lineup, and then the talent level's been good. He's made some really good hires. Yeah. Sharon Moore, I was like, when he made that promoted Sharon Moore, I was like, what is he doing? Right. You just got rid of an experienced offensive line coach, and you replaced him with a guy that was a tight ends coach who's never coached offensive line. Well, what has Sharon Moore gone and done the last 2 years? It's been excellent.
Yeah. Jesse Minter did a really good job.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
as well.
Really. So, and they're a much more sound defense now. That doesn't mean they're not aggressive, right? Because they are.
They get the most out of their defense too.
Right.
It's not like outside of Will Johnson and a couple other guys, I wouldn't say they're like I think the Junior Colson kid, the linebacker, is very talented. I think Will Johnson's very talented. I just think the one defensive tackle is very talented as well. But other than that, like there's just a bunch of lunch-pail dudes. Like, Chris Jenkins is very talented. No. Yeah, he's a very talented kid. But outside of that, it's just like just play hard, man. Like,
and that's my concern with them this year, Ryan, is because the teams I had them losing to are teams that are athletically can expose them in ways that they couldn't do in previous seasons, in my opinion. When I look at Ohio State and Penn State. Because I think Penn State's going to have a really good offense this year. Now, the question is going to be, if I'm going to be right, Drew Aller's going to have to make some plays with his arm because you're not going to line up against Michigan's defense and just run it down their throat for 250 yards. I just don't see you. Yeah. You may have that like anomaly game like Notre Dame had against Clemson last year, but you're going to have to be able to make some plays with your arm. You're going to have to make some throws. And I just think they have a quarterback that's capable of doing that more.
Michael Johnson says everyone is talking about the guards, but it seems like Blake Fisher and Rocco Spindler are the movers, and Joe and Pat Coogan are the tech side. What's your opinion?
I hope so. I just don't know that Blake is necessarily a mover right now. That
I
would be
also,
my
I
question.
also don't, I also necessarily, Michael, don't love mixing both together like that, though. Like, I would rather have balance on both sides, right? It's like a mover at one, a more of a technician at the other, or vice versa. Like, I don't know. I just
As
think
an
that if we
offensive
overload it,
coordinator, yeah,
yeah,
as an offensive coordinator, I like having a side that I know I can just be physical with.
yeah,
But I also need to know that I can protect my quarterback's blind side. I've always kind of felt that way. Here's the thing, Ryan, too, is part of it depends on what your run game scheme is. You've got to be a team that's going to be more zone oriented if you're going to have that. That's the thing. Is like you can't, because what you can do zone wise is if you have a side that's not movers, you can run inside zone to that side all game because you're cutting back to the other side. You can also then, run some counter stuff. But the problem is with that is if I'm going to have a tech side, I need my tech side to be kind of athletic though, right? And that's the
yeah,
thing is with Pat Coogan, it's not like, because my point is in theory, what Michael's saying is, I have a really fundamentally technically sound, decent athletes on the blind side, and I've got my big maulers on the right. Like today, they lined up on the right side and they had Charles Jagasol right guard. And like we were
yeah,
halfway to our vision of what we've talked about is could you imagine if it was Jagasol and Blake Fisher behind each
right,
other? You know what I mean? And that works because there's things like I can run duo to that side, I can run counter to that side where I'm getting power blocks, and then my athletic guys are pulling around. I can run tackle wrap with Joe Alt, although I don't know you want a 6'8" guy necessarily doing that a ton. And then I'm running inside zone to my technique side because then it's more about technique because the cutback is always coming back to my power side. That's what
right.
Notre Dame did in 2017 a ton. Like they would run inside zone to the right a ton in 2017 because your cutback is to Quentin Nelson and Mike McGlinchey. And so your cut side is not your call side. But you can't really do that because you're a little bit limited in some regard because Pat Coogan's not really a mover like athletically. So you're not going to have him wrap around and run counters and wraps and kickouts on power and stuff like that. You're just not going to see that with him. And so I don't know if you're getting this per se. Let me rephrase. You're not getting the advantages of this theory that I support actually as an offensive coordinator. You're not getting that because your left guard, who's a technical guy, doesn't move like you want him to. Like if it was him and if it was Joe Alt and pick a more athletic guy like Ashton Craig, let's say he was the guy that won that, then I'd say, yeah, that makes a ton of sense because Ashton Craig's really athletic. Joe Alt's really athletic. And there's a lot of things I can do athletically. I can run my stretch stuff to that side. Even though I'm not running power stuff, I can run my stretch, my outside zone. I can run my toss, my crack toss stuff because I can get those two guys pulling. There's things you can do, but you can't do a lot of that stuff that I just talked about, Ryan, with Pat Coogan, at least from what we've seen.
Right.
And that's where I don't think it works. If you in theory, that makes sense. I just don't think practically you get out of it what you do because your guard's not a guy that you're just going to have in space a lot. So that kind of,
Yeah,
that's
makes
kind of
sense.
where I'm at with that one. Let me ask this one, Ryan, because this is more sort of an NFL question. Caleb Collins asks, coming out, who would you draft first? Caleb Williams, Trevor Lawrence, or Joe Burrow?
I would have drafted Trevor Lawrence first. I think that Trevor Lawrence fits everything that I want in a quarterback. Joe Burrow was an incredible prospect, which is why he was a top 3 player, I think, for me in that class. I love Joe Burrow as a player. But Trevor Lawrence has more physical gifts than what Joe does. Joe has a good arm. Trevor has a great arm. Joe's a little bit more. Joe's a good athlete. Trevor's a really good athlete for his size and his style. Caleb's special, dude. Like he's a special talent. But there are some holes in Caleb's game, right? Like I think that he works to out of structure a little bit too quick at times. I think that he is only 6'1" in some change, so he's a little bit of a shorter quarterback. So I would defer to Trevor Lawrence in this conversation if I could have all 3 as prospects. Not now, but as prospects. Because right now people would be like, "Oh, you take Joe Burrow," and it's like, sure. But as prospects, I would have taken Trevor Lawrence.
Interesting take.
John Climax says, Brian, I agree with the freshman talk. I think the biggest difference I need to see and believe I will is that the young talent gets on the field. Packages are made for them, simplified.
Agree.
He had 5 Burkhart boys. Says thoughts on Gabriel Rubio's pushing for major playing time this year. Sounds like he is finally looking like the project we thought he could become, or prospect. I'm sorry, not project, prospect he
Oh,
could become.
Ryan, I kind of think we saw that last year, right? I felt
Yep.
Gabriel was pretty solid late in the year. I mean, he played 184 snaps last season.
Yeah, and he gave
I
you
mean,
some quality reps down the
right.
stretch. Yep.
And he didn't play against Ohio State. He only played 2 snaps against Marshall, 4 against Cal, 8 against North Carolina. He played a lot more in the second half of the season, and I thought he played good football, or he started to flash that. So I would say he kind of started to show that this year. What I think he's doing in fall camp this year, Ryan, is he's taking it to another level.
Right.
You know, I think he's put some weight on. He's a little bit more explosive than he was last year. He's in a little better condition than he was last year. I think he's playing more confidently than he was last. So I think the experience, I think he got major playing time last year. And I think that has positioned him to take that jump this year.
Right.
You know, so I understand where you're coming from on this one, Burkcourt boys, but I think it was the experience he gained last year that is putting him in position to do that this year. And I think it's where you want to be, because let's just say Riley Mills is everything that we hope he can be, Ryan. I still don't want him playing 50 snaps a game. I don't.
Sure. Yeah.
Now, you may do that against Ohio State. You made him to do that against Clemson, right, or USC, but that's it. But I also know that, hey, against NC State, I can't take him off the field if the guy that I'm putting in there isn't a difference maker too.
Right.
Because then I have to have a 50-20 snap split as opposed to a 40-30 or 35-35, depending on how certain things go. And what we're seeing from Gabriel Rubio is that when you put him in the game, like when you put, and this is what was so funny about the practice we were at, Ryan. I'm not sure if you had a chance to read the practice report, but the thing that I said is the first team offensive line struggled no matter, because there were times where there were one-on-ones, but then there were other times it was twos-on-ones. So the 2 defenses going against the 1 offense, and they were still giving the offense problems, because you look at the 2 defense and it's Josh Burnham, Gabriel Rubio, Jason Onye, and Javante Jean-Baptiste.
Pretty good. Yeah.
That's a starting defensive line for over half the teams on Notre Dame's schedule this year.
Oh,
right?
Easy, yeah. Yep.
And that's where you want to be. It's like, you know, hey, Riley, we don't have to play you as much as we've played D tackles in the past, because we can keep you fresh. Because here's the thing. I want Riley Mills on that 4th quarter drive against Ohio State. You're up by 2 points. Ohio State just needs a field goal to win. I want Riley Mills going on that field on rep 35, not rep 55, because rep 35 means he's got a better chance of having the legs and the juice he needs, Ryan, to make that big play to stop the drive.
Yep.
That's the difference. Yep. And that's where I want to be. But if Gabriel doesn't step up and do that, you can't do that with Riley. You have to play him more.
I think this is like the progression that you really want out of football players for the most part, right? I mean, it happens, but like typically players don't just nothing, and then balloon as a junior, right? Like usually there's just like consistent exponential consistent improvement. I think that's what you're seeing from Gabriel. Gabriel wasn't ready to play as a freshman, showed steady improvement as a redshirt freshman, showed steady improvement down the stretch, and now he looks like he's a viable rotation player as a nose guard on a full-time basis. Like that's what he looks like now. So I think you're just seeing a player that's being a player that is being developed properly, I think is what you're seeing out of Gabriel Rubio.
Yep. I like what we're seeing from Gabriel. And if that, but again, now they got to take it into the season, into the real games, right?
Yep. We had a question from Will C 2.0 Driscoll. What was that 1 year in the early 90s where you said Notre Dame should have been champs because they beat all top 10 teams?
I never said they should have been champs. Meaning like they should have, meaning like the way that they got screwed out of a championship. I don't know that Notre Dame has ever been screwed out of a championship, meaning the way the season played out, they should have won, other than maybe 1993, and that's only because they won the head-to-head against Florida State. But I've also countered that if you look at it, Notre Dame's loss that year was to a top 15 team. Florida State's loss that year was to the number 2 team on the road by a touchdown, a game that was not as that competitive. The season I think you're referring to is actually not in the early 90s. If what you're saying, if I'm reading it correctly, it's the 89 season. Right, and I've pointed this out. 1989 Notre Dame football team also did not deserve to win the championship that year because they lost to Miami, who was the national champion. But what I said is that was probably the best Notre Dame team that we saw. They beat number 2 Michigan. that year. They beat number 17 Air Force. They beat number 9 USC. They beat number 7 Pitt. They beat number 17 Penn State. And they beat number 1 Colorado in the Orange Bowl. So it was that team is what I'm referring to. The 93 team had some big wins that year, but they didn't have as many big wins as the 89 team. They beat number 3 Michigan. But Ryan, their next win over a team that was ranked when those two teams played wasn't until Florida State on November 13th. They went 2-1 that year against teams that were ranked in the top 25. You go back to 1989, again, 2-1 against teams that were ranked in the top 25 compared to, so 1, 2, 3, 4. They were 5-1 against ranked teams in the regular season in 1989. They went 3-1 that year against teams ranked in the top 10 in 1989 and beat Michigan at Michigan and then beat USC at home and then beat Pitt, who was ranked number 7, 45-7. So, and they also had a win at number 17 Penn State that year. So it's not that they should have won, meaning they got screwed. It's just that was a great Notre Dame team, but they were 11-1 or 12-1. Miami was 11-1. Miami beat them by 14. Miami deserved to be the champion that year. That's just, I mean, it sucks, but it's the reality. 93 is the year you could make a case that Notre Dame deserved it for the same reason I just made the case that Miami should have won in 89, which is they won the head-to-head. So I think 93 is the year. So there's two things I think you're somewhat putting into one, Will, is 89 team was the best team I've ever seen from Notre Dame as far as talent and dominance. They weren't the best team because 88 was, because they actually won all their games. 89 was most dominant. 93 is the team that should have won a championship, but not because they beat a bunch of top teams. It's just they were 11-1, ranked number 2, and they beat number 1 in a game, Ryan, that was a convincing win. I mean, I know it came down to the last play, but Notre Dame kind of let Florida State back in that game a little bit. That was a convincing victory if you've ever watched that game. Notre Dame was clearly the better team that day. So I think that's the year that Notre Dame fans could argue they got screwed out of a championship, but it's not because they beat a bunch of top-ranked teams, because they only beat 2, Michigan and Florida State. That's it. Matter of fact, it's only 2 ranked teams they beat all year as far as teams that were ranked when they played. So it's a little bit of a different deal.
We had a next question from Ryan Loftus, who says, who do you think wins the SEC this year?
I mean,
I think it's Georgia.
Ryan, you're the champ till somebody beats you, right? I mean,
yeah.
There's too many questions with some of those other teams, in my opinion.
Yeah. I think LSU is a little overhyped, and I think Alabama has some questions to prove this year. So I agree. And Tennessee is going to take a step back, in my opinion, as well.
I'm going to say this to you, Ryan, and I want to get your thoughts on this. If somebody steps up and takes hold of that Alabama starting job and just says, I'm that dude.
Yeah.
Not saying the guy be Bryce Young, but just mean like, I'm the best quarterback we have. Not because it's like, well, if 3 guys aren't playing great, we got to go with this guy. But like, whether it's Ty Simpson or Jalen Milroe or Tyler Buckner, especially if it's Simpson or Buckner, in my opinion, if one of those guys just says, hey, I got this, this is mine. Do you think then Bama becomes the favorite, take away past and all that? Because my contention is, I think this is a really talented Alabama team. My questions are coordinators, especially the defensive coordinator and the quarterback. That's like if Carson Beck was at Alabama right now, I wouldn't be, because I think they're going to have a big, I should say, where I think the Tommy Rees hire helps them is because I think the mistake Bama has made in recent years is that they don't run the ball enough. I think this is a massive. Have you seen the size of their projected starting offensive line? It's like a bunch of 325, 330 dudes across the board. I think they're moving like Cade Proctor, like guard. They are massive, and I think they're going to run the football a bunch, and they're going to go back to playing old school Bama football. If they had a better coordinator than Kevin Steele, I'd feel a lot better about that if I knew they had a quarterback that had seized that job. So it's hard for me to say Bama's going to beat Georgia when they have those question marks. But if those questions gets answered affirmatively, Ryan, or do you still feel Georgia's the team to beat even in that scenario?
I still think Georgia, because I guess I just had more question marks about Bama than just the quarterback. Because I mean, their skill position didn't play very well overall last year. I mean, you still have things to prove at wide receiver. Offensive line's talented, but it's still pretty inexperienced. I mean, as far as like proven commodities, I mean, I thought JC Latham was pretty overrated last year, to be honest. Like, I thought he was okay.
I thought he was pretty good in the spring. The spring game, I thought he looked better in the spring game. Well, they're leaving him at right tackle. Did you see that? They're not moving the left tackle. Yeah.
Who's
the other
tackle?
thing, huh?
Who's playing left tackle for them?
It's not a kid that I was overly familiar with. I'd have to go back and look at because
Gotcha.
Proctor's going to be at guard.
That's
Pritchett,
weird, man.
Pritchett,
He's
I believe
insane.
I believe Pritchett's who they're going to. It's Elijah Pritchett, right? I think he's who they're going to
Okay.
have at left tackle. The other question, the thing that where I still have some hesitation with Georgia, Ryan, while I'm entertaining the Bama stuff, is because how I feel about Kevin Steele is exactly how I feel about Mike Bobo. If Todd Monken was still the OC, no brainer. I just remember what Georgia offenses looked like with Mike Bobo, and it wasn't pretty. And so that's kind of my big concern. The thing is, it may hurt them more next year when they lose Brock Bowers and some of their offensive linemen than it'll hurt them this year, because I think their offensive line this year is going to be really freaking good, in my opinion.
Oh, who's that, Georgia?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That offensive line's going to be really good. I agree.
Yeah. And Brock Bowers doesn't suck. He's pretty good.
He's pretty decent player.
He's pretty good.
We had a question from Blake Michael Safa, says, happy Friday and glad to be back in the chat. Of the freshman and sophomore linebacker class, who is the highest upside from both college and NFL perspective?
From what I've seen so far, Ryan, it's Drake Bowen. Just his combination, because what he has that Jalen Sneed definitely doesn't have, and what Jaden Osbury doesn't quite have yet, is bingo. Yeah. And it's not just girth; it's length. He's taller. He's long. He's got power. Where I would rank upside for me is Bowen, Osbury, Sneed. See, the problem with Jalen Sneed is he's got a chance to be a really impactful, disruptive college football player. He's not very big. And unlike Jeremiah Usu-Koramoah, he hasn't looked like a guy that can play in space the way that Jeremiah could. That's the problem.
Yeah.
He's built like Jeremiah, but he's not as comfortable in space as Jeremiah. He and so that's kind of been a bit of a concern for me. And I still like Jalen Sneed, but those other two kids, Ryan, they're dudes. They're absolute dudes.
Yeah, I think Drake Bowen for NFL purposes, though, is a good pick. I mean, kid's 6'2", 230 plus pounds already and can run. Right. So, sure.
Because let me ask you this, Ryan, and I don't know the answer. In the NFL, do they still value having, I know you got to run, but do they still value ideally having some girth as a middle linebacker in the NFL, or is that?
100%.
Okay.
Well, they value the ability to stop run, because I think that people think that it's not as important. But the thing is, guys, that it's lighter boxes. So it's actually more important for a linebacker to be a really good run stopper, because there's less numbers in there, right?
That's true.
Linebackers need to stop the run first and foremost. I know we think that the NFL is transformative into a complete space game, but linebackers are still run first players at the end of the day. So you still need some size, the ability to stop the run, no doubt about it.
I'll pull up another one, Ryan, that I'm going to ask because it's also an NFL question. So let me get this one from T Guns. He goes, Ryan, for fantasy football, which rookies would you draft where if you got them where you want them? So which rookie, if you could tell me which rookies you're going to get in fantasy football, who would you want and where would you want to be able to get them?
I would draft Anthony Richardson late rounds just for the rushing aspect of it, because fantasy football, obviously, quarterbacks that can run the football are a big thing. I mean, I'm not drafting him to be my quarterback one, but in the bye week perspective of your top quarterback being out, maybe you throw Anthony Richardson out there and he runs for 90 yards and a couple touchdowns and does his thing, right? That would be a guy that's interesting because potentially get him a little bit late. Running backs, Bijan. The thing is that Bijan's going to be a little bit overdrafted because he's a rookie and you still have to see him play, but he's going to go top 2 rounds because he's that guy. But I would still, Jahmyr Gibbs is one that I would be comfortable with, because you could probably get him in the 3rd to 4th round. I think he's going to catch a lot of passes for Detroit. And if I'm playing fantasy football, it's going to be a point per reception league, a PPR league. So he's another guy. Wide receivers, I'm not in love with this wide receiver class, so I'm not sure about that one, man. I'm not totally sure. Michael Mayer.
Who would you take if you had to take a rookie receiver?
Man, Jackson Smith and Jigba, I guess, but I wouldn't feel great about it. I would just.
What about Zay Flowers in Baltimore? Would you feel good about that one at all? Just knowing the need there and all that, or do you think he's going to need some time because of? Do you have Jalen Rieger vibes or something like that when you think of Zay or?
No, I love Zay. I love Zay as a player. I just think that Zay is maybe more, if we're talking about a fantasy football perspective, especially in a PPR league, want guys that are going to catch a lot of passes. I feel like Zay is going to be more of a low volume, high yard per catch type of guy. That's kind of what I see it for him. So, and usually those guys don't score ton of touchdowns. So like that
Yeah.
also decreases the value a little bit.
With
I'm not a
Jackson,
Jordan
he's going to
Addison
catch a ton
guy.
of passes if he's starting, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, he's going to
okay,
be a starting
I
slot
gotcha.
receiver. So I wouldn't be shocked if he's a 70, 80 catch guy as a
Gotcha.
rookie. Like I wouldn't be shocked at that at all.
Gotcha. Freddie CO3 says, Brian, where did you get that hat at? Notre Dame bookstore in person. I do not see it online. I got this in person. So, and they had the other one is kind of like this, but it's a different company, but it had the play like a champion sign, but I didn't like it as much. Because it was a little too obnoxious. That big gold play like a champion thing right there was a little bit too obnoxious for my taste.
It was a 3D popped out. Yeah.
No, yeah. Wasn't quite that bad, but it definitely did.
John Lacey says, is it possible Billy Stroud isn't quite 100% from the surgery and will as the season goes along? Basically, is it only a matter of time before he takes over?
I mean, if that were true, John, like let's just say in theory that could be a thing. Well, why did he get all the first team reps in the spring? Like that's the thing that concerns me is like, he got all the first team reps in the spring and he's not now. So maybe there's a setback, but he doesn't look like there's a setback. I mean, I don't notice any, but that could be it. It could be a thing where he's just maybe a little bit limited right now because of reps. And so you can't put a guy that's limited in your start. Maybe that's it. I mean, is it kind of crazy for me to say, I kind of hope that's it?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And I do think we need to know, like, I know that we're all hyper-focused about who's in the starting lineup now, but there's a very good possibility that a couple starters aren't starters by the end of the season, right? Like that happens every single year. So,
yeah. Tom Frawley said Drake Bone reminds me of a young Bob Crable. That's before both of our time, Ryan. Yes. But I'm gonna give you. Are you familiar with what Tom Crable did at Notre Dame?
I know of him, but yeah. I'm
gonna pull this up. So if you look at Notre Dame's all-time leader in tackles, I'm gonna give you some numbers. Bob Crable has the Notre Dame record. Him and Bob Golick are tied for most tackles in a game with 26. And if you look at the top 10 single game tackle records, Bob Crable is in there 6 times.
That's pretty good.
He has the number 1, 2, and 4 single season tackle records, 187, 167, and 154. And he also had 521 career tackles. To put that into context, he had just under 90 more tackles than Manti did in his career. So yeah, Bob Crable was a really he was a tackling machine. He also, I believe, I think it's Bob Crable. Some of y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's Bob Crable who's the reason they changed the kickoff, the place kick, the field goal rule, that you can't jump on someone to block a kick, because he did that against, I think it was him. He jumped on kind of a guy and then went up and blocked the field goal that would have won it for Michigan. And it was not against the rules, but they changed the rules after that you can't jump on someone's back to block a kick. But he was a heck of a football player, from talking to Lou Emoji, looking at the numbers, and then just watching some old film when you can occasionally come across it.
Sounds like some Luke Kuechly numbers when he was at Boston
College.
But
to the point, yeah, exactly. To Tom's point, though, that's how I envision Drake. Like if he's what we think he is, he will be a tackling machine. He will be 120 tackle kind of guy, because he'll either be making solos or he'll be around the ball all the time because he's just so fast.
Yep.
And I could see him being that kind of guy. Ryan, I'm going to ask this one of you. It's an NFL type of deal. It's Notre Dame related. Okay. Gomer Grizz asks, does Howard Cross have NFL potential, or is he too small? Maybe, and I'll ask him one at a time. So I'm going to do Howard Cross first. Maybe 3-4 D end only.
Does he have NFL potential? I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if he sticks somewhere for a little time being. I mean, he has to be 280 plus pounds, so he can't show up and be 270 something. Like that can't be a reality. So he has to maintain the quickness. 3-4 defensive end, absolutely not, Domer Grizz. Like you need length to be able to play a 3-4 defensive end. You need to play outside your frame a ton. And Howard has okay length for his height, being only a 6-foot guy, but like he's not an odd man front guy. Like
he's not Elvis Dumerville, who was 5'11", but had crazy.
He needs to sell himself as a 4-3 penetration style 3 technique at the next level. That is what he needs to sell himself as.
The next question was, what about Jordan Patelho? Maybe he be a Viper D end in a 4-3, or would he have to move to an OLB in a 3-4 at the next level?
I actually think that he could do either one at the next level because he's up to 264 pounds now. Like that's the hesitation, right? As far as, holding up. But I think that he could be a Brian Arakpo-esque type of player where I think 3-4 and 4-3 teams could both be a interesting fit for Tormatello. I think he has NFL talent for sure. I mean, the kid's explosive, the kid's versatile, and he's made a lot of plays in the limited snaps. It's just if he's able to show consistency, obviously. But yeah, I think he is an NFL level talent. It's just about development, obviously. We had a question from Kyle Berry who says, is Drew Tranquil a good comp for Drake Bowen, or is he more athletic?
From an athleticism standpoint, I do think they're comparable, Ryan. I think they're similar body types. I think Drake's a little thicker at the same age. I mean, Drake is as thick now as Drew was as a senior, fifth-year senior.
Wild.
Because Drake, I mean, Drew started as a 205-pound free safety at Notre Dame, right? Like he had to grow to that point. Drake is there now. The reason I would say that I don't know that Drew and Drake are proper comps is because Drew is even still as a linebacker, a space guy. He's a will space guy. He doesn't have real big arms. Drew is a Drake, to me, can be a Mike. We've talked, he could be a Mike or a Will, but I really liked him at Mike. And he's got longer arms. He can be a little bit more effective at the point of attack to me. Where one of the issues with Drew Tranquil is he would miss some tackles in the box because if he couldn't square running back up, if he had to side tackle you because he wasn't real long. So, you can kind of stiff arm him maybe a little bit easier than you could for someone of his talent level because he just doesn't have great. Was it like 30.5-inch arms or something like that, Ryan? If I remember correctly, coming out.
It's not super long.
Drake's going to be longer. I mean, to me, he looks a lot longer than Drew was. I don't know what you thought of him when you saw. I'm not saying he's got like 35-inch go-go gadget arms, but he seems length to me doesn't seem like it's going to be an issue for Drake from what I saw of him in person. So that's that. But athletically, I think there's a lot of comps because if Drake is as athletic as Drew, then that's really flipping good. Because the one thing that Drew Tranquil can do is move. Yeah, there's no doubt.
Yep, he tests great.
Yep.
PK says, I think the stability of Disney and ESPN are in doubt. ESPN in particular. Most money from parks, which are down big time. Brian, you are right. Let it play out.
Yeah, Ryan, I just don't see how it's sustainable. I mean, Disney, the thing is, but Disney's trying to sell ESPN. So it just depends on if there's but who would be the stable giant corporation that can take on that budget? That's the thing, right? But that leads to what Ryan and I have talked a lot about. There's so much up in the air. We don't know how certain things are going to play out. And that's why college football will never be the same. We could end up getting back to where we started, Ryan, when this is all said and done. Where they can't even afford 16 team league. Who knows? I mean, it's going to get interesting. It's going to get interesting.
No doubt about it. Ryan Hagan, great first name. Would you say that this is the best Notre Dame roster since the Holtz era? When you factor in experience and depth of talent on both sides of the ball, the roster feels very well balanced compared to others.
I've got to see. I got to see a little bit more, Ryan. I don't know that I can put it up there with the 2015 roster just yet. I think this roster is a lot deeper. But what we don't know about this team is, do they have a Will Fuller? Do they have a Jalen Smith? Do they even have a Kavari Russell? I mean, like where the one thing about Kavari is Kavari made the money plays and money games. You like to think that Will, Benjamin Morrison did that against Clemson, but that was one game. I still think there's enough questions about certain positions. Like you're going to the 2015 offensive line. You had Quentin Nelson at left tackle, Ronnie Stanley at left guard, Ronnie Stanley left tackle, Mike McGlinchey at right tackle, and Nick Martin at center with Steve Elmer at right guard, who was basically had started for a year and a half beforehand. There's still too many questions for me to say that. What I will say about it is there's more depth of talent on this team than I've seen in a long time. But a lot of that is freshmen and sophomores.
Sure.
That's the reality of it. So how ready will those guys be? That's going to go a long way towards telling us if this is a really good 10-2 team, or is this a team that compete for a title? We need to see some of these guys step up. We need to see Tobias Merriweather take that next step. We need to see some of the position changes pay off. We need to see some of these young players really be that dude, right? And I don't know that we know that they're there yet. The potential's there, right? But I can't sit there and convince y'all that, Jason Onye is going to be a monster this year, because I've seen Jason Onye take a grand total of 1 snap in college football. I've seen practice, Ryan, but you and I both know NFL, college, high school, Pop Warner, there's some guys that are just really good in practice. And when the lights get bright, they don't play as well. It's not often, but it happens. I just need to see these guys play well. Do I think Jason Onye is going to be that guy? Yeah, I do, because he's just done it so often now in practice. It's like, okay, he's that's who he is. But I still got to see it on game day. And that's the thing for me is I can't tell you, Ryan, that's more of a postseason question than a preseason question. What I can tell you is I'm as excited about the potential of this team as I have been any team in the Brian Kelly era. And that's not a shot at Brian Kelly. It just says how good this team could be. But in 2015, I had a lot more knowns than I have about the 2023 team, right? I knew Will Fuller was going to be really good. I knew Malik Zaire, what he looked like in this offense. I knew what kind of running back Torian Folston was going to be. I knew what the offensive line was going to look like, because we'd seen Mike McGlinchey. The only unknown in the 2015 offensive line was Quentin Nelson. That was it. Nick Martin was a starter for the 2 previous years. Ronnie Stanley was a 2-year starter. Mike McGlinchey stepped in the LSU bowl game, and they ran for like 260 yards against LSU. Right? I mean, we knew who Steve Elmer was. We knew who Jalen Smith was, Ryan. We knew who Kavari Russell was. He was back. We knew what Cole Luke was coming off of a phenomenal sophomore season in 2014. Do you remember how good Cole Luke was in 2014? He was tremendous. There were just so many more knowns on that 2015 team going at this stage. Now, obviously Malik ended up getting hurt and Torian Folston ended up getting hurt and all that. But Ryan, there were just so many knowns. We knew what Sheldon Day was, and then he took it to another level. There just were way more knowns on that football team, especially on offense, I would say, than what we know now about this football team. And so that's why I just need to see him play games. But the potential's there, guys. There's enough potential conversation in my head for me to definitively say yes to answer that question. I don't know if that's fair or not, Ryan, but that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I think it's more a postseason question than a preseason question. I agree with that. Yeah. It's kind of hard to stack that up, Yeah.
Right now, I can just tell you, Ryan, what my excitement level is. And my excitement level is sky high, but it's still about potential.
Right.
As opposed to the knowns.
We had a question from Bill Walsh that ESPN left Hartman off their list of top 20 of 25 players that can make a mark on the playoff race. I would have thought he should be near the top of that list, impacting OSU, USC, Clemson, Notre Dame.
Ryan, it's going to shock you. This was a Bill Connolly article.
Oh, Bill Connolly, nice.
And so he wrote an article talking about the 25 players that are going to have the biggest impact on the college football playoff.
Was that the one that Buckner was number 5 or something?
Yes.
Got it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I saw some of it. Yeah.
Yep. He had Tyler Buckner number 5, JJ McCarthy number 6, Kyle McCord or Devin Brown number 4. Sure. Drew Aller number 2, Joe Milton number 1.
Ooh, Joe Milton.
And you just kind of go through it and he didn't even list Notre Dame. He listed Tanner Mordecai for Wisconsin as an other candidate, but nobody from Notre Dame. Nice. Nobody from Notre Dame. And look, guys, if you haven't figured this out yet, Bill Connolly is flat out someone, in my opinion, that has a Notre Dame problem. He has a Notre Dame bias. You're going to have Bo Nix at 24. So basically you think Oregon has a chance to make a playoff run, but Notre Dame does not. Like, that's the silliness of it. He's got KJ Jefferson on there. So as a spoiler, he's got Spencer Rattler as a spoiler. Connor Wegman as a spoiler. Hold on a second. Doesn't Sam Hartman play against Ohio State, Clemson, and USC, 3 teams you think could be a playoff? So my whole point is, if Sam Hartman goes off in one of those games, how can you have KJ Jefferson and Spencer Rattler on there, but not Notre Dame if you're an honest, objective person?
SEC.
And I think that answers the question right there, because he's not an honest, objective person. If you don't think Notre Dame's going to be that, if you think Notre Dame's going to go 9-3 this year and they're not a playoff team, that's fine. That's okay, whatever. I'm not going to get mad at somebody for saying that, because Notre Dame has a lot to prove. And you can say, well, they've proven they can go 1-2 against the best teams on the schedule. True. but they haven't proven that they can beat everybody else on the schedule, even if they go 1-2 against the big boys. They could go 2-1 against the big boys and still go 9-3. Guys, they lost to Marshall and Sanford last year. That's all fair, Ryan. That's all fair. But how are you going to not have him in a category of spoiler when you have KJ Jefferson and Spencer Rattler? Like, seriously. Right? Drew Pine knocked Clemson out basically last year of the playoff by throwing for 85 yards. You can't put Sam Hartman in there?
Yeah.
Right? So it is so obvious that this guy has a Notre Dame, something up as you know what about Notre Dame. I don't know what it is, and honestly don't care. That's a him problem. And he's the one with the broken formula that even after the season played out, still said LSU was behind Clemson and Ohio State. So, whatevs. So there we go.
Job, Bill.
Yeah.
Good piece. The history expert says, I'm a Colsey fan, but if he doesn't pan out, would other receivers have to switch positions, or would Notre Dame just promote the second string to boundary receiver? That's way too strong, man.
Number one, Deion Colsey's not the number one boundary receiver right now. Jaden Thomas is.
Right.
So right now, Deion Colsey is the number two.
Right.
Ryan, to me, I don't use this as strongly as switch positions.
Right.
Because if Tobias Merriweather can play field outside, he can play boundary outside. I mean, the route concepts are going to be very similar. Would you need to ramp up reps for a guy like Jaden Greathouse? Possibly. I mean, Matt Salerno, there's guys that will have to kind of get a little bit more boundary reps because there are things that are unique to boundary, like getting off coverage and press, and you don't have as much room to work with as you do when you're working more field side. But, there's going to be times you're going 2 minute where you're just going to play left, right, and you're going to still have to know how to do that kind of stuff. So I don't think it's just as strong as saying switch positions. It's just getting work, doing some different things in different parts of the system. But I do think but here's the thing, for Deion not to be able to be the number two boundary, he'd have to regress from last year.
I was going to say, are we so down on Deion that we don't think he could at least be a backup boundary receiver?
Like he was last season? Right.
Right. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
So that's just, that's the reports that people are responding to. But, look, Deion would have to regress for him not to be the number two for me. What I think happened is today, Deion didn't take any reps in tempo. But neither did Chris Tyree, neither did Cam Hart. I just think sometimes we as fans, we get such little nuggets of information, then we take those and we expand on them with no context. Well, we don't know the context of why he didn't take any reps today. And you can't just say, well, it means he's not in the ones or twos, because then you'd have to say, okay, well, neither is Chris Tyree and neither is Cam Hart. And Jack Kaiser's no longer a starter. I just don't
like sometimes when a guy misses a practice and everyone thinks that they're transferring, it's just like, guys,
I mean, for all we know, Deion came out late because he had a equipment issue that needed to get fixed. I mean, I don't know the answer to that. I don't like speculating on those kind of things, but Deion Colsey would have to be worse this year than he was last year for him to not be part of the rotation, to require kind of what you're referring to.
At Archer 452 says, if the defensive line doesn't dominate this year, does Notre Dame move on from Al Washington, or does he get more time?
If they don't dominate there's so much more. Okay, does that mean that they're not very good? If they're not very good, then sure.
Fine. Yeah.
If they're just really good but don't dominate, you don't fire him, I don't think. I think that's way too much of a stretch for me, Ryan. They would have to be bad or just kind of okay, average, for even to consider making that kind of move, in my opinion.
Right.
So, if the defensive line is just pretty good but not dominant, I don't think you move on.
A lot of different layers to not being dominant, right? I mean, you could still be very good. You could still be good. Right. You could be poor. I mean, there's just a little more context, I think, Archer.
Agree.
Another question from David.
I'm sorry. I love this. The way this is one of my favorite. Just the way he worded it is just. I love this. This is a funny one.
David Carpenter says, "Who do you think will catch the most passes this year, and why is it Tyree?"
Talk about leading. I don't think it'll be Tyree, because I think Tyree's going to be a guy that does more with a little less. Now, if you want to talk about who's going to get the most touches this season of the receivers, then it could be Chris Tyree, because he's going to get reverses and jets and stuff like that too, Ryan. I mean, so if you want to say touches, but if you talk about catches, as of right now, I still think it's going to be Jaden Thomas as of right now. I mean, he's playing the boundary position. That is the position that primarily is your guy that's going to get the most volume. I don't think Chris is, he is going to rotate with other guys, Jaden Greathouse and other players. So I don't know that I would put Chris in that. I will say this: if Chris Tyree leads them in catches this year, I think that means that's most likely means this offense is really dangerous, because it means Chris is really adapted to this offense, and he's playing a lot of snaps and he's healthy and all that kind of stuff. So that wouldn't be a bad thing. I just don't think it's going to be him.
Right.
Could he end up leading the team in yards? Sure, I could see that. I think that would be something I'd be more in line with agreeing with Ryan than catches. Sure. That's just my 2 cents. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, no, I think Jaden Thomas would be my pick as well. We still have to remember Chris Tyree's in his first year of playing wide receiver, right? Like, we're talking about him versus guys that have been wide receivers their entire life for the most part. So I would still bet on Jaden Thomas or somebody else, a true wide receiver before the season.
Tobias or Jaden,
high volume guy.
My 2 bets for leading the team in catches are, Jaden Thomas and Tobias Merriweather, in that order. That would be my 2 cents.
Yeah. We had Bill Walsh. Will Holden States have a longer yards per catch than Michael Mayer did last year? I mean, Michael was like 11 point something, right? Like, it wasn't very high.
He was 12.1.
12.1, yeah.
Yeah, he was 11 something the year before, right? He was 11.8 the year before.
Yeah, I'll say yes, because I think Holden's a little bit more of a seam runner type, a guy that can spread out a little bit more as far as like legitimately being like, you could throw Holden Stace into the boundary if you wanted to at times. Like, you could do that type of stuff with him. So I'll say yes, higher catch. Obviously not nearly the volume that Michael Mayer had, but higher yard per catch. Yes.
I think you noted it, Ryan. He's going to be used differently. And when the volume is lower, a big play tends to drag that number out a little bit more, right? So a 50-yard gain is going to have a bigger impact on a guy that had 25 catches compared to a guy that had 70 catches. So that's part of it too.
Had a question for Eric Pruitt. Is our wide receivers college football playoff good?
They're college football playoff talented. We got to see them play games first, but the talent's there, again, because it's not like they don't have to go carry the offense the way that Ohio State's receivers do, the way USC's receivers do, the way that LSU's receivers did. They're complements to the run game. Again, everyone's talking about receivers. I'm more concerned about the offensive line than I am the receivers, based on what we've seen so far.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, can we play a game first? It's like if they were out there killing it every game, we'd be sitting there. Have we overhyped the corners? Are the corners not as good as we thought? That's the nature of when your team is going against each other. When someone wins, that means another player on your team loses.
Sure. And
it's just I just need to give up on trying to convince people not to freak out about practice reports, because I do it every year and it never works ever.
Sure. Georgia has won back-to-back national championships with Ladd McConkey as their best receiver. So there's different ways to skin a cat is also my point there. Exactly. Archer 452. Texas A&M's 12th man plus NIL fund is discontinuing NIL operations after discussing an IRS memo from early June. Do you foresee the big NIL bag schools start to struggle moving forward?
No, because they're just going to go back to doing it with the way they did it before. The collectives, they're just going to start doing it under the table and paying cash and cheating that way. Guys, Texas A&M has been paying players large sums of money as long as I've been alive, and longer if I can only speak to my lifetime. I mean, if you forget, go watch Pony XS, right? The trans A&M. Okay, this isn't new. They're just going to go back to that, Ryan. That's what they're going to do. They just thought this was cool because they could pay players more directly and upfront, and they could write it off.
Right.
Where now it's like, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to go back to doing it the way that we did before. That's exactly what's going to happen, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yep. They'll find a way. Matt, 2011 GT. Thank you so much for the super chat. Find out they can't get here fast enough. Wait, find out they.
I think it's just first game, basically.
Oh, first game day can't get here fast enough. August 26th. Thanks for all the great content, guys. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it.
You are welcome.
Had Kyle Berry. Could the recent development of defensive line depth and strong performance in fall camp change the season outlook?
I think we already hit this. He did that as a super chat later. So
gotcha.
That's my bad.
Archer 452 says, are there any 2024 commits that you are concerned about potentially flipping, or does the current class feel locked in?
I mean, there's nobody right now we're worried about, Ryan, but that
No,
doesn't mean that no one's going to flip. I mean, I wasn't worried about Owen Wafel until it happened. I
sure.
mean, so who knows? But as of right now, there's no Peyton Bowen in the class as of right now where it's just constantly worried. Here's the thing is last summer, Keon Keeley took trips, Peyton Bowen
Yeah,
took trips, other guys none of these kids went anywhere this spring
yeah,
in the summer.
yeah,
None of them. So yeah, they feel more locked in, but folks,
sure.
anything can happen. But
Yep.
if you were to ask me last May, who do you think could be the flips? I mean, look, I think he's going to stick, but I think Peyton Bowen, you have to at least be concerned about. But look, he tells us he's going to stick. He tells us he's all good. Blah 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 blah. That's there. I couldn't tell you who that would be in this class, Ryan. It would be
Not right
someone that
now.
we're not expecting, right? Like
Yep.
Isaiah Canyon, if he was still in the class, would have been my pick because you knew the offers were going to keep piling up, and he was right there, and there just was a lot. His recruitment happened kind of quickly,
It did.
just kind
Yeah.
of and he would have been the one I would be worried about. But there's nobody in this current group that I look at and say, "Gee, I wonder what's going to happen with that kid." I just
Sure.
doesn't mean it's not going to happen. I'm just saying I couldn't point to you and tell you who that would be, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
I'm not going to speak that into existence either way, Archer.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah. Ohio State fan, always trying to start some stuff.
Seriously. Beef Eater ND08. If you were just appointed the head of the IRS, who would be the first 3 head coaches you would audit?
Well, the reality is none of these coaches are stupid enough to use their own funds for that kind of thing. So
True.
I don't
True.
think that would have anything to do with it. I would say who would be the first main donors that I would want to audit. It'd be that was it John Ruiz at Miami, right?
Yeah.
He'd be one. Whoever the big bag man is at Texas A&M, and then whoever the big bag man is at Alabama and Georgia. Those would be the guys I would want to go after. But none of these coaches are stupid enough to do that. And the guys that are stupid enough to do
Tennessee's
that
got a
have already
big
been
bag man
fired.
too.
What's
Yeah.
that?
So Tennessee's got a big bag man
Yes.
too.
Oh,
But
yes. Yep, no doubt. All right, last few, Ryan, and we're going to get up out of here.
Dan V, with a 12 and potentially 16 team playoff, do you think there will be less movement in rankings after a perennially good team loses a game?
Well, I don't think we'll see that. I mean, I think though. Look, I don't think that. I think that at times the committee would prop a team up late to get the matchup they liked, but I never thought there was a lot of gee that team didn't fall as far as they should. Other
Yep.
than teams that just kind of had deserved the right to not fall that far, like Bama after a while. But I don't think so, Dan. I mean, I understand where you're coming from. It's kind of like, well, now you can drop a guy more than you would have otherwise because you can drop Bama to 11 because they're still going to get in. That kind of
Doesn't
thought
matter as much.
process.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think so. I think it would take a couple losses. I think it'll be the people will drop is because he said perennially good team. That's never who had the big drops, and I don't think they're going to have the big drops now because they're going to still get the benefit of the doubt, and
Yeah.
they care about seeding. You could drop a team down, but what if they still win the league? You want to make sure that they're high enough to still get that number 1 seed. If you're going to buy into the fact that they were arbitrary, I mean, they were purposely not dropping them as far. Then I still think that still holds, in
Yeah.
my opinion.
Yeah. 2 for travel. If you could reshuffle the big 3 this year, where would you place them on the schedule?
Ryan, I like where the big 3 is. I would maybe
Yeah.
change around some of the games around them. I don't know. I wouldn't want to play Clemson at Clemson early. I want to play Clemson
Right.
when you really know who we are. I like Ohio State. I don't want to play them when their starters got 9 starts instead of whatever. I think Notre Dame's going to need some time to get themselves going, so I wouldn't want any of them any earlier. What I
Yeah.
would say is if I could put Central Michigan after Ohio State and Duke in front of Ohio State, like those would be the games I would move, Ryan.
Okay.
Be games like that. If I could put Stanford, before USC instead of Louisville, maybe something like that. But I think the big 3 are placed pretty well, in my opinion,
Yeah.
Ryan.
They're
I don't know
spaced
if you
out
agree.
well enough. And it's not like, I mean, there's a sufficient amount of, I don't want to call them tune up games, but like, you know what I mean? Like ease in games, I guess is a good way to put it. I don't know.
You know what, Ryan? Actually, I think let me look up their schedule real quick because I actually may have one small. Yes, here's what I would do differently. If I could only make one change to the schedule, I would flip USC in the bye week. Because right now you have USC bye, Pitt, Clemson bye. I would go
Okay.
at Duke, at Louisville bye, USC, Pitt, at Clemson bye. So I just
Okay.
Flip that. You know what I mean? So instead of playing 8 straight games and then having 4 weeks where you have 2 byes, I'd play 7 straight games, then have a bye, then play 3 games, then have a bye. That's what I would do.
Okay. I
Does that make
gotcha.
sense?
Yeah, break it
So
up
it's
a little
just
bit
literally
more.
just
Yeah.
flipping that 1 week. So you just move USC back 1 week and put that bye in between Louisville and USC. That'd be the change that I would make. And then you
Gotcha.
had that 3 straight of USC, Pitt, and Clemson. You'd have that bye week between those. And then you'd have a bye week
Gotcha.
coming out of those. That's the way I would go. It's just kind of, I mean, it could work out for Notre Dame if they're banged up and they're still winning, but just bye 2 games, bye just seems like you could kind of maybe get a little bit out of rhythm at that point in time. You have too many weeks off in too short period of time. You know what I mean? That'd be my only concern about that.
Sure. Andrew Kenny, how do you feel about Notre Dame corners matching up with Marvin Harrison Jr.? Did fine last year.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, look, Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be a tough kid to match up against, no matter who you are. But the key for Notre Dame is going to be twofold. Number one is you make him work for it, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the key. Make him work for it. Meaning if he gets his 7 catches for 110 yards, make it come on 13 targets, not 9. You know what I mean? Like make him work for it, because that means on six of those, you force incompletions. Right. So in a game like this, Ryan, it's not his yards that I care as much about. It's his yards per target that I would care more of. Meaning you want a lower yard per target, meaning to get his, they needed to go to him more, and you forced more incompletions. That's number one.
Sure.
Number two, the bigger thing is, and this is, don't let the number 2 and number 3 guys beat you. That's what killed Notre Dame last year. It's not that Marvin Harrison beat him. It's that they gave up the big play to Emeka on the play where Cam tried to undercut the route instead of playing over top, and he catches the outcut, and you tackle him for a 12-yard gain. Cam tries to make a play on the ball, misses. He runs for a 50-yard touchdown, and then their slot beat you for a 20-something yard touchdown out of a timeout. Like those are the things that beat you. It wasn't as much the Marvin Harrison. And that's going to be because Marvin Harrison can go catch 80 for 130. But if you shut everybody else down, guess what? Ohio State doesn't have 400 yards passing. It's when he has 130 and Emeka has 105 and your slot has 75 and Cade Stover has 60 and your back catches a screen for 30 or a check down for 30. That's when you get your butt ripped up. Sure. It's not just because Marvin had 8 for 130, right? And that's kind of the way I look at it is make him work for his, and then don't let those other guys beat you. That's how I look at it. Because you're not going to hold him to 2 catches for 7 yards. I mean, right? I mean, that's just not going to happen. He's going to get his to a degree. You just can't let him take the game over, and you can't let him make every big play. You've got to force him incompletions, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, and Emeka had like 9 catches for 90-something yards in that touchdown last year. So he was their most impactful wide receiver from a production perspective last year.
Right.
So.
Right. Now you take him out, we'll see how it all plays out. Right. Okay. Last one here, Ryan. And I think this is the last one. Yep. Then we'll get out of here.
Dan V, if you were Notre Dame football head coach, would you open more practices to media similar to earlier this week where you had full access but no video allowed?
If I was the head football coach of Notre Dame, no, I wouldn't. I've been honest about that. I understand why Notre Dame does it. I don't like it from this end. What I would probably do if I was Notre Dame, if I was the head football coach, what I would do is less overall access, but when you get access, it's a full practice. And then I would sit down with the media and had a very clear do's and don'ts. And if you don't follow these rules, then you don't do something. You could say like, look, let us have access to 6 full practices, but we can only write reports from 3 of them. Or when we write reports, we can only write reports of what we see during certain periods or something like that. Like, look, we're going to give you guys some access to let you, see the team. But at that point in time, it's like, well, then why let us see it if we can't write about it, right? Like, I mean, I get that. So I would much rather have 4 full practices spread out over the first 4 weeks so I can kind of gauge the growth of the team. That's what I would prefer, as opposed to because here's the problem, Ryan. The access that we have now, there's a lot to write about, a lot of writing opportunities, but not a lot to write about. So it's not like we can go to the five period practice and say, hey guys, I'm not going to write anything from today. Can't do that. Got to write something. So then what happens is people start talking about things that just like, that's not really football. You're not really learning a lot about the team, and you're making us like, if you as a coach made all your coaching decisions based off what happened in the first 5 periods of practice, you probably wouldn't be a very good football coach. But that's what we're reporting on. We had 1 full practice since the opener. Like, so there's all these sweeping conclusions. If as a head football coach, I wanted a more honest, objective evaluation, because right now there's a lot of narratives being created based on a sample size that we shouldn't be creating narratives from, right? I would say we're going to give you like maybe the first couple days of camp, first practice is full. We'll give you 2 5 periods the next 2 days to see how our team's going. But then we're not going to see you again for another week. And then we're not going to see you again for another week. And then you're going to get a full practice late in fall camp, like so maybe early next week. You only get 4 to 5 total viewings, but 4 of them are full practices spread out so you can kind of see the evolution of the team as we get closer and closer to the season, and not keep writing this little like 5 period. We're not really seeing nothing, but we got to write about something type of stuff, which we have to do, but it can create narratives that I don't think that the team necessarily wants. That's what I would do if I was a head coach, looking at it from the standpoint that I now have as a media person. But if I was just a football coach and never worked on this side, I honestly wouldn't want a lot of access to my team. I'd want my team kind of, it's just us against the world, and kind of go. That would be what I would want. And then what I would do is I'd ramp up the big time on the video content that we would produce. Because I want to give the fans, I don't want the fans not thinking about us for a month because we're not giving them anything. I would just control that content a little bit more. So I'd give the media 4 full practices spread out, and then I would have my video team putting a lot of good stuff out. And you guys can come interview our coaches after every practice and get that content. So you're still going to get your fall camp content, but we're not going to give you as much access. But when you're there, we're going to let you see what this team is turning into. That's what I would do if I was head football coach.
More access to the people, I think, more than the actual practice action, which I think makes a lot of sense.
Exactly. Yeah. That's how I would do it. So, and I think that would be something that would work well for the football team, but also work well for us on our side. And that's where I would go. So anyway, Ryan, that's it, man. Why don't you take us out of here?
Friday Free for All Mailbag about to sign off here. Before you all leave, please hit that like button, subscribe to the podcast, that notification bell at the bottom of the screen if you're listening to this on YouTube. Smash that thing right now to know when there's a next show that's going to be coming up very shortly. Also, boards.irishbreakdown.com at the bottom of the screen for all your latest team and recruiting intel as we move closer and closer to the season, including visitor lists, including recent content, practice reports. Yes.
We passed 3,000, by the way. It reminded me of that when you brought up the boards at irishbreakdown.com. We've talked a lot about getting over. We are past the 3,000 subscriber mark, Ryan. So we hit our 2024 goal a year early, which is what I was hoping we could do. So but that doesn't mean we want you to stop, because now we're shooting for 4,000. But we did hit our 3,000 subscribers goal. So thank you all very, very much for the new subscribers. We've had a lot of Shamrock and Gold Club members signing up. A lot of people whose memberships expired on PayPal are signing back up as Shamrock members. So that's awesome too. Nice. We really appreciate that, guys. But we surpassed the 3,000 mark, Ryan. So that's job security, baby.
Yeah, man. Great news. And if you are listening to us on your favorite podcast platform, please subscribe to the podcast first and foremost, but also 5-star reviews are also very much appreciated. Hope to catch you all on the boards, and we'll talk again very soon. From Ryan, that is Brian. Thank you all again for joining us on the Friday Free for All Mailbag on the Irish Breakdown podcast.